Well, good morning everyone, just as you settle in. Welcome to today's hearing of the 2025 reviews plural of the compulsory third-party insurance and the lifetime care and support schemes here in New South Wales. Can I commence by acknowledging the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the land on which we are meeting today, and I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and the waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginals and Torres Strait Islanders who may be joining us today in person or remotely over the internet. My name's Greg Donnelly and I'm the chair of the committee. Can I commence by asking everyone, if they've not done so already, to place your mobile phone on silent? Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of such procedures. I welcome you all today, and we've got a full squad at the table, so we appreciate that and making your time available, because we know you're all very busy. I'll need to get through the formalities of having you sworn or affirmed with respect to the evidence you're about to give. So perhaps if we start at my left, that might be the easiest, and we go across the room. Just asking you, each individual to identify yourself by name, the position, organisation, or organisation position that you hold within the respective organisation, or if you're appearing individually to say such, and then swear either an oath or affirmation, whichever you prefer, the words of which can be provided to you. So thank you very much.
Good morning, Mr Donnelly, committee members. My name is Dr Zachariah Duke and I'm a director of the Road Trauma Support Group in New South Wales. I'll take an oath on the Bible. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, Mr Duke.
Good morning, Mr Chairman. My name is Duncan Wakes-Miller. I am the Deputy Chairman of the Road Trauma Support Group and co-founder of the Road Trauma Support Group in New South Wales. I will take an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is John King. I'm President of Bus New South Wales. We represent peak body for the bus and coach industry.
Thank you.
I'll take an affirmation of I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I'm about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr King.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Matt Threlkeld. I'm the Executive Director at Bus New South Wales. I'll take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr Chair and members of the committee. My name is Nick Abraham, CEO of the New South Wales Taxi Council. I'll be taking the oath
Thank you.
of the Bible. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good
My
morning.
name's Brian Wood. I'm Secretary of the Motorcycle Council for New South Wales.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
wish
Wood.
to make an affirmation.
Thank you.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr Wood.
Good morning, thank you. My name's Tasha Prabhakar. I'm the Deputy Chair of the New South Wales chapter of the Australasian College of Road Safety. My affirmation: I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good morning, Michael Timms, New South Wales Chapter Chair, Australasian College of Road Safety. Take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you all, and once again, thank you for making yourselves available to come today. Now, we have represented on the committee members of government, opposition and crossbench. Ms Abigail Boyd from the Greens is participating remotely today, and she will be coming onto the screen periodically when she sort of would like to ask a question. The way we proceed with these inquiries is we share the questions between ourselves, and we try and sort of ensure that everyone has an opportunity, notwithstanding the fact that we've got just on the hour, or slightly less than an hour, to sort of get through as much as we possibly can. Can I thank you all for what are very valuable submissions that have been made. All those submissions have been received and processed by the committee secretariat and stand as written submissions to the inquiry. So committee members are familiar with those submissions, and perhaps we'll be drawing some questions directly from them to direct to yourselves, or, which is the point I want to get to now, is I'll invite you all as organisations, if I can, to try and, if we give everyone the opportunity to make an opening statement, it's sort of going to take it that much longer, but if we could restrict it to each organisation as a total of 5 at the table, and then once they're completed, the questions can start. So are people generally happy with that overview?
Yes.
Well, let's perhaps just do the same fashion. We'll start from my left and go around by organisation with an opening statement, and keep the, if you can, nice and tight, and gives us more time or extra time or additional time for the questions. So we'll start. Thank you very much.
Okay. Chair, Deputy Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Duncan Wakes-Miller, Deputy Chairman and co-founder of the Road Trauma Support Group New South Wales. With me today is Zach Duke, also a Director of the Road Trauma Support Group New South Wales. I sit here as a father whose son, Barney Wakes-Miller, was killed by the illegal actions of a drunk driver. Zach sits here as a son whose mother, Jo Duke, was also killed by the criminal act on our roads. We are here on behalf of families across New South Wales who carry similar grief. When your loved one is killed through the criminal act on our roads, life is split into the before and the after. Nothing prepares you for that moment when the policeman knocks on your door and tells you your son is dead. No one prepares you to have to identify his body when he's had a serious head injury, killed by a drunk driver. But what no family expects, and what no civilised system should permit, is that the very scheme designed to support them then re-traumatises you. The current CTP scheme is structurally incapable of meeting the needs of families of those killed by road crime. Its processes are adversarial when they must be humane. Its timelines are administrative when they must reflect grief. Its definitions of injury are narrow when the psychological injury is lifelong. And the burdens it imposes, forms, deadlines, medical certificates, repeated retellings of the worst moments of our lives, fall at exactly the moment we are least able to carry them. This is not a matter of opinion or perspective, it is a matter of a predictable systemic harm. We provided CIRA with 12 imperatives nearly 2 years ago. Little has changed. Why change is necessary? For bereaved families, the trauma comes in 2 waves. The first, the catastrophic life-altering loss of a loved one, a violent event that shatters families of identity and future. The second comes from the CTP scheme itself, a system built around insurer process instead of human experience, a system that too often re-traumatises the very people it exists to support. Across New South Wales, families report the same pattern: crushing administrative demands at the height of grief, inconsistent and sometimes insensitive insurer behaviour, pressure to lodge claims within a time frame while managing coronial process, police investigations, funerals and shock, repeated retelling of traumatic events to new case managers and assessors, unmediated exposure to coronial reports and graphic material, psychological injury is minimised or treated as secondary, children assessed by clinicians without paediatric experience, consistent privacy breaches, conflicts between insurer positions and ongoing criminal proceedings. These are not rare failures, these are design characteristics of a system never built around trauma. The evidence is unequivocal. What families experience is fully supported by the submissions before this committee. CIRA acknowledges complexity, inconsistent pathways and definitions that no longer reflect claimants' realities. The Lawless Society highlights fairness issues, transparency gaps and insurer behaviours that harm vulnerable claimants. The Australian Lawyers Alliance identifies delays, poor communication and the absence of robust independent oversight, calling explicitly for legislative reform. The Australasian College of Road Safety emphasises the profound psychological harm associated with crashes and the mismatch between scheme language, incentives and trauma science. iCare confirms the trauma recovery requires nuanced, long-term, personal-centred support, a standard the CTP experience simply does not meet for bereaved families. Even New South Wales Police have removed the term accident from their vernacular, recognising these are crashes, preventable events, often crimes, yet the CTP scheme persists with language that aggravates trauma and obscures responsibility. Across lived experience, across research, across every major submission, the conclusion is unavoidable. The current CTP scheme is administratively efficient for insurers, but emotionally unsafe for families. The point I want to emphasise here for everyone on both sides of this: far from increasing premiums, these reforms will drive down scheme costs by cutting administrative waste, reducing litigation and supporting early recovery. We are not asking for sympathy, we are asking for leadership. Parliament created this scheme, Parliament can fix it. The intent behind the CTP scheme is honourable, but honourable intent does not shield families from the harm when the system fails in practice. That is why change is now essential. The committee holds a rare opportunity and a profound responsibility to deliver reforms that prevent avoidable suffering and make the scheme more sustainable, not more expensive. The families we represent are watching with genuine hope that you will not only review the system, but improve it. Because the true test of any scheme is not the statute we write, but the people it serves. If not you, then who? And if not now, then when? We carry the moral responsibility to action every single day. As I look at you in the eye now, we ask Parliament to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you very much for a very strong opening statement. We'll move on to our witnesses from the taxi. Sorry. Is it the
Bus.
I'm sorry, before that, the bus.
You're
New
right.
South Wales, I got confused. So, will it be the, who would like to make that opening statement for behalf of the organisation?
Yep,
Yourself?
I'll
Thank you.
start. Good morning, committee. My name is Matt Threlkeld. I'm the Executive Director of Bus New South Wales, the peak body representing the bus and coach industry in New South Wales, and I'm joined today by the association's President, John King. Bus New South Wales represents contracted bus operators across Sydney metropolitan and outer metropolitan areas and rural and regional New South Wales, along with long distance tourist and charter operators and industry suppliers. Buses carry more than 340 million passenger journeys each year, and the recently released Transport for New South Wales annual report for 2024-25 confirmed that buses carry more people than other public transport modes in New South Wales. The compulsory third-party insurance scheme is vital to protecting people injured on our roads. However, for bus and coach operators, the scheme in its current form has become increasingly unsustainable, inequitable and lacking in transparency. Premiums for buses and coaches continue to rise despite earlier reforms intended to improve affordability. The outdated vehicle classification Class 6C category created for the former State Transit Authority, which ceased in 2022, continues to be used. Its continued application to private operators has resulted in inflated premiums and ongoing inequity. There are also clear inconsistencies between insurers in determining premiums for buses and coaches. Similar fleets attract materially different premiums depending on insurer practice, undermining confidence in the scheme and creating uncertainty for business planning. For contracted operators, CTP costs are indexed by CPI under Transport for New South Wales contracts. Any increase above CPI is unfunded and erodes financial viability. For long-distance tourist and charter operators, rising premiums are required to be passed on to customers, reducing affordability and suppressing demand for high-capacity, lower-emission transport. A further concern is the lack of transparency in premium construction, including CIRA levies. This prevents informed scrutiny of cost drivers and limits confidence in the system. Bus New South Wales submission called for 5 key reforms. 1, limiting premium growth for public passenger vehicles in New South Wales in line with CPI. 2, removing the legacy 6C classification. 3, recognising operator safety performance. 4, improving transparency in levies and claims impacts. And 5, establishing a structured industry consultation forum. Without reform, the CTP scheme will continue to place disproportionate and unpredictable cost burdens on bus operators who deliver essential public transport services across New South Wales, as well as the long-distance tourist and charter sector. We thank the committee for the opportunity to appear here today and welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very helpful opening statement. So I'll get right now the taxis. So
Thank you.
should never sort of cross over, but I have. So I've got it sorted now. So
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks.
Good morning again, committee members. My name is Nick Abraham, CEO of the New South Wales Taxi Council. The New South Wales Taxi Council is the peak body looking after taxi businesses right across New South Wales, including Metro and regional New South Wales. We have close to 90% representation of in right across New South Wales, and I'd just like to open my statement just by reminding the Chair and committee members that on the 17th of December this year, in less than a couple of weeks' time, we mark 10 years since rideshare was legalised in New South Wales. 10 years on, and we are still talking about one set of rules for rideshare and another set of rules for taxis in relation to CTP policies and the CTP scheme more broadly. We estimate there are over 30,000 Uber vehicles alone in New South Wales operating, paying equivalent to Class 1 private vehicle premiums, treated like any other private vehicle, paying between $500 to $700 up front for their policies. Taxis, on the other hand, with around 1/5 of those numbers of Uber vehicles, which is around 6,000 registered taxis, still sitting in our own Class 7 within CTP and paying up to $6,000 in metropolitan Sydney, and now paying a horrendous up to $4,500 in country and regional New South Wales. Furthermore, as at the end of October, we saw there was almost 300 less taxis operating this year than the same period 12 months ago. And a majority of those vehicles we estimate not having come off the road, but converting over to rideshare because of the competitive advantage that some of our schemes, including CTP, are providing to the likes of rideshare and Uber, putting the taxis at a significant disadvantage. The other point I'd like to raise, Mr. Chair, is if we go north of our board, of the New South Wales border in Queensland, we have taxis and rideshare sitting in their own same class, paying something like $700 or $720 for CTP. We go south of the border, down in Victoria, we've got taxis paying no more than $800, $850 for registration, which includes TAC, which is a CTP equivalent. Why is the New South Wales system so broken and so far behind, particularly the other states? Why is it so not equitable? All we ask is for competitive neutrality. Where is the fairness and justification, particularly in the spirit of CTP, when it is intended to look at true risk and managing risk fairly and appropriately? How are taxis meant to be competing and remain viable, where we have provided strong evidence and examples in our submission where taxis in regional New South Wales, in many cases, and there are some great examples where they've been forced to close down, leaving towns without a transport service. I remind the committee that taxis in regional New South Wales in many towns are the transport option, alongside our colleagues with buses and so forth, but also when it's after hours, late night patronage, taxis are in many cases the only transport mode, particularly for those late night revellers, particularly for people with accessible needs, particularly for domestic violence victims, those that required urgent emergency assistance, calling their taxis for that support, and that is putting all that at risk. We are seeing majority of taxi operators in New South Wales, particularly in regional New South Wales, they've never put a claim. They've never had the vehicle involved in a single accident, but paying these hefty prices. Why? Because we feel like we are being discriminated, we are in our own class and being treated differently. In many cases, we do have a dire outcome because, as I said, taxis are the public transport. IPART recently had a survey in the last 12 months noting that taxis in regional New South Wales are far stronger than rideshare and some of the other competitors within point-to-point, but that is all being put at risk. So what we are asking is to move, one of our many recommendations is to move taxis and rideshare into their own class where they're paying a fair and equitable amount. Mr. Chair, the New South Wales taxi industry is truly at tipping point, and we need the help and support of this committee to make it right and push for significant reform to ensure that we do achieve true competitive neutrality. And thank you for the opportunity to be here and presenting our case.
Thank you very much. That's appreciated, Mr. Abram. Mr. Wood, welcome, and your opportunity to make an opening statement.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee and express the views of New South Wales motorcyclists. The Motorcycle Council is concerned that the CTP scheme, as it's currently structured, doesn't serve riders well. We've previously raised with the committee the situation with interstate crashes, whereby if you crash interstate, the compensation you receive is dependent on the legislation in the state in which you crash. Most riders and drivers are not aware of this until they actually have a crash, and then they find out that either they get no compensation or very restricted compensation. Your licence, your registration and your other insurance carries across state borders. Why can't CTP also carry across state borders? So Motorcycle Council would like to see the situation as in Victoria, where the compensation you receive is topped up by CTP scheme New South Wales, so you get equivalent compensation as if the crash had occurred in New South Wales. This is particular concern to motorcyclists, as we do have, I guess, a higher percentage of single vehicle crashes where someone is injured, so it affects motorcyclists more than perhaps it does drivers. Motorcycle Council has recently had discussion with CIRA about the two components that make up the determination of what your CTP premium will be, those being the community risk and also the personal risk. The community risk is based on the number of claims and the size of those claims for each of the vehicle classes. That is determined by or calculated by CIRA, and they compare it to a metropolitan car, and they call that relativities. So the relativity is back against the equivalent of, I guess, what is claimed against car policies. We attempted to calculate how that community component was calculated using guidelines that are prepared by CIRA for insurers to be able to calculate what their filings will be. So that's a publicly available document. We made some calculations which we presented to CIRA, but we used actual premiums. So they deemed that to be commercially sensitive because of the fact that we had, I guess, used premiums by actual insurers. We then accepted that yes, that could be seen as being commercially sensitive, so we tried to redo the calculations and remove the actual reference to actual premiums, but we've not been able to re-engage with CIRA on that. we really see that this is component shouldn't be seen as commercially sensitive because of the fact that it's determined by SERA determining what those relativities are. We would like to be able to have that information available to riders because the relativity for riders, well, there's 25, I guess, relativities by virtue of the fact there's 5 capacity classes and 5 regional classes. So the relativities across each of those 25 varies greatly. And I think it would be of great benefit to riders if they knew where they actually laid within that table, and then that would help them understand as to perhaps why their premium for their bike appeared to be so high compared to other riders. The personal component or personal risk part of the component is determined by the insurers depending on your driving history and your propensity to likely to make a claim. We accept that, yes, that is commercially sensitive on how they make that determination, but when we've used CTP calculators to try and determine how they arrive at that personal risk, we really don't find any cases where a bonus has been applied for someone who has a good record. Everything appears to be that they add malice, they don't add bonus. When the scheme was set up in 2017, it was that the profit made by insurers would be capped at 8%. So it's our recommendation that rather than the 8% applies to the whole of the scheme, it should apply to each of the vehicle classes so that we get the benefit of not, I guess, increasing the insurer's profit by way of just about every motorcyclist paying a malice. So, and we also raise that no other Australian jurisdiction applies this sort of personal risk to their calculations of what the premiums are. So when the scheme was reviewed, it was because of the fact that New South Wales was very low percentage of the premium dollar was actually being returned to someone as a benefit. So if other states can be perhaps more efficient or some cases equivalent efficiency to New South Wales by not having to apply this personal risk, it's our recommendation that that personal risk component should be removed to bring it in line with how schemes operate in other states. And thank you for the
Thank you. Very
to
detailed
give this opening
statement.
statement.
Thank you very much. So the Australian College of Road Safety, will that be you, Mr Timms?
Yes, Mr Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah, Australasian College of Road Safety, New South Wales chapter. Thank you for allowing ACRS to appear. I add to the acknowledgement of country, over a 5-year period, a University of New South Wales paper identified almost 5,000 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people as potential CTP claimants, but barely over 1,000 actually had a claim recorded. At the last CTP inquiry, I said if we don't start innovating, we'll be sitting here scratching our heads and wondering why there are still 10,000 people hospitalised each year in road crashes. The situation has since deteriorated. Hospitalisations for 2024 were 11,599, up 19% from 2022. The New South Wales target, which everyone here today is a party to, is less than 8,000 serious injuries a year. So what can this inquiry do? Road safety is everyone's responsibility, but the system designers have the greater duty of care and the moral imperative to lead. We need wins in road safety. Incentivising safety and green slip pricing would be one such win. Government has levers around road safety policy, such as setting the right speed for the right road, but accelerating the take-up of newer, safer vehicles is also a strong policy lever. Unlike speed zoning, it doesn't rely on changing human behaviour or attitudes. Time is of the essence. The age of the passenger vehicle fleet exceeds 10 years, and people experiencing financial hardship are more likely to drive older, less safe cars. Today's new car is tomorrow's used car. In summary, the likelihood of crashing a 5-star vehicle is lower, so the CTP price should also be lower. The same levers can also incentivise 5-star motorcyclists. Finally, I acknowledge the New South Wales Parliamentary Friends of Road Safety. ACRS looks forward to joining with members at the group's inaugural function in the new year.
Thank you very much. Also a very good opening statement. We might open up for questions now, and just to draw to everyone's attention, Honourable Stephen Lawrence has joined us remotely, and the Deputy Chair has been caught up, but will be arriving hopefully pretty soon. So we'll open it up for questions. Would anyone like? The Honourable Rod Roberts.
Yeah, I'll start if you don't mind, Chair.
Please.
Look, first of all, thank you all very much for your submissions, and thank you all very much for your attendance today. Unfortunately, as you know, we're on the clock. I'd like to spend time listening information from each and every one of you, but that's not going to be possible. So I'll keep my comments brief. I'm just going to focus in particular on the Taxi Council submission, Mr. Abraham. You know, 10 years ago, Uber started, and I think this argument started back 10 years ago, and nothing has really changed. Just explain to us a bit more about the disparity between the CTP that an Uber driver pays, who's picking up paying passengers and driving them around metropolitan Sydney, or in fact around the state, versus the CTP that a registered taxi is paying, doing exactly the same job.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. In regards to the rideshare operator, they are required to pay nothing more than a Class 1 premium, and that's estimated about $700. So from the outset, and they are sitting within the Class 1 group of other private operators, so millions of other policies. That's one of the first issue versus a taxi operator, as noted earlier, some are paying up to $6,000 in Greater Sydney, and in country and regional New South Wales paying up to about $4,500, which I may add is about a 50% increase since 2019. So we are seeing those spikes. So we haven't seen, sure there's been increases to Class 1 policies, but nowhere near the rate of what the taxi policies have increased from that perspective. Uber do have a kilometre fee charge onto passengers, which they have the ability, because the transaction between the passenger and exists between passenger and Uber. So because of that, they are able to collect those fees amongst other fees. The taxi operating model operates very, very different, as we know. The drivers who facilitate the transaction directly with the passengers in majority of those cases from that perspective. So don't have the same luxury as what the Uber model does. And there's a reason for that, and that the taxi model provides flexibility, particularly with the rank and hail component. And I must emphasise that is a significant point of difference, if you like, or service that taxis have and provide for the members of the travelling public. The other point to note is that in relation to the accidents and data, we have seen very little to no data over that 10 years from CIRA. I had fortunate earlier this year, probably about March or April, where I was in a meeting with CIRA, and they did present some data, but it was in commercial confidence. I wasn't able to talk about it. I wasn't able to take it away and unpack it, or even look at it and understand it. So the advantage, or the disadvantage for us, is that with rideshare in Class 1 is a lot of the claims go unrecognised. So that you've got if a rideshare vehicle has an accident, unless that operator driver declares that they are a rideshare vehicle providing rideshare services, that goes unnoticed as a private vehicle claim from that perspective. So which is a problem. Now, CIRA may tell you, we're now collecting data off Uber. They're telling us the vehicles that are registered to do data matching. But I just remind the committee, Uber is one provider amongst 2,400 other rideshare providers, as far as I'm aware, not providing vehicle registration details, not providing any data whatsoever from that perspective. So that is the significant difference. The other point is, because taxis are in their own class, a smaller pool, obviously any claims are felt much more, they feel the pinch a lot more than being in the pool with many other vehicles. And to that point, we have a lot of insurers that are actually disincentivized or not interested in actually providing products for the taxi sector. They have to, under the statutory requirement, but in many cases price themselves out. So because they don't want to operate in this space, it's too complex, it's too difficult, and this is part of our problem.
One further question, and I've got many, but I want to be fair to the other
Sure.
members and fair to other members of the panel. Just explain to us the Queensland Victorian model that's operating at the moment as far as rideshare and registered taxis go.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ross. Look, granted that obviously under a different scheme, whether it's subsidised or funded by government and so forth, but they have identified the disparity that was existing for that long period between taxis and rideshare, and so there was a lot of work done to reform the CTP scheme in Queensland, moving taxis, rideshare out of Class 1 into their own class with taxis, and paying approximately $720 the premium. That's it. No reporting required, no kilometres. It's less open to misreporting, less open to fraudulent activity. It works really, really well. It's been in place now for a few years, and it is set the pathway. In Victoria, they do taxis pay a registration fee. As noted, I've got examples and evidence of about $820, which includes the TAC, which is the CTP equivalent. Again, no additional reporting, there's no misrepresentation or issues, and they work exceptionally well. And we're just asking the New South Wales, particularly through this committee, to look at those models and say, look, taxis acknowledge that they need to pay more than your Class 1, than your private vehicles, right? They are professional drivers. Yes, there is a degree of higher risk, but what we need to do is move taxis and rideshare into a better balance where the rideshare providers are also paying for the risk that they provide out there, because we know when they're operating, particularly on those Friday, Saturday nights during those peak periods, during those busy areas, particularly around the CBD, where there's high pedestrian movement, is where they are at the most. So we've also seen, as a result, just very quickly, a significant shift in taxi operators moving from taxis into the rideshare place. One example, just up the road in Marrickville, he had over 200 taxis, converted those vehicles into rideshare, saved himself nearly $1 million.
Sorry, the whole lot?
Literally.
Whole fleet?
Yeah, he still manages taxis.
Yeah.
He still has but much smaller fleet than what he had. His predominant business was taxis. His now predominant business is rideshare, because he saved himself nearly $1 million in CTP and $500,000 in workers' compensation costs, which I haven't even talked about. But that's a significant shift, and this is where we're losing, and particularly with those vehicles converting over to rideshare.
So is the crash, you say obviously there's more risk.
Anthony.
Oh, sorry. Because there's more risk with drivers being on the road for longer. But is that actually borne out in the crash data?
That's the problem. We don't see the data. We don't know.
Well, there must be data for taxis, surely, because I mean you're in a different class. You're obviously paying a different premium.
Yes.
There must be claims data on taxis.
There
surely.
is. Yes.
So is that borne out? Not necessarily compared to rideshare, but compared to private vehicles, are taxis more or less likely to be in a crash than a private vehicle?
More likely.
They are more likely?
Yeah, definitely. That's why we're saying we're not suggesting that we need to be moved into the Class 1. There needs to be a separation from Class 1 and point-to-point vehicles. Point-to-point vehicles need to be down in class. In the same way, a rideshare vehicle, Mr. Adam, operating in country regional New South Wales is just as much as a high risk, particularly with kangaroos and other wildlife, which is the more common cause of crashes in the bush. So granted, absolutely, point-to-point vehicles do need to wear the higher risk. Taxis, do they deserve to be in their own class over rideshare? Absolutely not, because the CIRA have no data on that, or I have not seen any data apart from the fact that taxis are having higher accidents. But compared to rideshare, there's no case or argument, unfortunately, to show the data from that perspective.
And it's completely lawful for a rideshare driver to have just a private vehicle, private CTP. That's a completely lawful thing, even though they're engaging in a commercial activity.
What's unlawful, Mr. Adam, is the declaration of their use of the vehicle at the time of registration. That's the key point here, and a lot of them are either not
Okay, so they
declaring use of
declare
rideshare,
that it's a private vehicle, but actually
being used as
it's
rideshare.
a commercial vehicle.
Absolutely.
So they're actually engaging in unlawful activity. So
Absolutely, especially, Mr. Diam, can I just add to that? There is no provision, as far as we know, for a rideshare operator, even mid-term. Let's say at the time of registering, I'm not using it for rideshare purposes, but halfway through my registration period, I decide to operate as a rideshare operator, then there's no provision for me to go back and change that classification and get that right. So we know that there are people misreporting at the start, at the time of registration, but there's also a lot of times where they are deciding to become rideshare operators midway through the registration period and not declaring.
So you say that Uber provides data to the regulator.
Vehicle registration data. Yeah.
Just vehicle
Just
registration.
vehicle registration.
Right. So there's presumably there's a capacity for them to provide crash data as well. Like that, they are obviously monitoring any vehicle that's operating in the Uber system. They know where they are at any particular time, and if they're engaged in a crash, presumably Uber is able to record that data in its overall data set. Is that?
So long as the driver of that vehicle notifies Uber that they've been involved in the crash. I think it's, because a lot of the times, unfortunately, the volume of drivers on the Uber platform at any one time is very significant, and drivers are turning themselves on and off for various reasons, whether it be fatigue, whether it be other areas. So, unfortunately, I would say that it would be very, very low probability, almost impossible for Uber to know when a vehicle has been involved in an accident or not, unless it's a notifiable occurrence.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just had one more
Okay,
question,
one more
which is
then.
just that,
Go
okay,
on.
so the
Yep.
plate data is provided to the regulator. Why can't they cross-reference that with the vehicle registration CTP data?
Yeah, and as noted, the problem with that is Uber is only one provider amongst 2,400 other.
It's the major
rideshare.
provider.
That is a big, yeah.
It's
But
the-
not,
it's the
not in region,
biggest
not in
player.
regional New South Wales, Mr. Dadham.
Yeah.
Not in regional country New South Wales. There's definitely Uber operate less, and the iPart recent survey obviously highlighted that you've got a lot of. As I said, there's 2,400 other rideshare providers, a lot of those predominantly in regional and country New South Wales, where Uber don't even exist.
Abigail.
Oh, thank you, Chair, and good morning to all of you. Can I just, coming back to you, Mr. Abraham, before we leave taxis, I know that a lot of the issues that you're raising today were also raised by the Taxi Council in 2022. In response at the time, the then CEO of CIRA was saying, in response, what they would do is introduce a new minimum premium for taxis. So rather than bringing rideshare sort of up into a similar class to taxis, that they were going to try and lower premiums for taxis in a different way. Presumably that didn't have any notable effect then on the premiums that apparently that came into effect in 2022, that change. Has that had any notable effect on your premiums?
Correct, Ms. Boyd. No, absolutely. In actual fact, it eventuated with many flaws, including the fact that it was meant to make it more competitive and for more insurers to come into the space and offer more competitive rates. Today, as we speak, Ms. Boyd, I understand that there's only one provider still providing only that framework, out of all the other half a dozen of those other insurers not providing the distance base and the instalments piece from that perspective. And also the Allianz at the time also did drop the kilometre threshold, putting taxis at a disadvantage. So when CIRA did launch this, the threshold was something like 110,000 kilometres. Allianz adjusted that and brought that back to 70,000. So a lot of those operators missing out from that scheme. So look, I want to acknowledge the intent, which was good intent, trying to bring the scheme in and making it more competitive. And the other thing it still did is also put the taxi operators at a significant disadvantage with the upfront cash flow that they had to fork out still, particularly for the first instalment, before they saw any rebates kicking in. So just not working. We just need to go back to a more simpler and more equitable model. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you. And just a question for Mr. Timms, I think. Do we think that the MAI Act should really legally require all CTP case managers to have some sort of trauma-informed accreditation, or what can we be doing to ensure, should case manager turnover be capped for fatality claims? Is there something we can do to make the system more trauma-informed?
I would suggest Mr. Wakes Miller. That might be one for you, is it?
Oh, apologies.
Yeah.
The answer is we do need better trauma-informed counsellors. CIRA have moved to help us get a number of people to help triage that situation, but the insurance companies have no obligation to have trauma-informed counsellors, and nor do they provide them, and the evidence is very clear that there is an opportunity for putting some provision around that for improving trauma-informed services.
Thank you.
And I can provide some research on that, on notice. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks, Abigail. Honourable Susan Carter. Yes, sorry. Hello, morning.
Mr. Wakesmiller, just to follow up to that, I understand that your organisation provided a list of 12 things you want to change to CIRA. If this committee made one recommendation, what would be, in your eyes, the most important thing that we could recommend?
I think that's a very good question. One question. I think that probably back to from Miss Boyd's point around trauma-informed approach, not just around the counselling, but actually the process mapping in a humane way. When you're told that your son has been killed in an accident when someone's killed him, when your mother has been killed in an accident when they've been killed, the language is important, but the whole process of having to go back and retell the story all the time, I think it's about that process, and it needs to be human-centred process. And I think there's good people in the insurance companies, there's good people in CIRA, so it's that process of managing and treating it as a separate human approach to this. That would be the fundamental change. If you did that, you would crack everything else. And so it's about a human-centred approach, trauma-informed counsellors, and a change in the language.
Okay, thank you. And a quick question to Mr. Timms. Your suggestion, as I understand it, is that the safer the car, which is generally the newer the car, the lower the CTP premium. Does that create then barriers for people with limited means to actually trade up into a safer car because they're always going to be facing higher CTP premiums?
Well, we do know, as I said in the opening statement, that today's new car is tomorrow's used car. There's 1 million new cars sold in Australia every year. There's 2 million used cars. So, as with government fleets, it's a good example. When they turn over after 3 years, that vehicle then turns over into the private fleet and becomes more accessible. The used car safety ratings, which all the transport agencies have been instrumental in achieving, they're now telling us that $10,000 or $15,000 will get you a safer vehicle than what it would have years ago. So those safer vehicles do flow down to people with limited means, and as I said, people with financial disadvantage, we know, are driving less unsafe vehicles.
Sorry, thank you. I think you've repeated the information rather than addressed the question. I mean, I accept the logic of what you're saying. My concern is that we would be functionally penalising people with limited means if we're increasing their CTP contributions.
I don't think we'd be increasing their CTP contributions. We're just saying that safety should be incentivised.
But then we'd be reducing the contributions of people able to buy more expensive and safer cars.
Well, no, I'm not quite sure I follow.
Okay, so the premiums would be identical regardless of the safety of the car?
No, we're saying if a vehicle has 5-star, either ANCAP or used car safety ratings, that there needs to be recognition that that vehicle is less likely to be involved in a crash.
And that would be financial recognition?
Yes.
So therefore somebody who can afford a safer car is paying a smaller premium than somebody who can't?
But that safer vehicle does turn over and eventually becomes accessible. That's why we have to start now. If we don't start, we're still going to be hospitalising 11,500 people.
But is that incentivisation done through the CTP system, or is that done through safety standards of what vehicles we allow on our roads?
Well, it's very difficult to have national safety guidelines. We've been arguing for things like that for a long time. But it's a good place. CTP this is the heart of it. It's a compulsory scheme. We have to pay it.
I'm conscious of time, so I'm happy.
Thank you. Well, if I could jump in, just to Bus New South Wales, and thank you for your submission, and specifically on the top of page number 2, where you helpfully deal with this issue of the Class 6 classification, and particularly 6C, which you gave some particular attention to. But is it the case, is it your evidence that there just seems to be a sort of a deafness, if I could use that phrase, to your argument about the need to go back and have a look at this 6C classification? I mean, it's something you've been chipping away at, as I understand, but there doesn't seem to be a sort of an open ear to what you're saying. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment. It has been raised with CIRA. There's obviously some history there in regard to that particular class, although it's not in the public domain as such, and essentially it relates to 4 contract regions, bus regions in Greater Sydney that operate in and around the Sydney CBD, and those regions were previously where the State Transit Authority was operating prior to the franchising of those regions, and they're now operated by the private companies that were successful through that procurement process. And so for some time we understand those regions have had a different CTP premium based on that 6C classification, and that has now been applied.
I missed that. But based on the 6C.
That's right. Yep. For that the 4 regions, and so that didn't change when those regions were franchised, and therefore the current operators are now subject to premiums under that classification. We understand that it is, risk-based and considers the types of operation within the Sydney CBD, where there are high-frequency services, more stop-start, more chance of interaction with pedestrians. However, similar to other comments made today, we've not seen any data that actually supports the significant difference in the premium. So, for example, operators in those regions have a current premium of around $14,500 per bus per annum, where operators in Greater Sydney that sit outside of those 4 regions are around $8,000 to $8,500 per bus per annum. So what we have said in the submission is that we would like to see some transparency around that to see whether that variation is justified.
But the data, there is data in regards to what you're looking for. It's just domains somewhere where you don't have access to it. Is that?
That's correct.
And who has that? Is that CIRA has that information? Or
that's my understanding, yes.
Indeed. So when you last spoke with CIRA, it sounded like it wasn't a particularly productive exercise. They probably gave you a Vovo biscuit and a cup of tea, but you didn't get much more out of it? Or?
Look, to be fair, CIRA were prepared to consider it, and when we spoke to the 4 operators involved, they were sort of going through the process at the time of renewing their insurance, and it essentially resulted in a situation where it was already complete. And so we are now at a stage where we are looking to go back to CIRA for reconsideration of this issue, and this forum obviously gives us an opportunity to flag that as well. We know that Transport for New South Wales are also in discussions with CIRA in relation to this particular issue, and so we are hopeful that we will be able to see some data to verify how the insurers are calculating the premiums for those 4 particular regions based on that 6C classification.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Just with respect to the Motorcycle Council and the evidence provided with the distinction between the commercial and the personal component, I think was the evidence. But there's opaqueness in understanding how calculations are done within those two categories. Is that the case?
Yes, particularly the community risk one. As I say,
Sorry,
that's
the community risk one.
information that's generated by CIRA, so that should be. I don't see the reason why that can't be publicly available, because it is public information.
Sorry, I misspoke.
We do understand that the personal risk part of it is determined by the insurers, so that is subject to sort of sensitivities, commercial sensitivities.
So, but going back, I misspoke. So it's the community and the personal. With respect to the community, the position being put to you is it's essentially commercial in confidence, or what are they actually putting to you? What's the...
Well, when we did the initial calculations and we gave them to me, where we referenced actual premiums offered by particular insurers, that's when they came back and said, oh, that's all commercially sensitive material. We can't discuss it. So we tried to go back to them and say, well, okay, how can we remove that sort of, not have to use actual premiums to be able to determine how those guidelines are applied, because there's many components within those guidelines, but how they actually determine what that is not clear. So, we get regularly asked about, why is my premium so high? So our approach was, well, if we could put some of this information out to sort of say, these are the two risk factors that are considered, this is how the community risk is calculated, and actually publish what those relativity tables are, then that would give riders a better understanding of how the scheme actually works. But no, we've not been able to engage with CIRA and get any transparency around how you actually do those calculations. Because when we've done them, we've not been able to sort of, we end up with a big gap between, well, this is how it appears it should be calculated, but there's a big gap for an unknown quantity that we can't sort of attribute to any of the factors.
I mean, this may or may not be helpful to the committee, but based on the fact that you've been involved with the council for such a long period of time, and there's obviously a lot of interest in trying to understand this sort of calculus that's being used, are you able to give sort of an opinion of what you think might be the relevant factors feeding into the calculation? I mean, this is essentially a guesstimate, if we could use that phrase. We're not going to hold you to the specificity of each one, but just a sense of what are the leading factors.
I haven't really prepared for that sort of question.
That's okay.
I could take that question on notice if you wish.
No, that I think that'd be helpful to take that on notice.
Yep, we certainly can provide that. I just need to go back through our original calculations.
That would be good. We're just conscious of the time. I'm always reminded we've hit the mark. So, listen, thank you all very much. Sorry it seemed to be a very squeezed sort of exercise, but the opportunity to ask you questions in addition to submissions has been good. And then what happens after today's hearing, the committee members get a copy of Hansard, and for not just questions on notice, I think it's likely to be supplementary questions arising from reading the evidence you provided today. So thank you all very much for your time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
to our hearing. It's much appreciated, and thank you for carving out time in your busy schedules to make yourself available to come along today. Get through the formalities first of having you sworn or affirmed to give your evidence. Take an oath or an affirmation, whichever you prefer, the words of which are before you. And in doing that, I'll ask you to provide your name, the organisation and the position title that you hold. So we'll start with Ms. Mary.
Hello, I'm Trudy Minette. I'm representing the Australian Community Industry Alliance and I'm a board member on ASIA. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given to me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms. Cudmore.
Hi, I'm Sue Cudmore, the Chair of the Australian Community Industry Alliance. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Dr. Craig.
Dr. Craig, Head of John Walsh Centre, the University of Sydney, Faculty of Medicine and Health. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Dr. Craig.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi, James Middleton. So I'm Professor at the University of Sydney in rehabilitation, but also I'm the Director of the State Spinal Cord Injury Service at the Agency for Clinical Innovation. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Can I acknowledge and thank both organisations for their submissions. The Australian Community Industry Alliance is submission number 1 to the inquiry, and the John Walsh Centre is submission number 2. So got your submissions in nice and early, so thank you for that. The submissions are be taken as read. The committee members had the opportunity to review those. Now there are committee members in the room from the government, the opposition, and we have crossbench members. We have Abigail Boyd from the Greens on the screen, and Honourable Stephen Lawrence is there as well. So a bit of a mixed format today, but I'm sure we'll find it a productive session. Perhaps if I ask each organisation respectfully to make, if you wish to do so, an opening statement. And once that's done, if you're okay with it, we'll share the questions around between committee members for the difference of the time left. So is that format okay? Yeah. So perhaps if we could start with yourselves. Yeah.
So I'm, as said before, I'm Sue Cudmore, Chair of the Australian Community Industry Alliance. My experience as a senior leadership has included over 20 years of delivering attendant care services in the personal injury and disability sectors across a number of different private and not provided organisations. And my colleague is Trudy here. We thank the committee for the opportunity to appear today. For the sake of brevity, we'll refer to the Australian Community Industry Alliance as ASIA, spelled ACIA.
Thank you.
ASIA is a not-for-profit peak body which represents service providers who deliver community and support services across Australia. These services are often referred to as attendant care and cover support provided in the community, such as personal care, assistance with mobility, medication management, rehabilitation and so on, to vulnerable people with catastrophic injuries or disability. We note that in the financial year 24-25, iCare reports that 198 million of costs were attributed to attendant care services, which is more than half of the total care and support expenditure. These costs, we believe, reflect the high level of care needed to support and rehabilitate catastrophically injured participants who often have complex needs, medical needs, mobility restrictions, as well as challenging behaviours often related to brain injuries. With investment of this scale, ensuring quality and safety is crucial. So ASIA, the organisation we represent, oversees and manages what we call the Australian Community Industry Standards, another acronym, ACIS, the only dedicated sector-led, independently audited standards for attendant care in Australia. These standards have been in play for 17 years and they're reviewed every 3 years, and we're at our 5th iteration. ACUS, the standards, provide consistent standards across the attendant care provider network supporting catastrophically injured people, ensures equity, transparent oversight and a strong balance between governance, safety and efficient service delivery. Importantly, it recognises that participants' needs are complex, requiring trained, supervised support staff or workers who can safely manage medication regimes, specialised procedures, behaviour support. We congratulate iCare for continuing to recognise the importance of having quality standards in place for attendant care services. iCare's requirement for ACUS of their providers benefits iCare and participants across 3 key domains: promoting high quality person-centred care, maximising independence and dignity. The attendant care provider review process is independent and it's endorsed by JASANTS. This provides iCare with reliable visibility of attendant care provider performance, and this is particularly important as attendant care services are often provided in people's homes without anyone around. Early identification of participants' health needs. The ACUS, the standards, require timely communication between providers and service funders when participant scenarios or health outcomes change. This creates a practice and culture of proactive intervention and prevention rather than costly response and poor participant outcomes. ASIA, the organisation we represent, continues to work closely with iCare to maintain and strengthen the standards, ensuring the New South Wales participants receive safe, high quality care and the scheme's investments deliver the outcomes intended. ASIA asks that iCare's support for quality provider standards continues to be a requirement for providing attendant care services to iCare participants. That's our statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very helpful. Has been anything you'd like to add to that, or cover adequately?
Only that I've been in the personal injury insurance sector for 30 years in South Australia, representing organisations such as Return to Work SA, the Motor Accident Commission, as well as the Lifetime Support Authority in South Australia. So a similar sort of organisation as iCare.
Thank you. That's helpful background information. With Dr. Craig and Dr. Bilton, I noted in your introductions there's some particular specialty work that you do, which seems to me as a layperson sort of separate from each other. Did you want to make separate opening statements, or how would you like to do this? What suits you best?
I think we're happy. I think we've provided sufficient information in our submission. Yeah, I think so.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
But we thank the Standing Committee for inviting us to address you. Yeah.
That's okay with you, Doctor, as well?
Yeah.
Would you like to make an opening statement or jump in and say a few words?
Well, I might just say a couple of words,
Sure.
because you just noted that one of the important things I think about the John Walsh partnership with iCare over many years. I've been an academic there since the outset, so over almost 30 years now. With Professor Cameron, that was the John Walsh Centre, which was originally a rehab studies unit, was started in 1997. So there's been many years of funding, and with, I guess the unique thing is that we are interdisciplinary. We are also clinicians, so I'm head of the State Service of Spinal Cord Injury. Ashley's a clinician, psychologist, clinical psychologist, and an expert as well. So we bring that practice as well as research, and we also work in have lived experience researchers embedded within our centre as well. So I guess it is a unique setup, and over many years we've informed the design of the scheme. We've ensured that along with iCare we have the best practice evidence, clinical guidelines. We've supported many of the guidelines that are in place to ensure the delivery of high quality services, and as well as some of the evaluation. We've also been responsible for evaluating some of the schemes, such as the 15-year follow-up and so forth. So I guess I'd just like to say that we see that research is a critical part of, and the funding for that is absolutely critical to deliver high quality, personalised best practice care for clients in New South Wales.
No, thank you for that. Well, having opened that up, so they've all been good introductions, opening up for questions then. Honourable Susan Carter.
Okay. Thank you all for being here. My questions are to Ms Cudmore and Ms Manette. Happy to answer them. So the standards, the carers would be engaged by insurance companies, but also by NDIS. Would that be right?
So the providers of attendant care services have support workers who go out into the community and to people's homes to provide that support. Typically what we see is that the providers will provide services across a number of sectors. So they may have NDIS participants, they may have aged care clients, and that also operate in the personal injury scheme. Some of the bigger providers will operate across different states in Australia. And so we focus on having a standard in place that operates across Australia and allows people who access personal injury schemes for their funding, or indeed access privately fund their services, to have a standard that they can rely on that gives them, I guess, some indication of the quality service being provided.
I've received a lot of feedback from people receiving those services that, especially in regional and rural areas, that it can be very difficult to access people to provide those services, and that on a number of occasions people receiving services as part of a personal injury claim, especially in that period before the claim is actually settled, that the carers are being paid late and they just then walk away. They don't want to do any work for insurance companies. Have you got any comments or any insight on that? So services in regional areas has always been a challenge across Australia, and I know that it's a factor in South Australia and no doubt in New South Wales as well. I don't know, Sue, as a provider, might have some better insight.
Yeah, I think the market is challenged in regional areas. We know that. In terms of the providers that are a part of our membership, we have 80 to 100 providers who are our membership. Because of the standards that they're governed by, we don't have those issues. But aside of that, we understand there's a whole market, especially in the unregulated market.
Sorry, just to clarify, you're saying there's no issue about late payment from insurance companies?
Oh, late payment from insurance companies. I thought you were meaning...
No, it's when somebody's receiving services through a PI claim.
Yeah.
And the comment I'm receiving is nobody wants to do personal injury insurance work anymore because they get paid regularly if they're doing NDIS work, but not by insurers.
That's not the feedback that we get from our provider membership.
Okay, well that's good. That's good. Yeah. And in terms of people accessing personal care services in regional areas, is it common that there would be a travel allowance paid to the person providing the services, recognising the greater distances than in a place in a metropolitan setting?
Different schemes have different sort of travel allowances to reconcile those, and that's the challenge, isn't it, for getting services into the region, is the travel that's historically been unpaid, but there are allowances for extensive travel.
Is that something that should be standardised?
It would be helpful to maintain the workforce. One of the challenges is often for a person receiving services in these thin markets in the region is getting consistent workforce for those reasons, and being disincentivised by travelling long distance and no remuneration. So any anything in that regard that supports sustainability of the services by recognising that would be highly valued.
Do you have any recommendations, or is that something that you could take on notice of what an appropriate sort of standardisation might look like?
We'd be love to take that on notice. We'd
Great,
probably
thank you.
get some feedback from our provider network to make that really practical.
Would that address perhaps, I think you raised the issue before in relation to unregulated services, and by that I took to be people who perhaps provide care but perhaps not in accordance with these standards. Is that how you would describe it?
So the unregulated market tends to operate in the NDIS, where they have registered providers and then they have unregistered providers providing services. Our understanding is with iCare, all of the providers providing attendant care services are required to be accredited to ACCIS, and so therefore they're regulated and their services are audited on a regular basis to ensure that the services are provided.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Honourable Bob Nambar.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and Dr. Craig and Dr. Middleton. Thank you for your submission and for the work that your centre does. Just interested, how does the centre determine its research work plan and priorities, particularly in the motor vehicle crash space?
Thanks for that question. It's a partnership really between iCare and the John Walsh Centre. So, for instance, just last year they put out their priorities. iCare, Lifetime Care, put out their priorities for the next 2 or 3 years. They might be, for instance, obviously severe injury, but spinal cord injury, head injury, and so on. One of those priorities is ageing, for instance, because people are living longer given better care. Others might be assistive technology, might be artificial intelligence priorities. So what we do is every year we meet, myself as head, I meet them more regularly, but we just had a biannual meeting with iCare officials last week, I think it was, and we talked about priorities there and how John Walsh research might address those priorities. So it's a really good communication system and partnership. Of course, in some ways too, you might have seen in the submission that John Walsh is a centre. There's only really 9 to 10 people in the centre, but they're all very expert people, some mid-term, some senior like ourselves. But it will also be decided somewhat by competitive funding through National Health and Medical Research, for instance, or Australian Research Council. So we go to those bodies or resources quite often and we'll win large grants, which iCare then, it's leveraged funding really. I think in the report or my submission, we received $5 million from iCare over the last 4 or 5 years. And in that period, we brought in over 30 million in additional funding. So, the priority is really agreed upon between the two groups, and then we go out and do our jobs.
Just interested. So one growing exposure, not just for this scheme but other schemes, is best practices with respect to diagnosing impairment from and then the treatment of psychological and psychiatric injury, and a real growing dissatisfaction of victims and claimants with respect to both of those things. Has the centre done any work in that space, or is it considering doing work in that space?
We've done quite a lot of work over the years. Myself, for instance, we have provided iCare with state-of-the-art data, really, over a number of years in terms of follow-up on people, for instance, severely injured in a motor vehicle crash. We've just produced a paper, for instance, in a very prestigious medical journal showing the cumulative burden, which also includes post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, diagnoses in those people. What I can say is that the good news is that about 60% of people severely injured will do really well in terms of mental health. That's what our data shows, but 30 to 40% won't. And so we've looked at a lot of research in those 30 to 40%. But even not considering that, like there's a difference between a diagnostic decision and maybe a subclinical diagnosis, meaning you can't fail to be affected by a severe injury like spinal cord injury or head injury, a moderate to severe head injury. You can't fail to be affected in some way. So we look at a whole range of strategies. For instance, one thing we're looking at now, which is really, we think, related to resilience, is cognitive function. Our research has been showing that regardless of the injury, and even mild to moderate injury in a motor vehicle crash, the cognitive function is significantly affected, meaning there's a big chance or risk of cognitive impairment. And our research is showing that if you do have a cognitive impairment diagnosis, you're much more at risk of mental health issues.
Right.
So we're looking at addressing...
Has that contributed to the 30 or 40% that you're suggesting?
Yeah.
Right.
But it might even go further than that. Like, people might be more resilient in some ways who don't meet a diagnosis of mental health disorder, but still will suffer some confusion, you know, like lots of surgeries, polypharmacy, ageing. There are many issues that might relate to that. So we think one of the excellent ways forward, which I care are really supporting, and there's a really great team effort going behind this between the two groups, is to really look at the issue of cognitive impairment, right. Which has really been ignored, I think, in many degrees for people with road vehicle crash injuries.
Do you ever...
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Do you want to add to that?
Well, I guess we've also developed a lot of guidelines to... So you know, we've had psychosocial guidelines through the third iteration now, but we've recently added cognitive, you know, guidelines to that guideline, and we're implementing that in the spinal units at the moment. So I guess we're not only... I mean, one of the unique things is we've also got long-term databases, you know, 25-year TBI, you know, traumatic brain injury, for instance, Robin Tate's, our own international, what's called the Osinski database, a number of databases which provides sort of evidence of emerging issues. So we spread the spectrum, I guess, from the epidemiology of what's happening, the clinical understanding of what the issues are on the ground, but then trying to translate that into better practice and so forth. So I'd just add, that we're trying to address the psychological and the cognitive issues, and you're quite right. I think identifying those at-risk groups and what can be done, and we're also looking at some technology. The SMART trial was one of the things that's mentioned. That was leveraged, you know, $3 million from the Ministry of Health, or Office for Health and Medical Research and so forth. So there's a lot of work going on in that space, and you're certainly right that there's, I mean, even, I mean, certainly the distinction between grieving and being depressed after a major injury is important to understand as well. And so a lot of our work is to look at trying to rebuild hope or maintain hope, and help people redefine their futures. So the early approaches to even returning to work, that sort of having, the belief of return to work is a predictor of returning to work. So if you don't get some of that early input, so we're part of a research project both initially in spinal cord injury, but more recently in traumatic brain injury, is what's called INVOC and a TBI equivalent, so an early intervention. So basically in the units while people are still early in their rehabilitation.
Right.
So all of that is sustaining hope, building hope, but also identifying people at risk or people who are depressed or not coping. So adjusting and coping is obviously a big thing, a major part. And I've been in the game for over 30 years now. I guess in the early days, the development of the psychological guidelines was really in response to, I think, many, over the years, much more focus has been focused on the physical rehabilitation rather than the psychological and mental health and well-being.
And seeing a shift in terms of...
Yeah, so we're trying, so we know how important, and in fact the health maintenance tool, that's another product that's mentioned in one of our current projects with iCare, funded, took 5 years to develop, funded by several iCare grants, that acknowledges the health and well-being aspect. So that's trying to support people in their self-management early on, and in that project, people with lived experience, their carers, but also general practitioners and experts experts in the field of spinal cord injury, all identified mental health as the number one issue. Right. So not bladder or bowel or sexual function or pain, or other big problems, but mental health. If you don't get that right, then you don't have anything. Thank you.
And these health maintenance tools are quite innovative, being provided online and not just in hard copies. But recently we just secured a grant with the National Health Service in the UK. They really want to work with us in expanding that and putting it into context for the UK market.
Congratulations.
Yeah, so
that's excellent.
Again, example of leveraging funds, but also the international renown of the centre.
And the unique thing about that grant, and that's in New South Wales as well as the UK, but that's in partnership with the peer mentor organisations. So Spinal Cord Injury Australia here, but also the Spinal Injury Association in the UK, and also one called the Backup Trust. So that will really be the peer-led, the counsellors, the mentors. So we're really excited about that.
And just quickly, in that health maintenance tool, if there is a diagnosis of severe depression or PTSD, they would be referred on. But for the health maintenance tool, it would be suitable for everyone who's got a severe injury. And the idea is to prevent a diagnosis of a severe mental health disorder. Yeah.
May I comment on the mental health, just to add to that? Yes. So one of the things that we really focused on in this review of the standard ACCUS was early detection and early communication with iCare around changes in behaviour. And so what can happen is that mental health issues can develop over time. And so what we ask providers to do is to train their support workers to be alert to changes in behaviour, and then report that and communicate that through the provider, but then also to iCare, so that timely decisions can be made about whether those changes in behaviour require an assessment to be done, maybe making use of the tools that we've just heard about, and changes in funding and the sort of support that's needed. So ACEA has worked really hard to create a continuous cycle of improvement so that we notice changes and, importantly, we communicate them so that action can be taken before behaviour or mental health issues become entrenched.
Thank you. Ms. Abigail-Boyd.
Oh, thank you, Chair, and good morning to our witnesses. If I could start with ACEA, I noticed that that you didn't make a submission in 2022 to this inquiry. I'm just wondering if there's some concern or something, you've heard rumours or anything like that that's indicating that perhaps the regulators are planning to loosen their accreditation requirements. Is there a fear of that?
No, it's probably true to say that we've become a bit more mature in terms of understanding what's about and where we should communicate the importance of provider quality standards. The other thing that I guess has become not so much an issue but an ambition for ASIA is to drive national quality provider standards. So we think that the frictional costs by having provider quality standards in aged care, in NDIS, in every single state personal injury scheme, all making their own decisions, all creating a mix of regimes for providers to follow, creates such a lot of frictional costs that doesn't aid to quality service. So we have what I suspect will be a very long-term ambition to have a national standard across Australia where the different schemes basically click into that scheme for the standards that are relevant to them. And so we have started a journey in the last 12 months to work with the Commonwealth and state on that issue. And so that's been the main driver of appearing here, because we want to send that message, and we think that it will deliver much more cost-effective service and much higher quality so that every Australian receives consistent high-quality attendant care services when they need them.
Yeah, fabulous. Well, you're very welcome. So we're glad that you're appearing and that you've made a submission. If I could ask the John Walsh Centre, just I guess, does the LTCS support sufficient research? Do you think, or do you think more funding needs to be allocated?
Never asked the
Dorothy
research that
question.
We've got more than enough.
No, I must say we do not. But yeah, look, I think the next 5-year cycle, which iCare have committed to, is great, and but we are under severe pressure because we have lost some funding, and it's a very competitive market out there for research funding, obviously. So we're now looking at strategies. Well, before I say that, can I say that if we were to lose the John Walsh Centre, which is a world-renowned international centre for severe injury and the only one that focuses on severe injury in Australia, like spinal cord injury and moderate to severe TBI, it would be an extreme loss. So we are looking at innovative ways of raising further research monies through philanthropy, for instance, and through fellowships and so on. So the answer is no, we don't have enough, but we're very, very happy to have iCare support.
Yes, very diplomatic. Can I ask you whether the LTCS should legislate sort of mandatory long-term outcome tracking for things like pain and function, autonomy, mental health, things like that?
Well, I think long-term tracking of some of those key outcomes is very important. So, I think more than encouraging that is very important. And so, and as we heard, certainly people's trajectories change, people's life events can intercede. I think in one of the submissions, the incidence of pain in traumatic brain injury is 50%, but in spinal cord injury it's more like, actually our recent research was 85%, and of which 40% was severe, 7 to 10 out of 10. So pain is one of those very important markers. It's often also associated with comorbid factors such as depression, and so forth. So, and also, you know, our research shows quite clearly it's negatively correlated with self-efficacy. So pain and, you know, if you like, pain and mental health concerns dramatically, you know, kind of interfere with the person's recovery and their ability to participate and so forth. So yes, I think some sort of long-term outcome measurement is, you know, is very important. As I mentioned, some of the value of the long-term projects that we have is that we do have long-term data, which is quite unique, and it's, you know, and that doesn't really exist anywhere. So I think encouraging that would be a great thing.
It's very difficult to get funding to do long-term follow-up, like 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. But it's really important to know. And, you know, if there were to be any, you know, some change, it would be great for it to be mandatory to follow up some of these really important areas, like pain, for instance, certainly. But, you know, resilience, whatever that means, but mental health and so on. So, yeah, look, we would really strongly support any move like that. Yep.
Thank you. Chair, if I could ask just one...
please, proceed. Yeah.
Thank you. There's been a suggestion that we remove adjustment disorder from the definition of minor injury. Asking sort of both sets of witnesses if you think that the current definitions of minor injury in the regulations are appropriate and what sort of changes you would support.
Adjustment disorder is an interesting diagnosis. Yeah. Like, officially it should only be applied in the first 6 months following the injury. Otherwise it looks very much like depression. And it's a political question, I think, that's being asked, and I was never in favour of that criteria myself as a practicing clinician in the area. Simply because some of our research showed very little impact of an adjustment disorder diagnosis on outcomes, whereas I think a depression diagnosis would be, I think, more accurate and more to the point. So I think that's as much as I'd like to say on that. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
And ASIA isn't in a position to answer that question. We don't have that experience.
No worries. Thank you.
ASIA might have an opportunity to elucidate on the term, the frictional costs, which I was very interested. Those frictional costs between jurisdictions, and I know this is going off slightly in a tangent, but it is I think, opposite to the inquiry. Are you able to identify, or on notice, be able to sort of identify in sort of priority order the most significant frictional costs down to perhaps the less significant frictional costs? It's a very valuable term and a very valuable issue, because obviously it can be quite significant, and any sense of what that significance is and what would be causing that significance in particular areas would be helpful.
Yeah, we'd be very happy to take that on notice.
No, that's great. That's great. Well, any other final questions? If not, we've just about got there. So listen, thanks both organisations very, very much. It's been very helpful to us to have you be able to elucidate in detail matters you've covered in your submissions, but also fresh evidence on new matters as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now break for 15 minutes and be back at 1:15. So, welcome to our next set of witnesses. Thank you very much for coming along today. Appreciate you making the time to do so. Now we'll need to get through the formality first, which is the swearing or the affirming of the evidence in from each one of you individually, to take either the oath or affirmation, whichever you prefer, the words of which should be before you, and in doing so, your name, your organisation, and your job title or position title.
Estelle Pearson from Finity Consulting. Work as a consultant to the Insurance Council monitoring the New South Wales CTP scheme.
Thank you.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms Heffernan.
My name is Laura Heffernan. I'm the Executive Manager of the New South Wales CTP Claims Team at Suncorp. I'm also the Chair of the Insurance Council New South Wales CTP Claims Working Group. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms Bain.
My name's Michelle Bain and I am the Executive General Manager of CTP Insurance and Advocacy at Suncorp. I'm also the Chair of the Insurance Council's Personal Injury Schemes Committee. And I'm taking an oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Well, thank you all for, as I said, coming along today and agreeing to appear before our hearing. Now, we've received the commission which stands in the name of the Insurance Council of Australia, so that's the name of the submission. It's submission number 15. It's been processed and uploaded onto the inquiry's webpage. So you can take as read that from the committee members. We've got members from the government, from the opposition, and as a cross-bench member, Abigail Boyd, joining us remotely. So she may well come in with some questions as we proceed. What we normally do, and we'll follow, is ask, would you like to make an opening statement? But given I think that all of you have a dual role to some degree, but maybe as individuals you may wish or feel a need to give an opening statement. I'm not quite sure how you've prepared yourselves. Would you like to give one or multiple opening statements?
Chair, we might just give one.
No, that's absolutely fine. I'm just checking. So on that basis, who's going to...
I'm going to, provided my voice holds out.
Please
so we'll
proceed.
see how we go. Thank you,
Please proceed.
Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to appear today. I'm speaking on behalf of the Insurance Council of Australia and the 5 licensed compulsory third party or CTP insurers operating in New South Wales. As I said before, my name is Michelle Bain and I'm the Executive General Manager of CTP and Advocacy at Suncorp and the Chair of the Insurance Council's Personal Injury Schemes Committee, and that is the capacity in which I appear. And joining me today are Laura Heffernan, the Executive Manager of New South Wales CTP Claims at Suncorp, and she is also Chair of the Insurance Council's New South Wales CTP Claims Working Group, and also Estelle Pearson from Finity, who provides monitoring and other services to the Insurance Council. So CTP insurance provides an important safety net for people injured on New South Wales roads. While today I'm representing the general insurance industry, I lead Suncorp CTP teams who help people injured in motor vehicle crashes to get back to health and life. I get to see firsthand how great recovery outcomes can be reached by ensuring the right interventions at the right time, and that a positive and empathetic and supportive approach can really impact the lives of our claimants. Building on this, the insurance industry remains strongly committed to the objectives of the Motor Accident Injuries Act, ensuring early and appropriate treatment, fair and timely support for injured road users, simple and efficient dispute resolution, fraud deterrence, and maintaining affordable premiums for motorists. Insurers have demonstrated commitment to continuous improvement and remain active participants in the scheme. Since the 2017 reforms, the scheme has delivered substantial improvements in early access to treatment and financial support. More than 90% of injured people now receive treatment within 2 weeks, and weekly benefits are commencing significantly earlier than at scheme inception. Insurers have worked closely with CIRA and the government through successive reforms that aim to strengthen scheme performance, improve navigation, and enhance recovery pathways. However, as the scheme matures, it is important to recognise the pressures now emerging. Claims frequency has risen sharply since 2022, psychological injury claims continue to grow, and the size of statutory benefits claims is increasing year on year. These trends are placing upward pressure on premiums, which rose on average from $510 in 2024 to $557 in 2025. At the same time, insurers are absorbing rising claims handling expenses driven by changing regulatory requirements and service expectations. We believe that a period of stability is essential to allow proper evaluation of the significant reforms implemented since 2022, including the extension of statutory benefits to 52 weeks and the removal of the waiting period for common law claims. These changes were supported by industry, but their full impact on claims patterns and scheme costs is still emerging. A stable regulatory environment will support sound long-term decision-making and help maintain the delicate balance between affordability and the provision of meaningful support to injured people. We recognise the need for continued efforts to address unmeritorious and fraudulent behaviour within the scheme, and we welcome CIRA's strengthened focus on provider conduct and the new legislation introduced to the New South Wales Parliament that aims to outlaw claims farming for CTP claims. We do believe the further work is needed to expand the fraud framework to support insurers to detect and deter fraud, and welcome further discussion with CIRA on this. The Insurance Council and insurers remain committed partners in ensuring the sustainability, fairness and effectiveness of the New South Wales CTP scheme. We welcome the committee's review and look forward to working collaboratively with government and regulators to maintain a high-performing scheme that serves injured people and the broader driving public well. Thank you, and we are happy to take questions.
Great. No, that's very good. That's a very helpful opening statement, which augments your very good submission, which is full of very helpful, enriched information. So I might move to questioning now. Would someone like to kick off? Honourable Chris Rath, who's got some particular expertise in this area.
Thank you. Yes, I was at IAG for 6.5 years, so worked closely with the Insurance Council in a previous life. Thank you for your time today. I wanted to ask about fraud and exaggerated claims. I assume the old scheme, prior to 2017, it was quite widespread. I assume it's probably not so much anymore, but it probably is still part of the scheme as you see it. How much is that costing the insurance industry and then consumers? And what could we do as a parliament and as a government to help the insurance premium holders, policy holders, to actually combat that?
Yes, insurers take fraud very seriously, as we're concerned for the integrity of the scheme. I don't have exact data for you around how much it's costing in terms of premiums. What we can say is that there are signs of unmeritorious behaviour within the scheme, and I suppose some of the top signs that we're observing are sort of inflated earnings information being provided by individuals, undisclosed return to work of individuals, but also over-servicing by some provider networks. And I suppose in terms of what Parliament could do, we have to acknowledge the work that's been done so far. New South Wales Government introducing the new legislation in terms of claims farming, which is absolutely a step in the right direction. But I also think that there's more that can be done to strengthen that legislative framework, and also more that can be done from a CIRA perspective in terms of regulating particularly those entities that are operating within provider networks.
If I can just add to that, I think there's a lot of data that insurers do share with CIRA at the moment, and it's been really pleasing to see 2 prosecutions that CIRA has brought, and that has been off the back of information from insurers on 2 particular claims, with more, I think, that will follow. I think that data and collaboration piece between insurers and CIRA, we want to continue to strengthen, because there's a lot of data that we see, and we invest a lot of time as insurers in trying to understand whether it's the low value servicing, the exaggerated billing, as Laura has said, that we're seeing continue to increase in the scheme. So if we can bring those under control, that will impact again on the affordability for motorists as well.
And if I could just add, this isn't a quantification, but just to provide some numbers. We've talked about the increasing frequency. So since the 2022 year, we've seen a 30% increase in claim frequency, and over that same period, we've seen less than a 20% increase in serious injuries from the information that Transport for New South Wales publishes. So that suggests that there's a higher utilisation of the scheme and the scheme benefits, and to the extent that claim farming has contributed to that, then the legislation should assist in stabilising that position, potentially bringing it down a bit, but we'll have to wait and see how that pans out.
And would you say the scheme overall is fairly well run? It seems like premiums are still on average lower than where they may have been in, say, 2016. And I suppose for us as a parliament, how do you suggest we might get the balance right between reforming the scheme too often? Because I read your submission about, you don't want the rules to change all the time. Like, you need to be able to actually properly, roll out the scheme as it is, versus making changes when we need to ensure that adequate reform is actually undertaken, so that we don't get to a scheme in the future like the previous scheme was, which was completely dysfunctional, because there's a bit of a balancing act there.
Yeah, I think the scheme has performed pretty well since 2018, so it's sort of, what are we, 8 years in now. However, we do have some areas of instability at the moment. We've alluded to the increase in frequency. We've also seen high utilisation of common law benefits. So if we look at common law benefits as a proportion of the not at fault above threshold claims, that was about 70% in the first year of the scheme. It's now looking like something around 80% for the 2 most recent years, although there's quite a lot of uncertainty about that, because the patterns of common law claim reporting have changed a lot because of the removal of the waiting period. I think we'd have maybe some concerns if it starts to tick up above 80%. Average payments for stat benefit claims have increased year on year, and some of that's explained by the extension of benefits, but not all. And we're also seeing more people with a psychological injury as well as a physical injury on their claim, and we know that those claims tend to be subject to more dispute.
So sorry, an increase in the claims.
The proportion of claims with a psychological injury.
Both.
So mostly they have a physical injury as well. So we have very few claims that are purely psychological injury claims, but we often have a psychological component put on. So that's increased. The more recent accident years are looking like more than 40% of claims will have a psychological injury. That's increased from about 30 to 35%. And we've seen all types of psychological injuries increasing, but particularly PTSD has increased a lot. So, and as I say, the cost of those claims tends to be much higher than claims with a physical injury only. So I think that's why we sort of have the position that, well, we've seen this instability, we are monitoring it carefully. We wouldn't be recommending sort of any reforms that result in any loosening to the current position when we're already in this position of instability, and obviously we really welcome the claim farming legislation.
I might hand over to some colleagues.
Honourable Susan Carter.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. I think you said that the claims that had a psychological component were contested. Were contested?
Oh, they just tend to have. There's a higher level of disputation generally around claims of the psychological injury.
And the reason for that?
Do you want to?
Yeah, I think generally there can be some more disputation because they tend to be more complex claims. So not necessarily meaning that just because you have a psychological injury you'll have a dispute, but sometimes because of the complex nature of the claims you may see that there is more disputes.
I was very encouraged by the figures about early access to treatment. Do you have data for early access to psychological treatment as well as physical treatment?
I think we could take that on notice.
I think we would have to take that on notice. The stats, the percentages that we quoted are sort of access to any sort of treatment.
Mm-hmm.
I would also say with the psychological injury components, the psychological injuries tend to be recognised a little later on in the claim. So often a claim will commence as a physical injury claim and that will get the treatment, and then the psychological component will be recognised and also, I guess, develop over time.
Probably just to add to that, case managers are trained in understanding when they can see signs of mental health concerns, and at that point we intervene and make sure that we are facilitating that type of treatment. All insurers have access to telehealth services and psychological injury services, so we can make sure that we're pathing people quickly to those types of treatment.
We heard evidence before in relation to the desirability of claims managers and anybody else dealing with people making claims being trauma-informed. Is that something that is possible, is in the process of being rolled out?
I think that it's absolutely possible. At the moment, CIRA has a trauma support service which helps in the first instance of a claim. So usually that service will get involved, particularly when a family's lost a loved one in a crash or on the roads. And that service is really important because they do have trauma-informed counsellors. Our people are not necessarily trauma-informed counsellors, but it means they've got this support as well as the family has the support. So we've been given feedback from CIRA through this support service. For example, families experiencing grief, they often need to be told several times around how the process operates. Sometimes they don't necessarily want contact from us, or they want the contact in writing, so making sure that we are listening to what these people need at the right times. I suppose the difficult thing for insurers is we still need to operationalise the legislation. So there are sort of some tensions that we do need to manage, but we've done a lot of work in this space over the last couple of years, and CIRA have introduced new requirements on insurers into the motor accident guidelines as to how we manage claims that are related to a death.
Okay, thank you. And just last question from me. There's been discussion about rising number of claims. Is that rising number in absolute terms or as a percentage of increasing numbers of drivers on the roads?
It's from a frequency perspective, so when we divide by the number of vehicles on the road, it's going up. So it's not just the absolute number of claims, it's the number of claims divided by the number of vehicles on the road.
Thank you very much.
Sabica Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good morning to our witnesses. So just to follow up on that question, when you talk about the increase in frequency, I think before there was reference to 2022, which was a COVID year. So it's obviously there was a lot of differences in a lot of the insurance statistics around those years. When you look at it sort of compared to sort of a pre-COVID year, are we still talking about an increase, and what sort of increase are we talking?
Yeah, the frequency that we're now seeing for the most recent years is slightly higher than the 2019 year, the calendar year, that was the last sort of pre-COVID year. At the same time, if we look at collision statistics for insurance claims, we actually have had a sustained lower level of collisions post-COVID because of the change in working environments. So when we look at the increase in frequency over that period that we're talking about from 2022 to 2025, it exceeds the increase that we've seen in collisions or in the serious injury statistics that are put out by Transport for New South Wales. Which would reflect sort of activity on the road.
Okay, and yeah, I guess what do you put that increase in premiums down to then? If we sort of broke up the percentage increase in premiums over the last, say, 6 years, what do you put that down to mostly?
So most of the increase that we're seeing recently is due to increased frequency, but also part of it is due to increased average claim size. And we're seeing average claim size increase, particularly for statutory benefit claims. And some of that is because of the extension of the benefits for the at fault and not at fault threshold claims from 6 months to 12 months. But we have seen increases over and beyond that. So, for example, we've seen increases in the average claim size for not at fault above threshold claims, which were impacted by the amendments, and we've seen increases in average treatment and care year on year, and we've seen increases in loss of income claims as well, with generally more people staying on loss of income benefits for longer.
Okay, that's very helpful. And then I guess with those premiums going up, are we still, though, are insurers still sort of taking 8 to 10% of the profits off of the back of those premium increases, or has there been a reduction in profit taken out of the premium increases?
I think that CERA didn't trigger the TEPL in 2025 when they were looking at the level of profit in premiums across different accident years. So that would suggest that they are not seeing profits above the 8 to 10% level.
Okay, so this year there wasn't any triggering of the TEPL, but in the 5 years prior to that, we had over $500 million clawed back from sort of putting premiums up too high. Why has there been that dramatic sort of decrease back down to?
Yeah.
How did you get it right this year, I guess?
When you break down the TEPL clawback of the $540 million, $400 million of that is from the 2018 accident year, so the very first year of the scheme, and the remainder is from the 2019 accident year, so the second year of the scheme. And so obviously when the scheme came in, there was no past claims experience to sort of set the price, and therefore there was quite a lot of uncertainty about what the cost would be. It could have been too high, could have been too low. As it turned out, the estimated cost was too high, and that's why we've seen those sort of amounts from TEPL for the 2018 and then a smaller amount for 2019. But as the scheme experience has actually emerged, insurers have been able to better price the scheme. And as I say, at the moment, we're in a situation where actually experience is sort of turning, and we have frequency going up and average claim size going up. So we have premiums moving up to reflect that higher experience. And the profit level in the prices that we've had will depend on how big a lag there has been between those measures going up and prices responding, because there can be a little bit of a lag before prices sort of recognise that experience.
Okay, that makes sense. And presumably then we keep TEPL going so that we, in case, that sort of, I guess, the calibration doesn't hold. So can I ask, we've had submissions that have alleged systemic treatment denials, including over 20 refusals for serious injuries. What do your stats tell you about the levels of treatment denials and how many of them are held, to be sort of overturned when escalated or independently reviewed? Do you have stats on that?
Yeah, we do. So probably just to start with, we wouldn't be able to speak on individual matters. What we can say is that insurers in 2025 so far have paid around $300 million of treatment and around $30 million of care. I would say in my experience that the vast majority of treatment decisions are approved, and where we are having a dispute, injured people can proceed through to the internal review process. Once they get to that internal review process, I have an overall statistic, and 79% of decisions are upheld at the internal review process and 21% are overturned.
We could take that on notice and just check what those statistics are for treatment and care specifically. I think those are overall. I think they are quite similar for treatment and care. And to just put that into a little bit more of context, in 24-25, there were just over 4,000 internal reviews around treatment and care disputes. Mm-hmm. There was over 1 million payment transactions for treatment and care in the same period of time. So there's millions of in New South Wales. So there are millions of transactions for treatment and care. As you can imagine, and individuals have many, relatively small amounts of individual treatments, but they add up to a lot of transactions. And so out of more than 1 million payment transactions for treatment and care, over that same period of time, there were 4,140 internal reviews around treatment and care. So whilst obviously we're sort of not acknowledging that individuals do dispute their treatment and care, that the vast majority do get approved and aren't subject to dispute.
Yeah, if you could perhaps on notice provide the numbers of the numbers and then the value or the estimated claim amount of those disputes, what the results were in terms of percentage in favour of the claimant on an internal review, but also when they go to PIC, just so we can get a bit of an idea.
Just in relation to the PIC data, that data is not available from insurers, but insurers would welcome the PIC data to be available.
Okay, that's useful to know. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
But it's generally sat at between 75 and 80% affirm rate at internal review, and in 2025, that rate, as Laura mentioned, was 79%. Across the board in terms of affirming the insurer's decision. So, yep.
So one final question then. Would the ICA support mandatory public reporting of those sort of insurer conduct indicators? So, delay data, denials, overturned decisions, things like that?
Yes, I think the ICA would be supportive of that because it allows for transparency and for insurers to share best practice. I believe that CIRA does publish quite a number of statistics around timeliness.
Time frame for decision.
Yeah, there are a number of reports that CIRA publishes on the conduct and performance of insurers, and I think those have expanded and changed over time, and they do assist the insurers to improve performance. I think also CIRA do their supervisory assessment audits, and that also provides to see whether insurers are operating in accordance with the MAGs, with the guidelines, and through that process as well, there's sort of obviously the opportunity for insurers to get feedback on where they're not meeting those performances and where they need to improve.
Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Rod Roberts.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good morning, ladies, and welcome. I just want to go back to some stuff we discussed earlier in relation to the Taxi Council submission and evidence that they gave here today, and in particular the disparity in terms of CTP between taxi industry and rideshare. Can you provide us, and I don't care which one of you ladies answer, whoever's most appropriate, any information to support that? Like, is there an increase of claims by rideshare drivers who have only taken out the normal Class 1 CTP? Are we getting some evidence of fraud in that regard, perhaps, where they haven't disclosed that they're operating it as a business as such?
I guess the starting point with rideshare is that we charge premiums as a Class 1 vehicle, like what a mum and dad we would charge them as well. But because rideshares can record the amount of kilometres that they're actually driving as a rideshare, they're then charged 10 cents per kilometre while they're using the vehicle as a rideshare. So they pay the base premium plus also this additional 10 cents per kilometre, depending on how often they drive the vehicle, because some, as you would appreciate, some rideshares might use their vehicle a lot and others might just do 3 hours a week. So the ability to be able to actually get the data around how many kilometres they're using for the vehicle is then factored into the premium by an extra 10 cents per kilometre.
Is that system, though, open to fraud?
Well, I think the data is there in terms of the data feeds that come through. We haven't seen that as yet, but I'm not sure, if, Estelle, if you've got anything to add.
I think we'd have to take that on notice.
Sure, and that's no problems in doing that. What about, do you collect any data then on the amount of crashes that a rideshare driver has?
Yeah, we do have claims experience on rideshare drivers, on taxi drivers. Insurers do collect that information.
Would you be able to provide that to us on notice as well then?
I think, again, that's at an industry level, and that data often, I'm not sure that that's actually available aggregated.
I think that would be a question for Sarah. Sarah should have that information.
But surely your actuaries would be recording all this as well, though.
Well, that would require, there's an industry-wide database, and so for the insurers to provide the information, they would have to provide it individually and then accumulate it up. So if Sarah is able to provide the data, that would give you a picture of the whole industry more easily. But insurers, I mean, if the committee wishes, and insurers would have to collect and then accumulate that data into an industry picture.
Well, at this stage, I'll ask Sarah then, but it is quite correct to say then that each individual insurer does record that data, though.
They would record the data for the class of vehicle, that's right.
Okay. That's it for the moment.
Thank you, Rod. Just the phrase that was used about, just in responding to General Rod Roberts' question about the 10 cents per kilometre with respect to the use of the vehicle for the purposes of what I might describe as an enterprise, that is point-to-point delivery of a passenger. You said, if I'm correct, the feed collects that information, or if there's information flow or a feed that collects that 10 cents per kilometre. Could you just unravel that a little bit? So clearly, well, perhaps I'll just let you explain as best you can where that's coming from, and its journey, and where, no pun intended, and where it ends up.
So the information comes through from Uber or Didi, the relevant rideshare broader company, and they submit monthly returns through, which have the information around.
To who, sorry? Submit it to who?
That's to the insurers.
To the insurers?
Yep,
right.
Correct. So
this is going back to Rod Roberts' question, because this got raised and sort of going slightly off, but I think it's relevant, that there is I'll use the sort of word potential, I won't sort of cast aspersions, but an individual might buy a vehicle, a new vehicle, or a vehicle of relatively short age, and their intended purpose is to use that vehicle primarily to do point-to-point work. Use that work phrase, or the word work in its sense of being engaged to do a particular job. There's potentially those that might sort of not do that. They sort of buy a new vehicle, close to new. They rationalise it. It's primarily the family vehicle or for personal use. But, and this always would be very hard to prove, the intention was obviously to use this as a nice brand new vehicle to do this work. It makes it very attractive. You've got a nice clean new vehicle. The other scenario is where there might be an owner of a vehicle, and at a point in time, through the age of the vehicle before it's disposed, they weren't using it to do this work of point-to-point delivery, but decide that this is a bit of a side gig that they've heard others are getting some money out of it, which is worthwhile, and then engage in doing that work. So I have to say, I mean, I'm not a cynic, but I kind of am, because there is a temptation, surely, to not formally record or have captured that information about your vehicle being used for rideshare. I mean, as I said, I'm not casting aspersions, and we all like to think people are scrupulously honest. But if there is a financial incentive, one way or the other, which does the nudging, kind of is a bit of a temptation, is it not?
I think that we would have to take that on notice and come back to you with a full understanding of the process that's used with the platforms, and
Yeah.
whether that does give rise to the potential for miscategorisation or not, or whether the submission of information through the platforms means that it's very difficult for individuals to actually circumvent that.
I mean, if the platform, there's some, to use the word, automaticity, that as soon as they log on, part of that logging on involves the activation of the feed, which is going to then transmit this information to the insurer, that these numbers of kilometres over this period of time before they deactivate is in fact being captured for the purposes of point-to-point driving. I mean, I'd like to think that that's because it seems to me that if it's done that way, probably pretty hard to get around that. But once again, if there's a voluntariness to, you know, filling the information and submitting it, I mean, I presume these days there's an application that could be purchased by a driver to capture the information themselves, and if they were scrupulously honest and they knew what the rules were, that they made sure it was submitted because they want to find themselves operating within the rules, they would do that, I presume. But it just seems to me there could be a bit of a fudge factor in there. And as I said, depending on the financial incentive, and that may vary for a range of reasons, it sort of sits there as a temptation. Anyway, I mean, I'm making a statement now, I suppose. But
as I say, I think we can best help the committee by taking it on notice
Yeah.
and coming back with a
No,
full
that's fine.
explanation about how the point-to-point
Yeah.
premium mechanism works, and whether that may or may not give rise to potential circumvention by individual.
Just before I pass it on to Rod Roberts, I mean, I thought the figures were quite significant that were reported to us this morning. In New South Wales, there's presently about 30,000 Uber point-to-point. I think Uber uses a generic phrase to pick up others as well, the point-to-point. And taxis are down to just 6,000. So that is a structural shift of enormous dimension over, you know, I guess time is moving on. I mean, it's about 10 years of 1 decade, but that is a huge structural change for the industry. And, yeah. The Honourable Rod Roberts.
Yeah, thanks. I've just gone back through my notes. So let's go back to this 10 cents a kilometre thing that you proposed. That's 10 cents a kilometre for engaged kilometres, correct?
That's right.
So then if so the committee gets an understanding of this. If I'm a taxi driver, my premiums are paid on total kilometres I've driven. If I'm an Uber driver though, so I've engaged for a job, the job is 10 kilometres away. So those 10 kilometres I'm travelling in my Uber or rideshare vehicle to go to that job are not engaged kilometres, correct?
Again, I think we need to come back with a full picture of the whole thing.
I think so, because my understanding is this, and I stand to be
Yeah.
corrected, that driving to that job is not an engaged kilometre, although I'm driving 20 kilometres on the road and a risk to other drivers, of course. But you're saying the 10 cents a kilometre is when I'm engaged. So therefore, when I pick up the passenger and I transport them that distance, I'm getting charged 10 cents a kilometre as a rideshare driver there. But all my driving around to different jobs to go and pick up, I'm not paying the equivalent amount that a taxi would be paying. Is that correct?
I'd need to take that on notice.
All right, that'd be great if you can.
Will do.
So I'm looking for the terminology engaged kilometres, because I think that's what the standard is.
I mean, I think if I can make a point, I think from the Insurance Council's perspective, the most important point in terms of pricing for individual vehicle categories is that it is risk-based and it does reflect the risk of the vehicles. I mean, it is obviously in the insurer's interests for individual vehicle classes to be priced adequately and properly. Otherwise, if they're not, then the insurers who are writing a lot of rideshare vehicles might be losing money on those rideshare vehicles.
Well, that's true.
So the Insurance Council's, fundamentally, the Insurance Council's position is that, you know, the pricing of any individual vehicle category should be risk-based and reflect the risks of that category.
But who sets the engaged kilometres, CIRA or the insurance industry?
So that would be set by CIRA.
That's what I'm getting at,
Yeah.
right? This is not an attack on the insurance industry. This is looking, as a parliament, we've been given evidence where there is completely unlevel playing field. There's a huge disparity between the taxi industry and the rideshare industry. They're basically doing the same sort of job, except for rank and hail, principally picking up somebody and taking them to another place. CIRA has put in place, by the look of it, and that's what I'm asking you to provide us, and certainly on notice, the fact that they are only charging rideshare drivers an engaged kilometres, whereas the taxi industry is paying total kilometres because they're driving from one job or driving from one location to pick up their fare at the next job. Where Uber does it, they're not getting charged that 10 cents a kilometre for that travel. See, that's the disparity that we as a parliament have been given, and that's what we need to get to the bottom of, because we'd like to have a level playing field for all competitors. We don't want a monopoly. We want a consistency across the board. So that's why I'm trying to elicit this information from you.
Thank you.
That will be very helpful, and I expect with 30,000 vehicles on the road just here in New South Wales doing point-to-point work, the actuaries within the insurance companies have sort of sharpened their pencils some years ago, probably, or perhaps many months ago, getting their head around the implications of having so many vehicles on the road, and the questions about the use and non-use for the personal purposes versus the what is effectively the enterprise use of the vehicle, so to speak. Are there any final questions that anyone may have? Just conscious we're approaching the
I might just ask a quick one,
Yeah,
Chair.
Whatever.
If I could just come back to some questions that Ms Abigail Board was asking around proportion of disputes. I suppose I'll just ask the same question. I'll perhaps ask a different question, but it's in alignment with that. But what proportion of claimants treating doctor or treating specialists plans does the industry just accept in the first instance, and what proportion would you go away and get your own medical professional's opinion on? So what proportion do you just accept at face value, and what proportion would you then go away and question and seek a second opinion on?
I don't have exact data on that, but what I can say is that typically you wouldn't seek an independent medico-legal assessment where you don't have a reason to do so, because it's such an intensive process both for the insurer and the individual person. I'd say that if it was like more serious, for example, maybe you're going to get a fusion surgery, that's quite an invasive procedure, and if there was conflicting evidence or some sort of concern in that instance, you might request a medico-legal assessment. But where it's sort of run-of-the-mill standard expected treatment for the injury type, we want to see that is approved.
So presumably you'd have to have some questions or review that the assessment wasn't appropriate.
Yeah, and in first instance as well, insurers would be speaking to the practitioner that's recommended the treatment. So we'd write to that practitioner, and if there's sort of questions that we'd have, we'd write to them, ask those questions, and after they've responded, in that case we might proceed and get a medico-legal assessment. But in most circumstances, there's only so many practitioners available to go get those assessments done. So typically for something like a standard treatment and care request, you wouldn't proceed down that pathway.
I'm just conscious of time. Could I perhaps request that you take that on notice and see if you've got access to the
Some type of
specific
data.
proportion
Yeah, we
for
can.
the benefit of the committee?
We will try to get something.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. That was very informative, and we'll be providing, has provided very useful information for the inquiry, and we appreciate you once again for coming along. There have been some questions taken on notice, and there may well be some supplementary questions developed by committee members after they've had an opportunity to read Hansard. So once again, thank you all very much. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you. Good afternoon, I should say.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Well, we'll get things underway. I feel like sometimes because we'll jump the formalities, take Mr. Concannon sworn oaths and affirmations to inquiries I don't know how many times. So
yes, too many.
But we'll be imposing another requirement for you to swear an oath of affirmation in a moment. But no, we need to go through the formalities. So just starting from my left, moving across, oath, affirmation, or affirmation, whichever you prefer, the words of which are before you, name, organisation and position title. So thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Lee Davidson. I am the Deputy Chair of the Injury Compensation Committee of the New South Wales Law Society.
Thank you.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Mr. Concannon.
Yes, my name is Tim Concannon. I'm Chair of the Injury Compensation Committee of the Law Society. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Concannon.
My name is Jana Gumbert. I'm a member of the Common Law Committee of the New South Wales Bar Association. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Ms. Gumbert.
David Hook, I'm the Chair of the Common Law Committee of the Bar Association. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Stone, SC.
Andrew Stone, I'm a member of the Australian Lawyers Alliance. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. I might commence by, first of all, acknowledging and thanking you all, your respective organisations, for the very detailed submissions that have come through. And related to this, could I just more generally thank the Bar Association, well all the organisations, but particularly the Bar Council and Law Association, for the very helpful and valuable guidance that they provide through the provision of submissions and the appearance before committees and allowing for that sort of interrogation. It's very helpful. And the Australian Lawyers Alliance speak for themselves. I think there's an inquiry that they ever miss, and their submissions are always very valuable and rich with information, and we really appreciate the expert advice that we're able to gather from your respective selves. So I just want to acknowledge that. We normally commence, and we'll commence with the opportunity to make an opening statement if you wish, and then if you're agreeable, we'll move across to our questions from committee members, which will be free-flowing. We've got members of government, crossbench, and Abigail Boyd's there virtually, and the opposition. So we'll perhaps move from my left across. That might be the easiest. So over to you.
Yes. Thank you for inviting the Law Society to give evidence at today's hearing. I am representing the Law Society today in my capacity as Chair of its Injury Compensation Committee. I'm joined by Lee Davidson, Deputy Chair of Law Society's Injury Compensation Committee. The Law Society's submission to the Standing Committee proposes a range of changes to the CTP scheme, both legislative and administrative in nature, that would assist in promoting scheme objectives, including providing timely access to statutory benefits for treatment, care and loss of income to assist injured people to return to work and other pre-injury activities. We note that we have raised some of the identified areas of reform, including full implementation of the recommendations arising from the statutory review of the scheme undertaken by Clayton Utes in 2021 on previous occasions, including before this committee. We suggest that it is appropriate, in particular, that the following outstanding recommendations are addressed. These include the removal of adjustment disorder from the definition of threshold injury, allowing injured persons with a degree of permanent impairment greater than 10% to claim damages irrespective of the threshold injury classification of their injuries, a regulation under section 4.9 subclause 2A of the Motor Accident Injuries Act to specify a discount rate lower than 5%, which properly qualifies the present value of future economic loss, and legislative amendments to clarify certain definitions under the Act, including threshold injury in light of recent case law. While we understand a further statutory review of the motor accident scheme will be undertaken in 2026, this should not prevent full implementation of these recommendations from 2021 as priority reforms. In addition, our submission provides suggestions on areas where further education could be provided to insurers on the use of psychometric testing and panel providers. It is essential that the scheme works properly to deliver to injured people. In our submission, we record our concerns around the shortage of doctors available for medico-legal appointments who are willing to charge regulated fees. Lawyers also play a central role by providing timely professional legal advice. The Law Society continues to be concerned that the current level of regulated costs is insufficient to meet the actual costs of providing advice in motor accident matters. The Law Society is disappointed that despite an extensive review process on legal costs in the motor accident scheme undertaken by CIRA to date, there has been no change to the maximum regulated legal fees in the scheme. We consider it important the government continues to engage proactively with new and emerging trends and developments in the motor accidents landscape, including as regards e-bikes, e-scooters and autonomous vehicles. Since making our submission, we note that the Road Transport and Other Legislation Amendment, Micro-Mobility Vehicles and Smart Cards Bill 2025 passed Parliament on 20 November and received assent on 26 November. The Law Society welcomes the introduction of a regulatory framework for micro-mobility vehicles to ensure that operators adhere to minimum safety standards. As micro-mobility vehicles are now expressly excluded from the CTP scheme, we emphasise the need for urgent investigations into insurance options, whether through a statutory scheme, compulsory private insurer, or membership organisation. Thank you for extending the opportunity to the Law Society to give evidence today.
Thank you very much. And to the next Bar Association. Forgive me, I think I misspoke and said Bar Council earlier, so I apologise for that, but over to the association.
Thank you, Chair. The New South Wales Bar Association thanks the Standing Committee for the opportunity to appear today and to give evidence to assist the committee in its important work. We share the concerns of the Law Society and the Australian Lawyers Alliance. We draw the committee's attention to our written submission dated the 17th of October 2025. That submission made a number of recommendations to deliver a fairer and more effective CTP insurance scheme and lifetime care and support scheme. Those recommendations included, importantly, first, that CIRA review the definition of threshold injury in relation to physical and psychological injuries. The threshold injury test operates to deprive many genuinely injured people of appropriate benefits and compensation for the period of their incapacity. This test has resulted in significant injustices, and there is a pressing need for review and reform. Secondly, amending the model for medical assessment under the Motor Accident Injury Scheme to bring it in line with the New South Wales Workers' Compensation System. In our view, this change would promote the timely, cost-effective and just resolution of disputes for the benefit of all affected parties. Thirdly, supporting motor accident victims to get the legal help they need to access their entitlements and to exercise their rights under the CTP scheme. Victims are currently at a significant disadvantage. Not only are they encouraged to navigate the complexity of the CTP scheme on their own, but they must do so in the face of well-resourced insurers. By encouraging victims to seek out legal advice and providing appropriate remuneration for those legal services, we can create a much fairer scheme. It was of significant concern to us to hear the Insurance Council representatives expressing their significant concerns that as many as 80% of seriously injured, not at fault victims of motor accidents claim their entitlements. In other words, that as few as 1 in 5 do not. That is, with respect, a staggering statistic, and for the Insurance Council to be regarding that as a matter of significant concern to it is a staggering submission. Finally, creating a pathway for parties to access merits reviews for disputes regarding treatment, rehabilitation and care, and eligibility under the Lifetime Care and Support Scheme. The Bar Association believes that the Personal Injury Commission, an independent statutory tribunal, is best qualified to take on this role. Many of these issues and our suggested fixes are not new. They've been referred to in previous submissions by the Bar Association, including to this Standing Committee's 2022 review of the CTP and Lifetime Care and Support Schemes. However, we believe this inquiry presents an opportunity to drive meaningful and necessary change that will help to deliver a fairer, more efficient and more effective CTP scheme and Lifetime Care and Support Scheme, particularly for those in our community who suffer devastating and debilitating injuries. The other issue to which we would make mention is the issue of e-bikes and scooters, which has been the subject of evidence and submissions from others. It's an issue that's not addressed in our submission to this committee, but has been the subject of recent correspondence to the relevant ministers under the hand of the President of the New South Wales Bar Association in correspondence of the 11th of November 2025. And with the committee's leave, we would wish to present that letter to the committee for its consideration.
Thank you very much.
We otherwise thank the committee for inviting the Bar Association to contribute to the process today.
Thank you very much, and the committee secretary will help facilitate the tabling of that. And would you like that to be entered as evidence to the inquiry?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll organise to do that. Thank you very much. Now to Mr. Stone. Would you like to make an opening statement?
Thank you. Part of this I can do briefly, which is to adopt and endorse the comments that have fallen from my colleagues. We're in broad agreement about the areas in which the CTP scheme can handle some reform. I had only some brief prepared comments, and then I wanted to discuss some of the evidence that's occurred already today. I first of all wanted to acknowledge and thank Ms Young, Ms Martin and Ms Arnold of CIRA, from whom you'll hear later today. They cannot be faulted in terms of their willingness to engage and consult with the profession over the CTP scheme. We have regular meetings with all of them. They listen. We don't always get action. We don't always get the action we like, but I can't fault them for their availability and their willingness to engage in discussions with us. And at least on the CTP side, CIRA is to be commended for its approach in that regard. There is some concern that the government's enthusiasm to address outstanding issues in the CTP scheme may be on the wane. It's the problem with having a statutory review, is that everything gets kicked down the road into the statutory review, and we'd like to think that the queue is not in the rack, to mix my metaphors, until we get to the end of that review process at the end of next year, and then by that stage we're bumping up against an election and it's a new parliament before anything that requires, as they say in the jargon, ledge change gets done. So we'd like to see, there are issues that need fixing and that can be addressed today, and I'll conclude with one of those that the committee might like to think about. Can I respond to a few of the things that you've heard some evidence about? It's unsurprising that claim numbers are going up. The 2017 Act radically expanded rights by providing 6 months of no-fault benefits to people responsible for their own injuries. That's now been expanded to 12 months. That availability of that no-fault benefit was launched in a blaze of secrecy. Nobody was told about it, and it's not unsurprising that as time went on and as more people learned about it, claim numbers were going to go up. It's why the TEPL clawback was so high for the first couple of years, is because allowance was made for every motorcyclist who fell off their motorbike on the Putty Road, or the old Pacific Highway, or doing the bends down at Wollongong on a weekend, wasn't prepared to notify police and pick up the points, but is now doing so. Not all of them, but a greater number of them, because they've become more aware of it. And in particular, when the benefits are extended out to 12 months, the cost of the demerit points that you have to incur by reporting yourself becomes more worthwhile as compared to the benefits. So increasing claim numbers is not a bad thing if it's people actually getting the rights that we intended to provide them. As for the increase in premium, it's worth bearing in mind that of the $40-odd in premium increase they were talking about, $17 of that comes from the withdrawal of the TEPL cross-subsidy from earlier years where excess profits were made. The rest is almost all some inflation, along with some mild increase in claims numbers. When it comes to the topic of fraud, it's an interesting double standard the insurers adopt. When they were asked questions about treatment disputes, they were told, oh, well, we deal with 1 million treatment applications and there's only a small number disputed. They don't adopt the same approach when it comes to fraud. There are over 15,000 claims made a year. 2 prosecutions out of that does not speak of large amounts of fraud in the scheme. They very carefully avoid talking about fraud in percentage numbers because it's a minuscule percentage of claims. Claims harvesting was largely beaten out of the CTP scheme 4 or 5 years ago. The most recent round of it has not been occurring in CTP. With regards to psychiatric injury, yes, there is more psychiatric injury occurring, A, because we're getting better as a society at recognising it and adopting it and treating it, B, because the claims process remains so fraught that sometimes that's what causes people to crack, and finally because, and the reason it's more late onset, is that people will, with a sense of optimism, believe that they're going to get over their injuries, and it's when they recognise that their injuries are not healing and they are struggling to return to work and their statutory benefits have been cut off in some instances, or they're trying to live on 80% of their previous income and support their family on that, that's when the psychiatric injury kicks in as they are not coping. So, we have a scheme that you would like to think would cut back on the degree of psychiatric injury, but doesn't always do so. The next comment I want to make was the non-answer that was given to Ms Boyd about the most recent year. You could almost say that it fits in with death.
Just to be clear,
yes.
the non-answer by who?
Sorry, it was the answer by, I think, Ms Pearson. And the question was, what are insurer profits looking like this year? And there was no answer to that question as to what insurer profits are looking like this year. You could put it up there with death and taxes, that the CTP insurance industry will make at least 8 to 10% of the total premium collected as profit. And they've been doing that since 1999 when that legislation was introduced. And in fact, there was barely a year under that scheme where their profit dipped below 15%. Ms Pearson very carefully did not say they look like dropping below 8 to 10% this year, just that they'll be held to it, along with whatever the secret bonuses are that they're getting that I can't get anybody to give any answers about. Happy to answer some questions about that. But it is a remarkably solid profit they make out of the CTP scheme. I share the ALA shares the insurer's concerns in relation to getting data out of the PIC in terms of there is not comparable level data collected as was collected under what used to be the MAS and the DRS that replaced it before it all became the PIC. So it's very difficult now to track through from beginning to end. If you put in a treatment dispute, what's overturned on internal review, what's overturned by the PIC, what's overturned by a PIC review panel, it's just not possible to trace the data through because midway through you change from one regulator collecting the data to a different organisation collecting the data. So that's problematic. Throw this comment in, I can give you no useful information about rideshare and the extent to which it's under-declared, but we have got an area where there's been under-declaration in the New South Wales CTP scheme for 25 plus years, and that's in relation to under 25 drivers. There is a substantial degree of parents registering and insuring their children's cars just because it's so expensive to insure an under 25. The differential is huge. And that is data which I think the CTP insurers could tell you if you want to go measuring general societal honesty when it comes to declaring for CTP premium purposes. The final point I wanted to raise is one that the ALA has raised before. I think my recollection is both with Clayton Utes and with this committee. And that is there was discussion earlier as to what can we do to make the passage through the system a little bit easier for those who've suffered the catastrophic loss of a loved one. We've previously raised the suggestion, why are we putting that group through the threshold injury test? Why do we not deem that if you have lost a child or a parent or a sibling, that you are upset about the fact and that can amount to a psychological injury? Why do we require that group to prove how grief-stricken they are? We shouldn't. Now, that doesn't open a floodgate of damages. You still only get treatment if you require it and can prove it's reasonable and necessary. You still only get lost wages if you can prove it's reasonable and necessary and a doctor signs off on it. You still only get damages if you suffer loss. But one of the things we could do to ease the burden would be to stop putting that particular group, and we'd extend it to anybody who's in lifetime care, because I don't think there's a lot of difference between losing a child and spending day in, day out caring for your paraplegic child. But that is a group to whom we could say, yep, we accept that that is traumatic. We accept that that is likely to have caused you psychological injury. We're not going to require you to prove it, and we're not going to send you off to a psychiatrist to really make you prove it. So if you want a suggestion of something constructive, let's explore what it would cost to do that, bearing in mind that it's only removing a gateway, it's not opening a floodgate. So, if you want a constructive suggestion out of today that could alleviate the suffering of some people, there's one of them for you. Thank you, we're delighted to be here.
Thank you, and thank you all. They're very helpful opening statements to augment what are in the detailed submissions. So, pass over now to committee members to bowl up, given we're in the cricket season. Questions? So, who'd like to start off? Honourable Susan Carter.
Okay. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate the time you've taken and appreciate the submissions, which are very valuable. I noticed particularly that the Bar Association and the Australian Lawyers Alliance have both flagged psychological injury and both flagged a need to look at the statutory definition, and the Australian Lawyers Alliance, I think it was in particular, raised issues about the PERS scale. Do you have any comments in relation to, from your experience, is there a better scale? What would be a better approach to defining or assessing psychological injury?
I know the problem. I don't have an easy answer. But if you want to ask why there's more disputation around psychiatric injury, it's the third three. It's that you get assessed across 6 categories, and if you get a score of 3, where 5 is the maximum, 1 is not injured, 3 is moderately injured. If you get 3 threes, you get over 10% whole person impairment. 2 threes, and you don't. So that third 3, so finding a 3 on the third of the 6 categories in which you're assessed makes it $250,000, $300,000, $350,000 difference over just one criteria. So that's why we see claimant medico, no reliance on willingness to rely on the treating psychiatrist because they're not qualified to apply the scale. Plaintiff medico-legal, insurer medico-legal, insurer going back to their medico-legal to say, oh, did you really take X into account and giving them the score of 3 here? Then off to the PIC, then a review at the PIC because we didn't like that the assessor gave a third 3 here or didn't give a third 3 there. Then if the claimant's still sitting on over 10% at the end of that process, let's get the surveillance vans out because if we can prove they go out for coffee more than once a week, maybe that's a score of 2 rather than a 3 and we can go back and do the whole thing again. It's that cliff-like nature of it that generates a vast amount of dispute around psychiatric injury.
I think it was the Law Society that raised the issue of costs and the adequacy of costs, and I appreciate this is a bit of a piece of string question, but with that whole process of contestation and disputation that you've just taken us through, what would be the cost of that compared to the cost of making the payout if the injury was proved?
Probably less than the $300,000 in pain and suffering. Then, if it's $100,000 in costs to run through that process, it's still less than the $300,000 that's at stake if you're over 10% or not.
If we can step away perhaps from the whether the third 3 is proven, and I'm open to an argument that all of those 3 need to be proved to establish that. I think in this context and other contexts there have been real questions raised about whether the PERS scale is the best way to proceed, and I wondered if there were other views or other things that we should be looking at in terms of the best way to assess injury, psychological and psychiatric, if anybody has any ideas.
I would just add that the problem with the psychiatric impairment rating scale is, in my view, that it punishes those who are doing everything they can to get on with their life despite the severity of their injury and suffering. So the person who has a severe psychiatric injury but nevertheless must go to work because they have to look after their children and they get on with it because they have to, that person will not get a 3 for the category that deals with employment. It doesn't really recognise the severity of the impairment, in my view, and it goes for other categories as well. If they can leave their house without a support person, they're not going to get a 3 in that category. Well, some people just have to do it because they have responsibilities. So, again, like the Australian Lawyers Alliance, I don't have the fix, but it does need investigation.
Which is the most problematic category with respect to motor vehicle crashes? Is it the sort of self-care and hygiene and travel, or all of the above?
Across the 6 categories, almost nobody gets a 3 for self-care and personal hygiene, almost nobody gets a 3 for travel because they managed to turn up to an appointment. You're really arguing whether there are 3 threes across the other 4 categories. And to show you how ridiculous it is, I've had and this is going back when Close first came in, a woman who'd lost a child, kept herself going to look after the other child, but obsessively cleaned her house for upwards of 5 to 6 hours per day. And she scored a 1 for self-care and personal hygiene because she was perfect at it, rather than saying that's so far off the scale in the other direction.
It's a coping mechanism.
That ought to be a level 4 impairment because nobody does that and it didn't need to be done. But that was her coping mechanism. She scored a perfect 1 as normal for 5 hours of household cleaning a day. It's a crude and bad instrument.
No. It's. I think we're both, crude and bad, but best we've got. Is that what I'm hearing?
I don't know. I don't think we've ever done the exercise of sitting down in a room with the lawyers and the psychiatrists and CIRA and saying, okay, what else can we come up with, or how can we make this work better?
And I think you indicated that commonly there'd be a report from a psychiatrist, but that will be rejected as not being able to implement the scale. Well, then who is the specialist at assessing and implementing the PERS scale if it's not a psychiatrist?
Sorry, it's not the treating psychiatrist who won't be PERS trained. It's we've got to go to a medico-legal who's done the 2-hour training unit in order to apply it. Now, the reality is that everyone in this room is intelligent enough that you could just about do it on your own once you got past what's the psychiatric diagnosis. The rest of it's a measure of how somebody's functioning in life that doesn't really require psychiatric level skills.
The PERS scale came in, I think, initially through the workers' compensation scheme.
Yes.
And I can indicate to the committee that there was considerable evidence given about that as a measure of impairment before the Public Works and Accountability Committee earlier in the year in relation to the Workers' Compensation Act proposed amendments that it involved the proposition that the WPI threshold should go up to 31%. So there may be material in the evidence before that committee that assists in addressing some of the questions that you're raising.
Thank you. Chair, I note,
it's a perfect entree, I think, to the Abigail Boyd, who knows a little bit about that committee as the chair. I don't know which is the Dorothy Dix, from her to you or you to her. So over to you, Abigail.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask, just starting questions with the ALA, if I may, with you, Mr. Stone. We were talking before about the amount of profits that the insurers are taking, and I understand there's a like a 3% innovation subsidy or something which is granted to the insurers, but we don't really have much transparency over what that's used for. Could you talk us through that and what the criticisms from ALA are in relation to that?
The insurers are allowed a profit uplift beyond their 8 to 10% band for doing innovative things. So it's, and I understand the theory, it's to stop them, to stop trying, that they look at what they can do to improve things, because otherwise if the profit was viewed as a lock, then what's the effort or incentive to be innovative? So they're given an extra profit percentage. The problem is that because it's individual to each insurer, it becomes commercial in confidence. That means there's no disclosure of what the innovations are. There's no reporting on what the discounts, if any, the profit uplifts that they're taking insurer by insurer are. And there's no commitment to ever tell us what these profit uplifts were and what the innovations were. CIRA say we've got smart people looking at it, we've got external experts looking at it, take us on trust that we're holding them to a high standard in ensuring that these profit uplifts are fully justified. If that's how it has to be, that's how it has to be, but there's presumably some time limit on the secrecy, and what we've asked for is at least, can we say 5 years out, when the profit uplift is no longer being lifted for that innovation, reveal the totality of the documents. The insurer's application, CIRA's analysis of it, any external consulting, and the fact that they know that it will eventually be disclosed is at least some ultimate accountability for what's occurred, even if it's occurring a long time after the event. If it's got to be done in complete secrecy, then at least can there be a statute of limitations on the secrecy to eventually lead to its disclosure. And we've raised that with CIRA, and we've never got a clear answer of when can we eventually see the documents years after the innovation ceased to be innovative.
We can certainly ask them. One more question for you, Mr. Stone, before I throw it a bit broader. Your submission makes some pretty strong statements in relation to the early by agreement process. Can you talk to the committee around what that is doing in terms of creating bad outcomes for claimants, sort of being bounced around, and the impact on recovery, etc., and ways that could be improved?
Okay. So with this scheme, your treatment is a lifetime statutory benefit. Provided you are not wholly or mostly at fault, and provided you get past having more than a threshold injury, then you get your treatment expenses met for life. The insurers didn't want to take the long tail risk, so the long tail risk is given to iCare. The CTP insurer deals with it for 5 years. Then at 5 years, you get handed over to CTP Care, which is a branch of the Lifetime Care and Support Authority, and they run you from there. The exception to that is if you're injured in the course of your employment, because at that point, workers' comp trumps CTP for your statutory benefits until you settle your CTP damages claim where you revert back to the CTP scheme. I'm getting vacant looks already.
Not from any committee members.
It might be that, for example, if you're a truck driver hurt in the course of driving your truck, you will have 3.5 to 4 years of workers' comp paying for all of your treatment. Then you'll settle your CTP damages claim. You might come back to the CTP insurer involved for 12 months, and then you get handed over to Lifetime Care at 5 years. The idea that you could go through 3 sets of claims handling, being your workers' comp insurer, then the CTP insurer, then CTP Care, over a 12-month span just makes no sense. Now, there is the capacity to skip the middle step out, to go straight from the workers' comp insurer to Lifetime Care if the CTP insurer enters into an early by agreement arrangement where they basically say to Lifetime Care, you take them ahead of the 5 years, we'll cover the bill for the period. That's what an early by agreement EBA is. Now, I've got nobody who settles in a workers' comp who has ongoing treatment needs who wants to go through 3 sets of claims handling, but there's no capacity for the claimant to ask to go direct to CTP Care. The CTP insurer has to ask, and the LTCS authority has to say yes. And I picked up, buried deep in the submission from iCare, and it's the first time I've ever seen it. Anyone around the table want to guess how many EBA agreements they've entered into in the past 6 years? 6. 1 per year. Now, admittedly none due until after 5 years, so we're really looking at the last year, but 6 in a year is still lousy when people with lifetime needs, relatively high level care, short of being in lifetime care, we should be making it easier. We should be getting them to the ultimate insurer sooner, and in particular, if they're coming off workers' comp, they should be able to put their hands up and say, get me straight to the ultimate people funding my treatment. Let's not go redoing my pharmacy accounts and redoing my GP's bulk billing and redoing my specialist for the sake of 6 months handling by a CTP insurer. That is just crazy, and it is eminently fixable, and it seems that nobody's got the willingness to say, yep, let's stop that happening, let's get these people to where they ultimately need to go faster. Sorry, I am passionate on that one because it just makes no sense.
That's very useful, and we can take that up with iCare as well. Can I just ask a broader question? Just, we've been hearing about the e-scooters and e-bikes and the difficulty with not being able to access CTP through that and now being sort of excluded. And I understand that the reasoning for that was around not wanting to have those registered and all sorts of other things. But in the meantime, it appears that people are being left uncovered. And I know that this has been raised by with my office by a number of people very concerned that they will, have no cover in the event of being hit by one of these things. What is the solution in terms of at least something short term? Is it as hard as people are making out? Is there some sort of easy way that we can just fix this? Please give me some sort of golden ticket answer.
No, there's not a band-aid. It requires an insurance scheme. Now, if you are contemplating buying an e-bike or an e-scooter for your children for Christmas, at the very least, take out home and contents insurance and the public liability extension on it. Not helpful if you're renting, but if you own your own home, you effectively put your house on the line when you send your child off on an e-scooter. Because if they cause catastrophic injury to somebody when riding it on a pavement, your house and contents even might not respond if they're using it illegally, and a lawyer for the injured person will look at your assets for where you may be personally liable for your child's actions. So there is no chance that I would encourage anybody to buy one of these without an insurance product in place. So, and I'm afraid the hard work is get us all back in here in February, drag Treasury down here because that seems to be where it's stalled. The idea that we launch this without doing the insurance product first is, in my view, crazy. The fact that we're allowing it to continue without an insurance product in place is, in my view, crazy. But get smart people again into a room to talk about what an insurance product looks like.
Just to use one example of the complexities that we have to deal with, I've had at least one case of a e-bike causing my client accident, and one issue that was raised is the question of whether the rider is the agent of the owner of the vehicle, and that's something that's dealt with under the Motor Accident Injuries Act by deeming the owner to be the agent of the driver, but unless you're dealing with it legislatively, it's another escape clause potentially for the insurer. So it's not a straightforward question, regrettably.
And we would see the issue of registration as being intricately involved with that question, because we would say, first of all, how else do you ensure compliance with the insurance requirement? But secondly, you've got vehicles that are racing along our roads, our footpaths, up and down Martin Place, through suburban areas at 60 k's more. They're unidentifiable, unregisterable, and untraceable.
And heavy.
And heavy. And you're talking about vehicles that, if they're travelling at 60 in a suburban area, they're exceeding the speed limit. If they're travelling at 60 through the city, they're well and truly exceeding the speed limit. They're often ridden by kids or adults with no helmets. And there really has to be a way of ensuring not just compliance with insurance obligations if the Parliament sees fit to go down that path, but compliance with the road rules. You're talking about objects driven by inexperienced riders that have the capacity and the demonstrated capacity to cause serious injury and death. And with great respect, you'd have to have been living under a rock not to have seen in the media the recent reports of deaths from these vehicles, and to have them external to any system of regulation or insurance is just insane.
Surely you can't really get around the problem if they're being operated illegally. I mean, the major hazard is people using these vehicles on footpaths, hitting a pedestrian. It's you know, under any scheme, it's going to be illegal to ride one of these on a footpath unless it's a shared path. So no insurer is going to cover you for an illegal activity. Like how
the CTP scheme does.
It does, and this is why we say it ties in to a registration scheme, because under the example that you posit, if there's a plate on the bike, even if the rider absconds, there's at least an opportunity for somebody to see the plate or to take a photo of it with their phone. And in terms of enforcement, that's what we have a police force for. And they're very active in going around and writing tickets for any manner of other things. They're there to pull over someone who's riding on an e-bike without a plate on it. They should be pulling over people who are riding them without helmets on, but you see that ubiquitously. So there are issues in terms of enforcement and what have you that all come back to the issue of registration, identification and enforcement.
Can I add to that? Enforcement is the obvious first necessary step, but the great benefit of the CTP scheme that we have is that in the event the vehicle is unidentified, there is a nominal defendant scheme that will then cover the injured person. So there is that backup that exists in the current scheme, which is why the bar has advocated for these e-vehicles to be brought into the scheme that presently exists.
Can I emphasise one thing that we pointed out at page 8 of our submissions is that Portfolio Committee number 6 at recommendation 33 that said this should be looked at as a matter of urgency. The society has grave concerns that really this isn't being looked at with the urgency that it deserves. Because people are getting injured and we just don't know whether, or we suspect there's no coverage.
So what happens with a non-motorised bike on a footpath causing some kind of catastrophic injury? What's the current state of play now? What happens?
You sue the owner and hope they either A, have assets, their own home, or B, have the insurance product that's provided through Bicycle New South Wales, or C, that if they own their own home, they've got a public liability extension on their home and contents. But yes, if it's a rider who doesn't stop, there is no recourse. But
and for children, like the nexus?
They can access their parents because they're covered by the household, or if their parents have sensibly signed them up for what's a very cheap policy through Bicycle New South Wales. But the reality is that they are causing less injury because children on bicycles are not going at the same speed as teenagers on motorised bikes.
And nor do the bikes have the same weight and mass.
It's accepted that there's a continuum. Yeah, if you look at bicycles and skateboards as children's toys, and you look at motor cars as lethal weapons that can kill, where on the spectrum do you put motorised bikes and scooters? And I think the collective view down this table is that they're closer to the motor car end than they are to the children's toys end, because of their size and their weight and their speed and the rate at which they're causing injury.
And further to that, you also have to look at the importation standards that are coming in, because a lot of parents are buying these bikes for people not aware that either they are illegal or B, that they can be modified to become illegal. And so the ability to actually access that information on the internet is actually quite easy. And so you could buy a legal e-bike and quite easily make it go well beyond the legislative capacity for what it's actually allowed to be on the roads. So then where is the insurance scheme that covers that when people are riding an e-bike that is, essentially now going twice as fast as what the manufacturer originally intended? Or alternatively, why are they not being stopped at the gate before coming into the country when they were illegal from the outset? And you hear all the stories about people that are completely unaware that, because I could buy it online, I just assumed that it was okay for it to bring it into Australia. So it creates a conundrum where you can actually bring these illegal bikes into the country and be completely oblivious to the fact that you may not be covered by your home and contents insurance or your Bicycle New South Wales coverage because the bike itself was illegal or modified to become illegal. And so you fall outside of I suppose, a policy of insurance because the insurer won't cover you in that regard.
So are you suggesting then that there should be a premium levied on people that have e-bikes? And so it would essentially be a new product, because at the moment there's no CTP product offered by insurers or regulated by the New South Wales government, by CIRA, that exists. So it would essentially be a new product. It's not the same as CTP on a motorcycle, for instance, nor would it be no CTP at all, like with a push bike. So it would be essentially an entirely new product to be created, administered by the 5, or underwritten by the 5 insurers, regulated by CIRA, and levied as a premium on people that have e-bikes. That's a
possibility. The only caveat is that with that sort of market, you wouldn't have all 5 insurers writing premium for it. Buses, we've only got one insurer who writes premium. Taxis, we've only got, I think, the one insurer who writes premiums. For conditional registration, we've only got the one insurer. I suspect there would be the one insurer who'd have to price. But broadly, and I think we'd have to accept that you'd put some of the damage limitation provisions that exist in the motor accident scheme applied to this as well. So, in some ways we didn't want the scheme we don't have in relation to the things that are not technically motor vehicles to take up the entirety of today's discussion. But yes, there needs to be a committee hearing somewhere in this building, and you can pick which committee it is, to sit down and say, what does this look like, and hear from experts in relation to it. Perhaps after locking us all in a room for a day first to hash it out with the insurers and the lawyers and CIRA, to see what can you come up with some options for the Parliament.
Is there a jurisdiction that is doing it well?
I think everybody's decided access comes before insurance. So no, not in this country, there's not.
There's also a big difference between the sort of 500 or 750 watt e-bikes versus the ones that are mainly kinetic and only have a very small sort of electronic component as well. So it'd have to be looked at in terms of where do you draw the line between what needs CTP and what wouldn't. And I assume the CTP product would be far cheaper than it would be on a car, for instance. You wouldn't be looking at sort of $600 a year, something like that.
You wouldn't expect so.
Depends how the injury rates keep going.
Yeah.
And to the extent, though, you also have to remember, though, that when we're doing this exercise, you don't want to dissuade people from actually taking up e-bikes and using them for e-mobility purposes. You know, it's a new technology, it's coming out, it is actually being used by a larger segment of society. It is getting cars off the roads, it's improving access to things. We're building bike lanes all over Sydney to enhance this. You actually don't want to, there's a tipping point where you actually become, from a premium perspective, where you will dissuade people from actually taking up the technology and using it for the intent in which it was intended. So I think you just need to be careful when we are, and again, we'll come back, more than happy to come back and have a more detailed chat about it. But when you are looking at this, you have to remember that you're getting people on e-bikes and e-scooters that can't necessarily access cars and buses and things like that. It might be health reasons, it could be just general leisure reasons, it could be fitness reasons, and they're trying to do these things to actually improve society or pollution or any number of reasons. And that shouldn't be discounted, but there has to be a system in place to actually cover what happens when things go wrong. So there's still going to be a tipping point, though, and to the, some of the bicycle membership organisations actually have insurance coverage. It's limited, but it does do a good job in filling some of the void that we currently have with the CTP scheme, or where they bounce between the workers' comp and CTP schemes. So there's opportunities for looking holistically at what the best option is in order so that you're ticking all of these things off. But at the same time, I mean, look, from a CTP perspective, you will get consistency, you will get, you're not going to have differences in the way things are looked at by insurers. You're going to have less indemnity issues around whether a person was doing the right thing or the wrong thing at the time in terms of the actual make and model of the bike. So there's pros and cons for both.
What would be the obstacle just to letting the common law deal with most of the cases and those people who are in the situation where the person at fault has no assets, picking them up in the CTP scheme?
Because at that point, whether you are compensated for your wages or you go onto Centrelink is determined by something well out of your control, namely the insurance status of the person or wealth of the person who runs you down. And I think you'd notice the difference between your wages and Centrelink.
One of the advantages, of course, of bringing it within the CTP scheme is that, and this comes back to a question that was asked by the Honourable Member Mr Ruth earlier, about creating a whole new product. If you bring it within the CTP scheme, your whole new product is really just another class of policy. It's as simple as that. Whereas if you look at creating a special type of public liability policy, you're throwing it out in the market, and there can be all sorts of variations, all sorts of cost variations, product variations, and so on and so forth. And you don't have the benefit of access to the statutory scheme under the Motor Accident Injuries Act. So there are all sorts of reasons why the Bar Association has promoted the solution that we have in the correspondence that I tendered to the committee earlier. And those are just some of them.
To that point, you also get the benefit of the claims handling experience from the insurers within the CTP scheme. So they could theoretically have specialised teams dealing with this as their claims experience improves. So there'd be nothing stopping them from saying, all right, we're getting 100 new bicycle claims a week. We'd better set up a team to actually manage this because it's a different cohort of people and they've got different injury requirements and different rehab requirements. So you'd get the benefit of the fact that they already run claims within New South Wales in all other categories. They've got experience of running bicycle cases already. So again, it would be a situation where you've got that learned experience and you can bring that in. Whereas if you've got new entrants coming into the market on a public liability basis, for example, you may then, you're going to have a lot of compliance issues, I would assume, in a new scheme that would become an issue because different insurers will deal with different things in a different way. So you're not going to have that lived experience as the insurers, with their claims handling mechanisms already in place.
Any other?
Please. It's a completely separate question on to e-bikes, but if no one else has any e-bike questions.
We'd like to talk about the scheme we have.
I suppose a very technical point, but I think it's mainly to the Bar Association, but the Personal Injury Commission, they can conduct merit reviews for the CTP scheme, but not for the lifetime care scheme. You're recommending that they should be able to. What's the reason behind that, and why do they currently not have that power?
The reason we promote that is because at the moment the only remedy is to go to the Supreme Court for judicial review, which is like taking a sledgehammer to a walnut. There's a perfectly good and specialised commission that is set up to deal with every other aspect of this scheme. It seems to us to be anomalous that lifetime care reviews can't be conducted by PIC. It's really as simple as that. As to why it was excluded,
Maybe because it's a government scheme as opposed to a private scheme.
Perhaps, but that doesn't really explain why you'd exclude it. It's still subject to review. It seems to us the better, cheaper, quicker way to achieve review is through PIC.
Yeah, and at a Commonwealth level, the NDIS participants have access to the ART for similar kind of review. So it would bring it in line with that level of dispute resolution.
Sounds like a good idea.
I mean, lifetime care is set up to handle medical disputes about whether you need a particular service. They make a decision, you can go to a single doctor, with sufficient reason you can go to a panel of 3 doctors. They're in no way set up to handle disputes other than pure medical disputes. So if, for example, whether something fits within the scope of their guidelines or not, which raises more legal questions about the construction of their guidelines, there's really nowhere you can go other than judicial review of their decision. So it's really less around their medical decision making, which is adequately covered, and more so about their quasi-legal decision making of whether X fits within the package of things that they offer or not.
Does the PIC, could they determine whether something fits within one scheme or the other? Is that currently within their...
They regularly reach those rulings in the CTP scheme. So, for example, Yara and I recently squared off in a case about whether NRMA had to pay for cat care after somebody was injured, because NRMA said no. And that's a dispute that, first of all, the PIC decided, and it then went on judicial review to the Supreme Court over whether the cats got fed. There would be no mechanism if you were in lifetime care to have that sort of dispute at the PIC. It would be straight to the Supreme Court if they said no.
Yeah, wow.
So it's not around a medical need. In this case, no one doubted my client with his broken leg needed someone to look after his 3 cats. It's more about, does that fit within the scope? There was a debate about whether that fit within the scope of the CTP scheme. PIC was able to hear it. Same dispute in lifetime care. Nobody who can hear that, apart from giving it to a doctor or 3 doctors, all of whom are eminently unqualified to determine whether the lifetime care and support scheme covers that service.
I might just a quick question to the entire panel, but I just want to refer to a submission from the Road Trauma Support Group with respect to contributory negligence within the scheme. And I'll take a quote from the submission. Contributory negligence creates a cruel paradox. The perpetrator is judged on their actions alone, but the victim's family must carry the burden of blame. It re-traumatises grieving families, undermines trust in the system. Just with respect to the intersection of, I suppose, contributory negligence and the CTP scheme, in circumstances where someone is convicted of a serious driving offence that causes the claimant's injury or significantly contributes to the claimant's injury, do you think we've got the settings right, the balance right in the scheme, or is it something that we need to look at?
I understand their grief and I understand the difficulty of the topic, because I have sat in the room, as we all have, with people in that position saying, your child who died in the accident because they were ejected through the windscreen not wearing a seatbelt, if they were alive, 30% would come off their damages because they weren't wearing a seatbelt. If they were alive, injured and bringing a claim, you get to wear their level of contributory negligence, 30% comes off your damages even though you did nothing wrong, were asleep in bed at the time the accident occurred. The problem is to draw any line of distinction between the primary victim and the secondary victim. I struggle with the argument that this group should be exempted from any contributory negligence, as traumatising it as is. It's just as traumatising for the quadriplegic to explain why they're losing 30% of their damages because they weren't wearing a seatbelt as well. And the parents of the quadriplegic might be just as traumatised as those involved in the death of a person in similar circumstances. It's messy when you create that sort of carve-out as an exception compared to others in very similar circumstances. I struggle as to why death makes the difference for the secondary victim of a dead child versus a paraplegic or brain injured child, still alive, but who was equally contributorily negligent. I struggle with their point of distinction there. Incredibly sympathetic to it, but I struggle with it.
On the other hand, I'm old enough to remember when contributory negligence didn't apply to the secondary victim's claim, and it was only, I think, when the Motor Accidents Act came in 1988 that changed. So at a level of legal principle, contributory negligence historically hasn't applied to claims for nervous shock or claims for under the Compensation to Relatives Act. It's really a question of policy as to whether, as to which path you take, whether you take the historic path identified by decades, centuries of legal principle, or whether you take the more modern policy approach that's been taken by this Parliament since 1988.
Any other final questions? Well, if not, thank you all very much. I appreciate the respective organisations presenting today. Very thorough and detailed evidence and giving us much to think about. I know the session's consumed a lot about e-bikes. Ms. Talkson about old enough. I'm old enough to remember Malvern Star bikes being built in Australia, and my Malvern Star had a banana seat, and I just think we should bring it all back. Might resolve an issue, but on behalf of the committee, thank you all very much. There may be some supplementary questions that flow from members raising hands, so we'll liaise with you about that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a great
Thank you.
Christmas. Happy New Year. Oh, yeah. Go back and forth, sir.
I can email.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to what is the afternoon session of today's inquiry. And our next set of witnesses, two of them, thank you, come from IRO, the Independent Review Officer in New South Wales. I know you've been through this before, so forgive me, but I'll go through the pro forma. Need to get each of you separately to swear either an oath or make an affirmation, whichever you prefer, the words of which should be there on a card in front of you. And in doing so, I'll get you to your name, your organisation, which I've just obviously mentioned, but also your position role within the organisation, and then we can open up for our further discussion. So perhaps start from my left, that'll be easiest. Thanks. Yep.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Jeffrey Gabriel. My title is Director Solutions. I work at the Independent Review Office. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Samantha Taylor. I am the Independent Review Officer. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Can I acknowledge and thank IRO for its very valuable submission to the inquiry. It's been received, processed, and stands as, in fact, submission number one, so out of the gate very promptly. So it's a very valuable submission in terms of its content, and I'm sure there'll be some questions arising from it. It can be taken as read in terms of its content amongst the committee members, some of whom are on the way. We have Ms Abigail Boyle from the Greens, who I think you probably both know. She'll be participating remotely, and the other members, I'm sure, are not far away. So perhaps with that then, open it up to see whether you'd like to make an opening statement. Entirely a matter for yourselves, if you wish to do so. My only sort of caveat is to sort of keep it reasonably tight, and then we can enter into the questioning.
Yeah, sure. Thank you,
In your
Chair.
hands.
I will make a really brief opening statement if that's okay. I just think it's worthwhile pointing out that the IRO was established under the Personal Injury Commission Act of 2020. So our powers around compulsory third-party insurance scheme oversight in the complaints jurisdiction is really new. We started in 2021, so it's quite an immature function relative to the scheme, though it itself is relatively young. I commenced in the role of IRO in February 2025, and I've taken a slightly different approach to how we're doing our complaints handling in CTP, but of course our complaints handling practices apply across the schemes that we have jurisdiction over equally. And so anyone who's making a complaint about CTP issues and their insurer, their acts, omissions or failures to decide can come to us to have a complaint handled, and that is equal around workers' compensation and through a delegated power around lifetime care and support. The approach that I'm taking is to think about the IRO more as part of a regulatory continuum, and utilising some of our powers that haven't been really brought out for a run, the information gathering powers, for example, to start to think about how we approach insurers to get a sense of what they're doing around issues where we see trends and particular behaviours on the part of their complaints handling, their claims management staff, for example. So we've been taking a more compliance-based approach, and that helps us then in making referrals through to CIRA so that they have the information that they need to consider whether or not regulatory action is necessary without the need to restart an issue, which is a very material issue when you're thinking about the timeliness of decisions for people who are at the end of having attempted to resolve an issue before they come to us and needing that very fast solution. We're also reshaping the organisation really to get a much stronger focus into our complaints function and our investigative and inquiries function, which will also assist in the CTP space. I think that's all I really wanted to say by way of opening, Chair. Early days for us, but listening to what the stakeholders and particularly forums like this tell us about people's view of the schemes. I am looking forward to a review that the government's announced around complaints and disputes in workers' compensation, although that isn't the scheme here that we're here to talk about today. Given my powers apply equally across the both, I have no doubt that that will assist us in identifying ways of improving pathways for people where they've got these really significant issues trying to address the serious imbalance of power between themselves and insurer in a very complex system. So I'm looking forward to that to further develop the way in which we support people in this particular scheme.
Oh, very good.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you for that statement. Well, we'll open up now for questions. As I said, they might arise from the content of the submission or come from out of nowhere, so to speak, in another area related to this that you'd like to raise. Anyone like to start?
I'm happy
Okay.
to start.
Oh, Susan Carter.
Sorry, unless...
Sure. Yep, no, jump in, please.
Thank you both for being here. Look, this is, I think, from the otherwise arising basket that the Chair just outlined. And if it's beyond your experience, then I apologise. I'm starting to hear from people who have claims against insurers, especially claims that are taking a long while to resolve, that they're functionally being told, you should go on NDIS, you should go on NDIS. And I'm just wondering whether that's something that you're hearing as well.
Thank you for that question. The committee may not be aware, but I've spent quite a lot of my career prior to joining the IRO in the NDIS. Right. So thank you for the question. I don't think it's something that we hear of at any particular scale. But I would make the point that just because someone may have a permanent impairment that is the result of an injury they've sustained either through a motor vehicle crash or whatever the origin may be, it is open to them to examine or explore whether or not they would be eligible for the NDIS. But the NDIS provides a very different set of supports to what compensation schemes provide for. And there are provisions in the NDIS Act around accounting for matters that are covered through compensation schemes versus what the NDIS might provide in terms of that care and support to address that permanent impairment.
Yeah, what I'm hearing is in the context of ongoing service provision, and it's often perceived by the person with the injury as we don't want to deal with you, we're not going to pay your claim, whereas perhaps the way it should be being seen as they're more able to provide you the services that you need, perhaps. Is that possibly what's going on?
Well, there's an interoperability between the compensation schemes and the NDIS, which was negotiated between states and territories when that federal legislation was established in 2013. And the jurisdictions brought to the table in those conversations a very deep understanding, of course, about how compensation schemes worked and how they envisaged the interaction to occur. So I would think that it doesn't preclude people from seeking to participate in the NDIS, but it also doesn't remove the obligation for that person to be provided with the care and support that they should be, that they are entitled to under the CTP scheme. And if insurers were suggesting that was the case, and then we'd be happy to explore that for any individual that that had that put to them, because it is still their obligation to determine liability in the context of their role in administering that scheme, regardless of what a person individually and independently might be able to access by way of broader supports in a national scheme. It's not a relevant consideration, I would think, for a CTP or any other insurer.
That was my understanding.
Yep.
But thank you for the clarification. And Chair, I note Ms Boyd is leaking the call.
Ms Abigail-Boyd.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon. I wanted to just start by talking about the insurers would say that their rate of internal reviews, the percentage where it's found in favour of the claimant, is actually quite small. But I note that your complaints data indicates that there's a bit of a resistance to overturn decisions, and that some insurers maybe treat internal review more as a rubber stamp process. What's your impression of, I guess, how do we work out what the real percentage would be of matters that really are not being handled appropriately by the insurers, and what sort of data do you have on that?
Thank you for that question. I might kick off and then hand to my colleague. But internal review, the communication to people who have complaints or issues about decisions that are made in the context of their claim, the transparency around how they can actually go about getting those matters reviewed is not high, let me say. It's not easy, and it's not intuitive for people in terms of undertaking what is a pretty formal process around an internal review. We think that needs to be made a lot easier and a lot simpler, and people need to be given good information about how they go about making an internal review, and what they should be bringing to that internal review, whether it be additional information or what have you. Because often people don't understand that process. I mean, how could you understand that process if you've never had an experience in schemes like this? So our view is that the insurers need to be more transparent about that. It needs to be a much more straightforward exercise for people to seek that internal review, and that internal review needs to be dealt with properly. It's a as government agencies are required to kind of really look again at a decision, and to do that independent of the original decision maker, and to take into account new information, and then make a decision about whether or not to set aside a decision or replace it. Insurers should be doing the same thing. It's a key part of the procedural fairness elements in a scheme, and we expect people to really be supported to do that. So we'll often say, when someone raises a complaint with us, have you raised that complaint with your insurer yet? They might say, no, didn't realise I could. Thought you were the independent review officer and you would review the decision. So we have to often, avail them of that misconception. And so, we think that people should be able to raise complaints. They should be able to seek internal review, and those internal review mechanisms should be prescribed in a way that makes it everyone really confident that they're being done appropriately. But Mr. Gabriel might want to elaborate on examples that we've had where people have sought internal review and what's ultimately happened in terms of their comeback to us.
Yeah. So we have mixed results when it comes to dealing with insurers about disputed matters that are the subject of internal review. We have had one instance that comes to mind was to do with a claimant and the calculation of their pre-accident weekly earnings, and they requested internal review. It actually came to us. One of our officers was familiar with the facts of the case and was aware of some operation of a particular item of legislation, and suggested to the insurer in raising the complaint to say that, ask if the insurer had considered that in its internal review. The internal review decision from the insurer was actually maintained the original decision of the insurer, after which it went to the Personal Injury Commission, and the Commission actually found in favour of the claimant, and in the determination of the Commission, the member actually cited that the claimant had been to the Independent Review Office, and the Independent Review Office had actually pointed out the very provision upon which the claimant was successful, and the insurer didn't have any regard from it. In terms of that's probably more an exception. In terms of success rate, I'm not sure the exact success rate, because there's calculating success rates. This is internal reviews more broadly. There's calculation success rates, percentages of requests made on the insurer, and then there's what is the success rate of matters that ultimately go to the Commission through the various dispute resolution pathways. But the example I just gave is an example, I think, of what is often a lack of proper rigour from insurers when it comes to conducting internal review decisions. Often insurers say to us, when we might raise a matter in a complaint, they might just say to us, well, it is open to the claimant to go to the Commission if they want to challenge the decision, which technically it is, but I guess we're intervening at a particular stage because we've identified a particular dispute as one where it would save time and money if they had a really proper look at this matter in internal review.
Do you think, I'm just comparing with the workers' compensation system, where we've got that sort of, I guess by having ILARs available to claimants, we've got a little bit of a window there into seeing what happens when there's legal support given to claimants to actually go and take the insurer to a commission and try and get some proper review, but that's not the case with CTP. Do you think that lack of legal support for claimants is perhaps allowing insurers to be a bit more relaxed about their internal review process? And do you think that if we extended that ILARS scheme out to CTP, we might get some better pressures being put on insurers?
I would say that we see very similar behaviours in the workers' compensation system around internal review that we do in CTP. I think there's a fundamental issue with how seriously insurers and the discipline insurers put around these processes that would benefit from some kind of further guidance, remedy, regulation, whatever it might be.
So two separate issues then, I guess.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Sort of prescribe and regulate internal reviews.
Yeah.
Then also, do you agree with extending ILARS to CTP?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that there is an issue with how people can get access to holistic legal support in CTP. And I mean, whether or not it's an ILARS remedy or a broadening of some of the services that are available to people through the legal assistance channel that already exists in CTP. I haven't examined that, and we haven't talked to our colleagues in CIRA in any detail about that. I know there's been reviews that have suggested a range of different options, and my predecessor had a view that extending ILARS into CTP would have some merit. That may be so, I haven't looked at it myself. But I do think that there is a need to make sure that those preemptive pathways for the making of a complaint, the assurance that there's a proper response to that complaint on the part of the insurer, that the access to internal review and for that to be done properly are very important steps before you hit a legal representation, and critically important for a person to have that transparency and relationship and confidence in their insurer that those preemptive steps can be handled before you jump early into a legal representation arrangement. Because in our experience, I guess you can see that there may be a more adversarial approach. I know my predecessor didn't think that was the case. I'm not sure about that. But look, I do think that there, in answer to your question about ILARs, it does provide a more holistic view about a person's claim and the person's, potential prospects of getting particular outcomes, because it builds in not only an advisory element but also an element around investigative work, so that a person goes to a matter with an appropriate level of information and evidence to support a matter going through the Personal Injury Commission, and then they have that support in representation through that commission. But of course, it's a different environment, and the CTP environment, I think, would need to be, in terms of that dispute runway, would need to be looked at, apart from the fact that, of course, people who are successful can have their costs, covered by their insurer in this particular scheme, but not in workers' compensation, which is a very big point of difference. So a holistic approach, I think, to legal representation would be good. At the moment, as I understand it, the referral for legal assistance is around a very prescribed matter, so particular issues, and a person might be directed to get that legal assistance to resolve one particular aspect. But of course, in ILRs, our experience is that a lawyer with the right expertise and understanding of the legal framework can examine a whole range of different pathways that might assist that person in getting a better benefit. I mean, Mr. Gabriel's just described a scenario where we are also able to do that. And so, part of this is really, apart from everything I've just described, is actually getting the right channel for a person so they get that early support, so they don't have to run down perhaps a very lengthy legal process where, for example, we might be able to solve an issue more speedily. In that example, it ultimately went to the PIC, but in most of our other examples, we'll get a result earlier without the need for the Commission to be involved.
So just a final question, if I may. So a number of submissions have pointed at the IRO sort of not having enough powers, and I guess I'm always asking these sorts of questions of people. Do you want more powers? You're probably going to say yes, but
when do you want it?
I defy anyone in my role to say no.
Beyond reporting and complaint intervention, so it really would more powers for the IRO help resolve some of these systemic issues, and sort of what would those powers be, I guess?
Well, I actually think that is an incredibly complex question, because you have to think about how additional powers in one place in a regulatory continuum work with the powers in the other parts of that continuum. And so, whilst it would be lovely, for example, to have something more than being able to recommend that an insurer do a particular thing and then sitting back and potentially having them not do it, and to have some binding recommendations, particularly in how they respond to a complaint, but not in how they make a decision about liability or benefit, I certainly think there would be some benefit in that. But actually, if the system were working as I understand the Personal Injury Commission Act to have, I guess, hoped it would work, I mentioned these before, information gathering powers. That is a very, very powerful tool for any quasi-regulatory body to have, because it means that, people can't say no to that. I mean, there's no penalty for saying no, but that's a very speedy referral to the regulator when no is the answer, or wherever else it might be. But that is a very powerful power. The issue is how I utilise that, and how then, when I utilise that and I say to the regulator, I've used that power, I've gathered information, and I am unsatisfied still that insurer has either taken that issue seriously or, really is operating in accordance with its obligations, either under the motor accidents guidelines or the practice codes that apply in terms of customer care and support, that CIRA is then able to take that information, which should be, if I've done my job properly, pretty extensive, and take a fairly quick call about whether or not to run that down in terms of other powers. Look, I think it would be, back to your original, any complaints body would like more powers. I think it would be useful to be able to direct an insurer around taking a particular remedy or undertaking a particular task within a particular period and being held to account for that, and having a regulatory connection back to CIRA if they don't actually, undertake those things. But actually, I think there's enough, if done properly, to help us adjust this system. I would say, though, that I think the system overall, both in terms of regulation and our own functions, is very geared around the attainment of a benefit and the technical aspects of whether or not an insurer has given a person everything that they should receive under the legislation. Now, that is, of course, obviously critical. But there's also an overlay here, which is about how they go about doing their job. And it's the behaviours and cultures within a system that really drive then the performance of all those other things, the compliance with legislation and the motivations and culture within an organisation in meeting those very binary obligations. And I think for a complaints body like ours, being able to tackle those issues of culture, behaviour, workforce, and the impact of those things not working well in a claims management environment could warrant some examination of some additional powers and functions. But again, I would say that, as I said at the beginning, we deal with both CTP and workers' comp. I wouldn't want to have a two-speed system. I think this system is complicated enough without us being in a position where we're saying there's a different pathway for CTP over someone who calls us with a workers' compensation claim. That would not be okay. And so, I truly am looking forward to a review in the new year about how disputes and complaints work in workers' comp, and I would expect then to be saying in the course of that review that we would recommend that anything that's adjusted in those pathways applies then to CTP, so that people get an equitable and equal service from us.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you just about the oversight of the internal review process. But my first question is really, in terms of the complaints, what proportion of the complaints go to an internal review? Is there data on that?
Well, I might say I don't think we're sure, but I want to make one point before I throw it to Mr. Gabriel, if that's okay. The complaints that we receive are a very small proportion of the complaints that I would expect insurers are receiving in this system. So the first principle is, in any complaints system, that the person the complaint is about should handle the complaint in the first place. And so insurers would have vast amounts of data about how, what complaints they're getting, what internal review information, the volumes of those that they're doing, what the overturn of those is. We don't hold that. But
does CIRA hold it?
CIRA, I'm not sure.
You'd have to direct that to CIRA about what they know.
It's also worth pointing out that we can receive complaints about any act or omission of the insurer. Internal review only replies to decision notices, so that's specific decisions that are made at certain intervals in the claim.
Yeah.
While we do receive complaints about those decisions, we also receive complaints about things such as timeliness. So, for example, where the insurer simply has not made a decision, or where or it might be some customer service issues where there's been a change of case manager and the case manager is uncontactable, or where there's issues with the payment of a reimbursement. So these are things that aren't subject to internal review, but we still deal with them as complaints.
Is there any uniformity in terms of the internal review process within insurers? Do you know? Are you able to advise on that?
No, I'm sorry, we wouldn't. it's
So there's no
it's not-
procedural, like
it's
in
not
terms
a-
of the specifics of how internal reviews are to be conducted by the insurers. There's nothing that specifically prescribes that has to be done in the same way across the insurers.
Not that I'm aware of, no. And I think that, as I was saying before, I think that if there was some guidance or regulation of what an internal review mechanism should be, then that would be beneficial. But I may be speaking out of school because there may be such a thing, I'm just not aware of it, but certainly across workers' comp and CTP there would not be uniformity, and look, we don't even really see a uniformity in how complaints handling is undertaken by insurers. That's a matter for their business operations. We, through the information gathering powers that I was referring to before, where we've used those powers, we've been asking insurers to provide us with information about how they go about managing complaints and handling complaints. So we're getting a better understanding of where they're making improvements into those systems.
Is it your experience? Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to add the only sort of guidance there is in the guidelines, and that's more about the time in which an internal review decision needs to be communicated, etc. There's nothing in there about, I guess, the qualifications of the people conducting an internal review, etc. Yeah.
Is it your experience that the internal review is actually done by in-house counsel, or are they engaging lawyers, external lawyers, to conduct the internal review process?
Most of the time it's being done by staff members within the insurers, so I guess more technical specialists. Sometimes we have been made aware via the complaints process that a solicitor has been retained and may be providing advice, but that's very much an exception.
So the decision makers are not actually legal professionals, in your experience?
Not always, no.
Right.
You would expect them to be more technically adept if they're reviewing a decision of a claims manager, that the person who then is undertaking the internal review would have a greater depth of understanding of the law and how it's been applied in order to do an internal review. I mean, that would be necessary, but greater prescription on that would be beneficial, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Just one question from me about if you've noticed the interaction between claimants with the scheme, also then potentially developing secondary psychological injuries as a result. I know this is a very big problem in the workers' compensation scheme, probably less so in CTP, but have you noticed some evidence to suggest that might be the case in CTP as well?
Oh, absolutely.
Is there any way of quantifying it? Probably it's difficult to measure, but
look, I don't think we should comment on prevalence because last year we took 900 complaints. I mean, there's just no way that we could comment on prevalence across a scheme of this size based on that kind of quantum of complaints. But there is no doubt that many people who come to us with complaints about CTP, particularly people who have lost family members in motor vehicle crashes or who have themselves been in very traumatic accidents, crashes that have resulted in both terrible physical injury, have a secondary or attributable psychological impact from those crashes or that circumstance where they've lost family, of course. And, they are much more complex matters. Supporting a person who has that level of trauma is incredibly complex, and they're very difficult to navigate in a scheme which is very much geared towards a diagnostic, binary injury impact, but it is a very serious feature of a number of the complaints that we handle.
And I suppose leading on from that, the navigating the scheme itself, how likely is that to potentially create unintended psychological injuries or harm as well, given how difficult it often is going through that entire process, and not just the dealing with the PTSD, for instance, from the actual accident, but then actually going through the scheme itself, especially in a often fragile condition that you might be in.
I might kick off on this and let Mr. Gabriel give maybe some examples, but these schemes are no better than each other in terms of the impact that they have on people because of the complexity of navigating them, and how the sheer running down of people to have to prove themselves when their expectation in coming into these schemes is that they are there for their protection. And so we see people who have the most extreme frustration, who are having to prove time and time again their injury or the attribution of a psychological injury, which is just completely unreasonable. And so it's little wonder for people for whom these schemes are going to be, incredibly new and complex, that people would have some kind of impact just for participation, which is just something that I find completely unacceptable. But I might want to give some examples of what we've seen.
We have anecdotally through our complaints team, we do hear stories where people talk about the frustration of, it's not their injury itself that was caused in the car accident, their broken arm or neck injury, what have you. It's the frustration of dealing with insurers when it could be that decisions are not being made in a timely manner, having to retell stories multiple times for multiple practitioners when they've already explained themselves. In some instances, we've seen insurers, pursue a particular line of dispute even after there have been decisions of the Personal Injury Commission or other courts that are in the claimant's favour, but the insurer continues to pursue a line. And this is and often that frustration manifests itself as a secondary psychological injury.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Can I just this has always bothered me a little bit because it's come up time and time again thematically. Because I've had board, I think, and others on that committee exploring this in the context of workers' compensation, about the retelling of the matter, whatever the matter may be. First of all, in terms of what that means, are you able to shed any light on how is it put to the person? In other words, are people being asked to simply, well, can you explain what happened, or can you provide insights into how it happened, or whatever the case may be, and then the person, to the best of their ability, recounts what happened? Is it as simple as that, or straightforward as that, or is there more to it, as best you understand? Perhaps if let me approach it this way. What I've always wondered is that surely we could get to a point whereby some broad agreement could be reached where an injured person could be interviewed, and I use the word interviewed, by some person who is recognised as an independent person, whose purpose is to essentially enable the person to accurately describe what happened in their experience, and to actually have that recorded as an interview. And, dare I say in a very simplistic term, place it on a thumb drive and you take your thumb drive with you, so to speak.
Yeah.
To avoid this scenario of what we've heard for some years now, just repeated year after year, whether it's in the context of this or workers' compensation, the repeating of the experience. And I've just wondered that there hasn't been more thought given about how there could be this ability. Now, I do appreciate that different insurers may have different questions and different angles that they want answered, but from an objective point of view, one would have thought there could be broad agreement about, you know, the person perhaps being given a schedule that explains what, as a minimum, is expected to be explained, and then effectively an interview take place, and then that be the body of knowledge around which, or the body of information around which is carried by the person without having to sort of orally go through this again and again, which is a source of great challenge for people, as you can imagine.
Oh, totally. And I think that, I mean, these systems aren't geared up to recognise the fact that there are a number of different entities who have a role in supporting a people through a claim.
Yeah.
And certainly, you know, you're not going to avoid not telling your story if you need to undertake an assessment of some sort, and that needs to be independent, because that does, by definition, cause that practitioner to need to understand your story in your terms each time. But there shouldn't be any impediment to some very, very basic information sharing between the parties that are involved in claim management or regulation, or in my case, complaint or dispute handling. And so, you know, there are things that can be done to reduce that in a system by some fairly basic collection of information that can be, with that person's permission, can be shared with various bodies. CIRA and ourselves, for example, you know, we've got an information sharing MOU where we're still working through the practicalities of some of this, but where we wouldn't expect to refer a person who may have told their story to us or to CIRA in the first place, for example, to tell their story and to make their complaint, and then for us to each either decide that that particular complaint or representation is not within our respective jurisdictions, and then require that person to ring up each other or the other to then tell everything yet again. I mean, that's just not reasonable. So I think there are parts of the system where there could be arrangements where, you know, a person's basic information or whatever it is that they wish to have on record could be shared, so that we didn't have to take them back through from first principles what happened. But of course there will always be the need to tell your story and to put that power in the hands of a person to tell their story where they feel that, you know, they should.
Yes.
I would say also there's a complexity here, because sometimes people call us with complaints and they want to tell us everything that's happened to them, and they want someone to truly listen as an independent person who isn't going to use that information against them to, you know, adjust a decision or whatever it might be. And so we really welcome that when people want to ring us and tell us everything that's happened that might not be only about their accident, but about the experience they've had with their insurer.
Yes.
But as I say, you know, if we then decide that there are elements of that complaint which we can't take forward because it's not within our jurisdiction, that they should not then have to recount that to the next body that that we, you know, that we might refer them to assist them. So yeah, look, I think that it's a very vexed issue. I think in other parts of, if you want to call this social services in a sense, there are much more organised avenues for individualised advocacy, which in fact provides a little bit of what you're referring to, I think, Chair. So as I mentioned before, I come from my previous career in disability, and it has a very mature both systemic advocacy but also individual advocacy arrangement where, you know, people do tell their story to an advocate who is then there to support them in navigating the system and takes that person's story with them to assist them, rather than that individual having to constantly recount for different, circumstances. That's story, and in those systems, having an individual advocate who is very au fait with the way in which systems work, has a very sophisticated knowledge because they're working in it all the time. That is a very powerful mechanism in terms of support for a person who hopefully may only have to interact with these systems one time, not over and over, and hopefully not be in them for life.
No, point well taken. No, thank you very much for that. That's a very good point. We've gone just over, but listen, it's been a very helpful session with both of you. I have to say, it's I speak for myself here, but maybe other committee members might share this. It's enjoyable to hear witnesses just giving clean, fresh evidence, straight down the line, which both of you have done. There's no obfuscation, just straight down the line, and you speak clearly. And as I was listening to your evidence, I suppose I'm getting old and I've been to too many hearings, and just hearing sort of answers sort of being used one way and the other. But your evidence this afternoon has been very clear and very insightful, and I'm sure the committee appreciates it very much. So thank you. There may be some supplementary questions that arise from members reading Hansard, and if that's the case, the committee secretariat will liaise with you. But thanks both of you for the professional work you do and the great work of IRO. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, committee.
Thank you.
I hope we've got a plug there for you, have we? You need to.
You have.
You got one?
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. There's plenty. I'm just going to...
Well, welcome to you both this afternoon to this hearing of the Standing Committee on Law and Justice inquiry into the 2025 review of the compulsory third-party insurance scheme, but also the CTP, or the actual the third-party insurance and the lifetime care support. Sorry, both of those schemes we're doing concurrently. Can I just first of all acknowledge and thank iCare for its submissions to the inquiry. They've been received, processed, and stand respectively as for the lifetime care and support submission number 3, and that's been uploaded to the inquiry's webpage. And with respect to the submission, it's directed with respect to the third-party insurance scheme that stands as submission number 4 to the inquiry. So they sit as evidence, written evidence to the inquiry, and for the purpose of this afternoon can be taken as read by committee members. I'll need to get through the formality part first, which is required to have both of you respectively sworn or affirmed with respect to the evidence you've given this afternoon. Is this the first time one or both of you have been in front of a parliamentary inquiry, or you're well and truly au fait with our practices, or?
I think we're both experienced.
No, that's okay. No, I was just wondering whether or not you had the general experience of being before parliamentary committees. So the affirming or the to take an oath, whichever you choose, the words of which should be before you. get you to identify your name, organisation and position title.
Janine Applin, CEO of iCare and Affirmation. So I
Sure.
solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Ms Applin.
Sarah Johnson, I'm the Group Executive of General Insurance and Care at iCare, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Now, I'll invite an opening statement, which I gather will be made by the CEO. Is there a desire for two separate statements to sort of cover specific areas, or perhaps just the one by yourself? So thank you for that. Once that's done, if you're agreeable, what we do is we share questions. There are members of government, members of opposition, and at least one crossbench member joining us remotely, who's ever go Boyd. So we'll get through the opening statement first, and then we'll, if you're agreeable, open up for questions, which will probably draw from some members from your submission, but also your opening statement and other related matters. So thank
Great.
you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today to discuss the important work that iCare does to support both participants in our Lifetime Care and Support Scheme and clients in our CTP Care program. Both of these schemes provide treatment, care and support for people with severe and long-term injuries across New South Wales. The Lifetime Care and Support Scheme provides lifelong person-centred treatment, rehabilitation and care services to people severely injured in a motor vehicle accident in New South Wales. Most participants have sustained traumatic brain injuries, spinal cord injuries, or live with amputations, severe burns or blindness. Currently, there are 1,974 participants supported in the scheme with active needs, and during the financial year 24-25, $319.5 million was paid out for treatment, rehabilitation and care. As shown in our submission to this inquiry, the number of participants is expected to continue because of the lifelong nature of scheme's benefits. It's anticipated that in 2 decades, providing the number of road accidents that severely injure people does not increase or remain stable, that the scheme at that point will be expected to reach maturity and have minimal annual growth. Our goal in iCare is really to enhance each participant's quality of life, foster independence and support meaningful community connection. The quality of care provided to our participants is really paramount for our people and our organisation, and we measure that participant experience on a regular basis. We also consult our participant reference groups and external disability advocacy groups to inform lived experience service improvements to deliver improved outcomes to those we serve across Lifetime Care and Support. Several initiatives are underway in Lifetime Care and Support to improve the care and support. We have built these really responding to stakeholder feedback. So the areas are building workforce capability, really sort of focusing on training psychiatrists in specialist brain injury care, expanding face-to-face metropolitan services to statewide telehealth delivery, assistive technology, really because, you know, rural access is very important. So that was a grant program aimed at strengthening capacity of regional and rural allied health clinicians to assess, prescribe and implement assistive technology for people with traumatic brain injury. Physiotherapy guidelines for spinal cord injury, developing Australia's first clinical practice guidelines for physiotherapy management of people with STI, an online learning module accessed by over 25,000 clinicians from 169 countries actually. Invested in attendant care providers to lift staff capability. iCare provides a subsidy to each attendant care provider for their support workers to get the Australian Community Industry Standard certification. In addition to this, we provide other funding to support providers, which include shadow shifts, case conferences and program maintenance. On the clinical services and treatment front, B-Pain Smart Clinics, which are multidisciplinary assessment and pain management for people with TBI and SCI or chronic pain. An Assistive Technology Hub, which is specialist service helping people with brain injuries access to use assistive technology to increase independence. An SCI Cognitive Impairment Initiative, which is helping with management of cognitive impairment through research, guideline development and implementation across SCI units. Also, self-management and health literacy is very important with lifetime care and support participants. So ageing well with TBI, traumatic brain injury, educational resources for participants and their families. SCI Health Maintenance Toolkit, an app that provides tools to manage the common health issues, and SCI Transitional Peer Support. Critically, also employment and community participation, expanding Spinal Cord Injuries Australia's employment program to include people with TBI, offering 10 online modules and employment coach support. The Shine Arts Prize, which is really critical in highlighting art's role in the wellbeing for people with severe injuries, which this year was showcased in Parliament House in November. This Lifetime Care and Support Scheme is in a sound financial position with a net cash flow projected to remain positive well into the future. If I turn now to CTP Care, it commenced on the 1st of December 2022 following reforms to the Motor Accidents Injuries Act. These reforms have changed the way that people in a motor accident have their long-term injury and treatment care needs met. CTP Care provides long-term injury for people injured in motor vehicle accidents who do not meet the criteria for lifetime care and support, have ongoing entitlements to treatment and care, and a need for care for 5 years or more post-motor vehicle accident. iCare works very closely with the stakeholders to make sure that we're transferring these individuals into our scheme. So currently within that scheme there are 1,675 clients with active needs, and during the financial year 24-25, 13.3 million was paid out in statutory benefits. CTP Care clients have a broad range of injuries, musculoskeletal amputations and other orthopaedic injuries, mild brain injuries and psychological injuries, and we expect that their needs will change over time. We're continuing to roll out improvements across our CTP Care program, particularly because it's a relatively new scheme. A lot of our changes have been focused on the operations. So making sure that we've got coaching by team leaders and call listening practices to continuously improve the service. Have an onboarding team to make sure that it is smoother for people who are transitioning over from the insurer. And we've automated a number of administrative tasks to free up our teams to be able to provide better care to those that are in the system. With the financial performance and the funding, they're both funded out of the Motor Accident Injuries Treatment and Care Benefit Fund, and motorists contribute to these funds through a levy as a part of green slips, with the CTP green slips purchased as part of their annual vehicle registration. CTP Care is currently underfunded with an 87% insurance ratio, as there are higher liabilities compared to expectation as experience in the scheme has emerged. I'd just like to take a moment to thank our case managers and coordinators who work with participants and clients for their dedication on a day-to-day basis. They're very dedicated to providing value-based care. But most of all, to our participants and their families, iCare is privileged to provide care and support for you, and we are constantly focused on how we can improve this. I also want to thank our service providers for supporting our teams and our participants. We look forward to what we can do today to answer your questions and further support the committee in its review of these schemes.
Well, thank you for that statement. It was very helpful to have that to augment the information and detail around the two submissions, so we appreciate that. So we'll open up for questions, and as I said, we'll share them around according to where they're coming from and who'd like to bowl them up. So would anyone like to start?
Yeah,
I want to ask you, Adam.
Ask about the total asset holdings of the lifetime care and support scheme. What is that at the moment?
That is a good question. We'll just get that for you from the annual report. Its assets are very strong.
Yeah. The total assets at 30 June 2025 were 12.375 or 76 million.
12.3.
76 million. Billion, sorry.
Billion, yes, that's what I
Billion.
was going to say. 12, that seems very low.
It does, yes.
Right, on page 8 of your submission, you say that the premium take, or the levy take for 1 year of funds contributes 17%. Is that right? Is that the current position? So at the moment, the premium take is 17% of the total projected cost for the injuries for that year. Is that right? And the remaining 83% is covered by investment returns.
That's correct. That's correct.
And so, and I think in your opening statement, Ms. Applin, you said, I think that you're projecting that the fund will get to a point where the investment funds will actually cover the total cost of the scheme. Is that right? At some projected point in time in the future?
In about 2 decades, the number of participants should stabilise, so the scheme should be at a stable level if there is no increase in the road accidents.
Right. So if the number of road accidents that lead to severe injuries stabilises, then the fund will stabilise in 2 decades. And does that mean that
in terms of it not growing in the participant numbers overall?
Right, so the numbers coming in and the numbers going out will be the same?
Roughly the same, yeah.
And will that mean that will the ratio between the premium and the investment, will that change over time? Is that projected to change over time? Is it projected that the investment income will be sufficient to cover the full cost of the scheme? Is that where we're heading? That's kind of where I'm kind of getting to. Or is it always expected that this 17% to 83% ratio will continue on as long as the scheme is in operation?
It's a good question. As Ms. Applin pointed out, we're still a good 20 years or so from maturity where we would have the amount of participants roughly equaling the number of participants that exit. As that asset base does grow and more investment income is earned over it, then there would be an assessment of the extent to which you would need to charge a levy, but that would still be some time in the future.
Right, I see. Is that ratio, the 17 to 83%, has that been changing over time? Like, as the asset base grows, the proportion that's required to be covered by premium is in decline? Is that the trend currently?
That ratio would have changed over time, but I don't have the details at hand on how that's changed.
Right.
We could take that on notice and provide you with that detail in terms of the changing nature of that.
Right, okay, thank you.
I'll jump in quickly and then to the Deputy Chair. Just so I understand, and forgive me, I'm not trained at a higher level in terms of actuarial knowledge, but if we take the sort of general statement that in 2 decades' time, and this, as I said, Anthony, down on the bottom of page 7 going to top of page 8, there will be essentially I sort of use the word is a stabilising or a stable position reached. How does that factor in, obviously, population growth and other things like that? I mean, clearly, that obviously will continue to happen. We presume that, for example, as older cars are taken off the road and replaced by newer cars with greater safety provisions within them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a whole lot of assumptions around this, isn't it? I guess that's what I'm saying.
There are a whole lot of assumptions.
Yeah.
Maybe to just clarify a little bit further, with the lifetime care and support scheme, there are some people in our scheme who will have had their accident in their early 20s,
Yes.
even younger, and they may, be with us for the rest of their life, which
Mm.
could easily be 50 plus years. In terms of the assumptions that we're talking about, it's because of that very, very long tail
Yeah.
of the scheme that you do for another at least 2 decades assume that the number coming in will exceed those going out, because you're essentially getting a new cohort of people come in. Once you reach more of that steady state, then yes, it would still increase by population growth. If the rate of motor accidents stayed exactly the same and those having a serious injury, it would still increase by that. You would also assume that generally speaking, life expectancy has been increasing as well. So you would sort of have that slight bump as well because of increased life expectancy, but you wouldn't be getting that new 100 or so, 150 or so come in each year that we see at the moment. We'd still get that number come in, but you get a similar number, but a bit less moving out each year, but you'd still get slight growth.
Yes.
So our actuary, in terms of those forward projections, actually allows for the population growth. So looking sort of 20 years ahead, the changes in vehicle technology are really difficult to account for.
Yeah.
Obviously, to your point, as cars become newer and therefore safer generally. You've seen sort of that stabilisation, but if we suddenly have flying vehicles in 20 years or so, the actuaries can't take that into account. But they had allowed for the population growth in terms of projecting out that stability within the 20 years of not continuing to see the growth overall in the overall numbers of the scheme.
Have the actuaries started to grapple with the e-bike phenomena? And if so, just in general terms, how are they tackling it?
Just to comment on that, the legislation as it stands requires for anyone eligible to the lifetime care scheme or the CTP care scheme to be involved in a motor vehicle accident, meaning that a motor vehicle needed to be part of the accident.
Correct.
So at this point in time, if a e-bike collided with a motor vehicle, they would be in the scheme, and suffered a serious injury, they would be in the scheme now, because it's a no-fault scheme for lifetime care. It would depend on fault for CTP care. But if 2 e-bikes were in a crash together, or they just crash without another motor vehicle, then they wouldn't be eligible for the schemes.
Or if they crashed into a pedestrian?
No, they wouldn't be eligible there either.
I didn't think so, no.
So
Can
looking
I just
at
jump in quickly? How's motor vehicle defined? Because why isn't an e-bike? Why doesn't that come within definition of a motor vehicle?
Look, I think in terms of exactly how the motor vehicle is laid out in the legislation, we can take that on notice, but it isn't currently defined as a motor vehicle accident, no, or a motor vehicle.
Yeah, I'd be, if you could take on notice, or if just the section, so I can look it up, I'd be fascinated. Is there any case law about what is a motor vehicle?
It needs to be able to be registered, and so currently the e-bikes can't be registered, so that is generally the difference between what is considered a motor vehicle or not.
So if you, I'm just thinking aloud here, if you had a classic car that was not registerable but you took it out on the road, that wouldn't be a motor vehicle for the purposes of lifetime care?
I would have to...
I think classic cars are registered.
No, but if this particular one wasn't registerable for some reason,
then it's
then you shouldn't be driving it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I take your point. They shouldn't be driving it.
Yeah, but if it's no fault, lifetime
Tractor
care.
or something like that.
Yeah. So a farm vehicle that's unregistered or unregisterable because it had been modified, that wouldn't be a motor vehicle?
For the purposes of the scheme, that's not my understanding. I don't think it would
Okay,
be, but we'll take
anyway,
it on notice
if
to
you could-
clarify.
On notice, that'd be great. Thank
Yeah.
you. Sorry, that was a distraction, Chair.
I just had wanted to ask about the CTP Care scheme because it's a relatively new scheme, and our inquiry process is set up almost doesn't acknowledge it in terms of we've got CTP and we've got lifetime care as what we as a parliament need to look into, but CTP Care is a relatively new scheme. Are you concerned at all that the insurance ratio has dropped to 87%? Is that something that is concerning, or is it not a huge problem given the nature of the scheme and how it's funded?
So the funding ratio has dropped to 87% for CTP Care. I can give a little bit of background on that. So specifically when the original costings were done for CTP Care, there wasn't a like-for-like obvious scheme that could be used to do those costings. So there was based on the best benchmarks available at the time. As the scheme experience has emerged, we have seen that claims costs have been higher than we would have expected. The numbers coming in are roughly in line with expectations, and those higher costs have been largely driven by higher medical costs in the scheme, which is also in the broader CTP scheme at the moment. We are looking through the levy to bring that CTP Care back into a more sustainable capital funding amount over time, so we will look to do that. I guess importantly though, there's still definitely the money there to be paying for the treatment and care needs of the clients in our scheme at this point in time.
And the levy over the recent years has been increasing quite significantly, I think, has it? The
specific overall levy for the CTP scheme has gone up from memory by about 5% the last 2 years. It might have been a little bit more in the last levy period.
It's not a huge amount. Yeah.
No, the driver of that really is the higher medical costs. So the assumptions around the accident year that we're setting the levy for, we need to put in assumptions to make sure we've got enough for the medical costs, and then there's consideration of making sure there's enough in the pot for the medical expenses of the prior cohorts as well. So the increase in the levy is really driven by that.
And the 1,675 clients in the scheme, would they have previously been in the CTP scheme generally? They wouldn't have come from the lifetime care scheme. So essentially the insurers are taking some of the, if I can put it, bad risk, or maybe not say bad risk, the longer tail component of their book has now shifted to the CTP scheme, CTP Care scheme, from where it would have been, 3 or 4 years ago.
That's correct. They come into the CTP Care scheme, and if they require ongoing treatment at the 5-year mark, then they transfer to CTP Care.
So it probably will keep downward pressure on CTP premiums then, if you are taking the longer tail part off the insurer's books and having it in a separate CTP Care scheme. Is that a fair comment to make?
It's certainly the theory.
Yeah.
It is though a matter for CIRA to look at more broadly.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Abigail-Boyd.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to our witnesses. Just coming off of the back of the questions from the Deputy Chair, just looking at the incentives and the way that various players in the system are being sort of pushed and pulled, the scheme's objectives from a CTP Care perspective include, let me find the wording, promoting early and appropriate treatment and care for injury and illness that optimises recovery and return to work or other activities of persons severely injured in motor accidents on New South Wales roads. Given that the majority of claims transfer to CTP Care at 5 years, claimants are entering the scheme well into their injury. And so are you finding that at that point they're having their rehabilitation needs sort of unmet? Is there perhaps an incentive for the CTP insurer to not necessarily be doing everything that they could be doing to set up the claimant in a way that minimises their ongoing needs once they hit CTP care?
Look, I would say to that we have regular meetings with the 6 insurers in the CTP care scheme. All of those conversations are around the clients who are likely to transfer in, the level of support they're receiving, and then once they come into CTP care, we have a fairly rigorous legislation around what reasonable and necessary treatment and care costs are that we will then provide for that person as they're coming into the scheme. I wouldn't say that we systematically see that they are underserviced when they come into the CTP care scheme.
I guess though, from a risk perspective, if you're the CTP insurer and you know that person is going to end up in CTP care, that could be, I'm not saying it necessarily is, but it could perhaps be some sort of, not quite an incentive, but you could see that there is a risk of that happening, where the focus is not on reducing the long-term costs of a particular claimant, because you know that you're not having them on your books for the longer period. What does iCare do, I guess, to ensure that the insurers are doing the right thing, and that, are you monitoring any gaps, and what powers do you have to intervene to ensure that claimants are getting the support they need early on to minimise the long-term needs and costs?
That's a really great question, but I think in terms of it's probably one to some extent for Sarah, Ms. Boyd, because we don't really have any power in that sense to regulate the insurers. But Sarah, as she indicated, we look to meet with them regularly and talk through what we're seeing in terms of those clients that we have got, and if there are any sort of themes coming through in terms of the way that they have been getting services. So we do that regularly, and then report to Sarah on anything that we think needs to be raised by Sarah with the insurers.
Okay, thank you. I might raise it with Sarah then. Can I ask you, in your submission, you attribute the reduction in the insurance ratio in 2025 to medical cost pressures. Are you able to elaborate on sort of what categories of medical costs are rising fastest, and on what drivers, like whether it's provider behaviour, regulatory settings, inflation, internal approval processes, what's been identified as pushing up those costs?
I think, so at a high level, I know that within the CTP scheme that there's been an experience of around about a 13% increase in medical costs generally, and it's been across the board, so it's more than inflation, and it is a trend that we haven't seen come through as strongly in CTP care, but that we have started to see it flow through now to our system. So that 13% Sarah might want to expand on, but we did do some work to look across the things that you've raised about, is it provider behaviour, but it seems to be in the actual costs of the medical services.
It's medical inflation predominantly.
Okay, which is why we see it sort of across the board.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah. Just a final question from me then. I understand there's a 5.9% complaint rate within this scheme. How does that compare, I guess, to comparable personal injury schemes?
I might just quickly go to the complaint section. So for lifetime care, in terms of the complaints, approximately that proportion of complaints are raised. probably take on notice the extent to which that is similar across the different jurisdictions. I haven't looked at it for a long time, but certainly that 5-6% mark is reasonably common over the years in accident compensation schemes.
Ms. Boyd, we could take on notice and just look at proportionally in terms of the number of claims across the different schemes and just the comparability of that. I think it is perhaps slightly lower than some of the other schemes that we manage, but we could come back with that on notice just from a proportional perspective.
Thank you. And have you tracked the level of outcomes we were talking before in other sessions in relation to internal review mechanisms and what the sort of success rate for claimants was under internal review versus PIC. Is that something that you track the progress of, or is that a SERA question?
The dispute processes are different for lifetime care and CTP care. So within the lifetime care scheme, in terms of the disputes, we have an internal dispute process which involves independent assessors to undertake that dispute. We don't get a lot of them. We had just under 60 or so in FY25. Most of those upheld the lifetime care original decision, but it's a very rigorous process to look at that dispute. In terms of the CTP care scheme, similarly, we didn't have a lot progress through to the PIC. The PIC is there. There was about 20 in FY25 from memory. Slightly over half did uphold the CTP care original decision, and a bit less than half there was some amendment, might not have been acceptance in full, but some amendment to the decision.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just, there might be other questions, but whilst can jump in, could I just please take you to page 14 of the Lifetime Care Support Submission Scheme submission, and particularly or specifically on top of page 14 under the heading Service Improvements and Initiatives. Not being critical as a sort of quite a general statement, I accept it on face value for what it is, but I'm wondering if you're able to perhaps elucidate and if you've got some particular highlights you'd like to bring to our attention that you think are stand out worth putting on a record of improvement initiatives or specific improvement outcomes that you'd like to draw to our attention, or initiatives which are either been introduced and you're waiting to see them blossom, or ones that you plan and think will introduce and we can look forward to it.
Yeah, thank you. I think we did cover some of them in our opening statement.
Yes.
But I think just to reiterate, where we have focused in particular is looking at building workforce capability. I think some of the progress that we're making to support participants outside of a metropolitan setting are quite good in terms of rehabilitation, psychiatry, etc., being services that aren't always available in those locations. So some of the work we've done there in AT, assistive technology that is, to assist with that, I think is worth specifically calling out. I think also we've done a lot to support our participants with their own management, so various interventions to help support them with information on ageing. We've looked at peer support for participants with a spinal cord injury as they're leaving hospital, because we often found that that's a particular good way to build confidence with a person who has a new injury. And I think some of the things that we're looking to do in the employment space, particularly around acquired brain injury, I think is something worth calling out. It's in its very early stages at this point in time, but the extra support to try and help our participants with a brain injury back into employment, I think is something that is worth noting.
So if you just...
Ms. Upland might add some.
No, thank you.
Just the other ones, if I could, Chair, add around the service delivery model, which was really to make sure that we have a good caseload of participants per each of our people, because we want their capability to be increased and that they're able to spend appropriate time with participants. Also really better understanding participant complexity, because the more that we can understand that with a lower caseload, or more effective in terms of those regions, we can have more contact with participants and deliver better value-based care in the long term.
In terms of what you've said, it's sort of very positive, very, very encouraging, and obviously to be complimented. But if I was cheeky enough to say, well, that's all very good, but how can you prove that to me, that all this is going in the right direction and as positive as you've described it as such? Where do I go looking for, dare I say, the cold hard truth, which I'm sure will be congruent with exactly what you've said?
I mean, in both of these schemes, we really look to measure. It depends what lens you're looking through, but it is really critical for us in lifetime care to measure the participant satisfaction, and that over a very long period of time really has been quite stable and at a level, and it's in the annual report. Sarah might want to add a little bit to that.
I think,
I'm being a bit provocative, but I'm...
No, I think it's a good question. It's a big interest of ours.
I want to sort of go back to page 13, which in fact is a useful page I want to ask a couple of questions about as well. So sorry to interrupt.
No, I was just saying it's obviously these participants, as I said, can be with us for a substantial proportion of time. So we do look to build that relationship with the participant. Our customer satisfaction is about 80% in the lifetime care schemes. We also undertake an annual survey which of all of our participants, which goes to quality of life and outcomes, and we get very positive survey results from that as well in terms of their interaction with the scheme and the support we provide to help them with their daily life. So they're two particularly positive things in the lifetime care scheme that we can reflect on.
And some of that material can be found in the annual report for what you've said.
Yeah.
Just on page 13 of the same submission, so that's back one page, 13 and 15. So this was a survey back in 2023.
Yep.
Just interested to just press a little bit on, and bearing in mind it's 2 years old, the attendant care. So I'm identifying clearly the two that are at the least end, or the two at the end, which has the least amount of extremely satisfied. So the attendant care, I presume there's been some work done to try and grasp what is behind such a relatively low number compared to others. Is or has that been done?
Yeah, just also on that, we have just recently rerun the survey and got some comparatively high results similar to the 2023 results.
Are they about to be published, or?
We can make those available.
On notice, that would be great.
Yeah. In terms of, I'll talk to it a little bit. I think the two areas that you've picked up on in particular, the first one, attendant care, that is by far the biggest support category that we provide services for. It's about 70% of our overall costs. That one, that is assistance with activities of daily living. So for a lot of our participants, that is helping them get out of bed in the morning, get ready for the day, showering, all of those personal care needs. At any point where a carer is late, not quite on time, or anything that can go wrong in that space can severely impact that person's day. I sort of take heart in there. You've still got the vast majority satisfied with the service. You've got 21% extremely satisfied, 40% very satisfied, and 30% satisfied. So it's a small proportion that don't. We do a lot of quality audits of our providers and are constantly looking for improvements in that space. So that would be my first comment. The second comment is around vocational and education assistance. Again, for a person who has unfortunately been in a motor vehicle accident that's resulted in a serious injury, these are two things where it is often hard to get back to where you were pre-injury. And I did mention in that previous question around some of the work we're trying to do to support people with a brain injury to get back into employment. But again, it's a difficult space. It is something that we're always trying to find new ways in which we can support our participants back into employment and education as well. Again, I'll just sort of point to that we've still got a very high proportion that are satisfied.
Indeed. And just before I pass over to Rod Roberts, just on that before I pass over, just on the education, I mean, when one thinks of vocational education, I mean, I'm putting it very simplistically, they think of doing a TAFE course. But there's obviously much more to that picture than that. I'm just wondering if you want to take it on notice because you feel that you may not have the details at hand, but even a general explanation of what that might involve would be of some value.
Yeah, we can take on notice what some of our vocational support programs would look like and some of the things that we would do to try and assist people back into employment. Often they're specialist programs as well as things like mainstream supports like TAFE that we could support our participants through. But we can take on notice to get you a broader description of those services. And just before I leave it, I'm sorry, just open another door. With TAFE, with all the great work it does and the opportunities it provides, for a person who does have what is a very serious injury, which in major ways incapacitates them and makes just getting on with the day difficult, let alone doing a course. Does TAFE provide particular attention to or give particular support to or any support to those that may have particular, I use the word disability in the broad sense, as a consequence of a serious injury that you're aware of? I'll answer fairly generically, but ultimately all education, all the institutions do have a responsibility to make appropriate adjustments for people with any disability in their courses, and that would obviously extend to people in our scheme, but I don't have any specific No, that's the answer you've given us, the one I thought would be the answer. The Honourable Rod Roberts, I think.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, ladies, for attending today. I'm going to be a little bit more provocative than the Chair was, but I'm going to give an explanation, and I certainly want to have it recorded that this is no reflection on you two as individuals. But I've been on this committee for some time, as has the Chair, as has the Honourable Anthony Adam. You're the third CEO to come before us in a period of a short number of years, if I could say. And I have concerns when we get these documents from iCare, which are a submission to this inquiry, where you provide information on page 12 about examples of quality feedback from participants, right? My case manager's great, this case manager that, the service level's good. As the Chair has just said, there are a number of examples here in the survey that you've provided where extremely satisfied is relatively low. Now, you're probably aware that we as a committee make recommendations to both ministers and the government in relation to the operation of our iCare and or support that we can suggest that iCare receives to provide the best standard that they possibly can. I think it's quite disingenuous to provide us only examples of quality feedback. Why aren't we given some of the examples of where these people are extremely dissatisfied, why they are extremely dissatisfied? Perhaps then we could make recommendations to assist you to lift that level. But you're only providing us with a half picture.
I'm very happy to provide further information to help you with your deliberations, and we could provide you with some of that detail. We do look at both the positive feedback that we get from participants and those that are in our CTP care scheme, because really, and what I talked about at the beginning around the call coaching, we're doing a lot of call coaching and listening to actually pick up those times when it doesn't go well, so that we can intervene really quickly with our people and either increase their capability or think about the different solutions that we need. But we're very happy to provide that detail in terms of those that are not satisfied on notice to the committee.
Okay. And that's good. As I said, I didn't want my statement to be a reflection of your management. I know you only just come in a couple of months ago, but we've sat here and we've been misled, and they are my words, maybe the chair agrees, maybe he doesn't, misled by a number of CEOs over a number of years as to what's truly the picture of iCare. And it's through our committee work that we've uncovered the absolute truth, and from other witnesses attending and giving us evidence. So I've seen years and years of all these reports to us that have been weighted and one-sided to support iCare's position, where in fact we find out, eventually, that that is not the truth at all. So I think it's in your own interest to provide us with a clear, frank and accurate description, and I think the Chair commented on the credibility of a number of witnesses earlier today who gave evidence that was clear and frank, and helps us as a parliamentary committee write a report that contains recommendations that goes to both ministers and government to support iCare in their role. Now, we can't do that efficiently unless we're provided with full and factual evidence. So going forward, in future reports, how about we're given the whole warts and all picture, because how are we going to fix something unless we know it's broken? How can we support you as the CEO of iCare to write a report to the Minister and say, listen, the CEO and iCare in general needs support in these particular areas? We can't do that unless we know that's the case. So, as I say, we've seen it for years and years, and I'm quite willing to call it out. Others mightn't be, but I will. So, a much more frank and accurate overview, rather than giving us 3 examples of people that say everything's great, and we turn over the survey page and find out it's not that great at all. We need to know the true picture.
The other thing we do at these hearings or these inquiries is that we're always grateful to receive in submissions, detailed submissions. And listen, once again, without reflecting on you both personally, this is a pretty modest sized submission for an entity as large as iCare. Now, once again, been in the role for a relatively short period of time, and no doubt this will build over time. But given iCare's, and of course, I'm sure it's part of the challenge, high profile in terms of issues historically, there's ongoing focus on it, I guess, in the political sense broadly, in the parliamentary sense specifically, and in the context of this particular committee very specifically. But what's always valuable to receive from entities, organisations making submissions, thoughts around recommendations that we as a committee, and this is, I guess, for future reference, can consider after we've reviewed all the evidence to incorporate into our final report. Now, I don't know whether that's something that you'd perhaps thought about. Were you aware that there is an ability to make recommendations to the committee? Had that ever been explained to you in terms of a general briefing about appearance before the committee?
Yes, Chair, I was aware.
But you, and once again, we're acknowledging the circumstance we find ourselves in. You thought at this stage that may or would not be something you'd be comfortable to do because you were still absorbing fully what needed to be absorbed before you could make a recommendation?
CTP Care is a relatively new scheme.
Yes.
And so
with that caveat,
tried to frankly sort of put forward our views on that in terms of the submission. Obviously, the funding ratio is a challenge, and the ongoing pressure on medical costs, and therefore the structure of the scheme. I think we've raised already today in terms of the changing nature of what is being used on the roads or is injuring people. So I think some of those elements, though, really sit with CIRA and do not sit within the accountability of iCare. In terms of lifetime care and support, Sarah, I don't know if you wanted to add anything.
And I'm not meaning to
in
put
that
you on the
space.
spot, please don't misunderstand me, but we're very keen to press hard because at the end of the day, people like yourselves at that very pointy end have that insight and perspective and view that, to be frank, us around the table will never have because we don't sit in those roles. That's why we are pressing. Sorry, we're going to...
Well, lifetime care has been running now for 20 years. It is in a strong financial position, which I think is a good positive thing. It's got a solid funding ratio. I think to the previous point, we will look at some of the reasons that we've got some dissatisfied participants in the different surveys that we've undertaken, and we can provide a little bit more information to the committee on that basis. But on the whole, as opposed to CTP care, it's in a strong financial position with, again, a high level of satisfaction, noting that there is a small proportion that have expressed dissatisfaction.
Are there any other final questions that anyone may have? Honourable Susan Carter.
Just one quick question, just so I can really understand the graph that's on page 13. Base N, is that n to the power of 10, or is that the sample space of 123? What does that column mean?
It's the number of participants that answered the questions.
So this is being done on 123 participants on that top line, for example?
Correct. There was 123
Out of
in
how
that
many
bucket.
people in the scheme?
Just under 2,000, so the sample's around 8% or so.
So that generally wouldn't be thought statistically relevant, would it? Like 123 out of 2,000?
It's pretty good.
Okay.
That's pretty good from a sampling
was this
perspective.
sampled geographically by gender, all the other controls that you normally do in a survey?
It was. I'll get you the specific details and that on taken on notice, but it was done externally, and it was random. But I'll get you some more details.
Okay, thank you. And was it web-based, or was it telephone-based, or was it in person to person?
I'll get you those details specifically.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, thank
and
you.
particularly in the context of what you've undertaken to take on notice, that's the most recent one done in 2025.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, thank you both very much.
Thank you.
We do put our iCare and CIRA friends through the hoops a little bit, but that's what this committee is designed to do, not to make you feel too uncomfortable, but we're required as the committee, as our remit, to look at the schemes with pretty sort of hard, critical eyes. So it's never personal, but we need to press as hard as we can if we need to do so. And equally so, to feel well within your rights because of the senior positions you hold, to say, well, hang on, you may not have got the full picture here, and help us understand why we've not got the full picture. On that note, thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Thank
we
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you. We'll break now for afternoon tea for, I think, 15 minutes, and back at 3:45.
Yes.
through the formalities first, which are pretty straightforward, which is to have you all either sworn or affirmed to provide your evidence before the inquiry this afternoon. Excuse me. I've just been informed that I'm incorrect. I don't have government members. So, Stephen Lawrence was.
I'm here, Chair.
Great. There you go.
Stephen.
We're all good.
Thank you for providing quorum, Stephen.
My saviour.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much. Always be careful. Stephen's behind you. You can't see him all the time, but he's there. So.
You never know when I'm here.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So always say nice things about him. But that's not hard to do. So listen, we'll get on with the swearing or affirming in. So either the oath or the affirmation, whichever you prefer, the words of which are before you, and just your name, your organisation and the title position you hold. So starting from my left, moving across would be great.
My name is Lauren Sayer. I'm the Acting Executive Director of Regulatory Operations at the State Insurance Regulatory Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Ms. Sayer.
Hi, I'm Mandy Young. I'm the Chief Executive of the State Insurance Regulatory Authority, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given to me will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Bronwyn Martin. I am the Acting Executive Director of Regulatory Strategy for CIRA. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Now, first of all, confirm respective submissions. So submission number 6 sits in the name of Sarah, and it's with respect to the Lifetime Care and Support Scheme, part of this inquiry. And submission number 13 from Sarah represents that part of the inquiry which is dealing with the compulsory third-party insurance scheme. So thank you for those variable submissions. Take them as read. And I'm sure members will be drawing from parts of them as we proceed with the questioning this afternoon. What we would like to do is, first of all, invite you to make an opening statement if you'd like to do so. And then when that's done, we'll move to the questioning. There's members of the government, opposition and crossbench here. There's, as I said, there's the Honourable Stephen Lawrence, and there's Ms Abigail Boyd from the Greens. So, and there are some other members. Honourable Susan Carter had to go off and deal with another matter, but we and the Honourable Bob Nambar, but the Honourable Anthony Deanna will be back. So, whilst our numbers may be thinning a little bit, we've been left with the real quality members left. Okay, so I'll be cheeky enough to say that. So, over to yourselves to make an opening statement.
Fantastic. Thank you, Chair. Chair and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to appear and provide evidence. The performance sustainability of a system that plays a critical role for the New South Wales community, the Compulsory Third-Party Insurance Scheme. As the regulator, CIRA's mandate and functions are clear to make sure that the CTP scheme delivers fair and timely support to people with an injury or family members of those who have lost a loved one on a New South Wales road. Last year, we had $6.4 million policies taken out, covering 8.2 million people, and the average premium was $487. There were 14,789 claims made, and an average claim payment of $70,106. And claim payments totaled $1.7 billion, with $321.7 million of that being spent on healthcare. And our functions being clear and making sure that the scheme is timely as well as affordable and competitive. So it is a very delicate balance that we play through the schemes. Since the reforms that occurred in 2017, the scheme's achieved some significant gains, most notably faster access through support of an expanded benefits regime at an average premium rate, which is well below that experienced by motorists prior to the reform. 94% of people receive treatment and care benefits within 4 weeks of lodging a claim, and 61% of people received income support benefits within 4 weeks of lodging a claim. As of December 25, the average passenger vehicle premium is $586, representing 23% of the average weekly earnings. For comparison, under the 1999 scheme, the average premium in today's dollars would be approximately $935, and in 2000 was 37% of weekly earnings. 63% of the premium dollar is being returned to people with an injury, and it's a stark comparison to the 44% which was experienced under the 99 scheme, and 57% that the scheme was expected to return within the 2017 reforms. Importantly, since the scheme inception, approximately $524 million in excess insurer profits has been returned to motorists, and the ability to claw back profits greater than 10% continues to be a successful and unique feature of our scheme in New South Wales. Since the committee last met for the 2022 review, the scheme has extended the entitlement period for statutory benefits from 26 to 52 weeks, providing greater support to people who are wholly or mostly at fault or who have sustained a threshold injury. Remove the 20-month waiting period for lodging a claim for damages, allowing for speedier resolution of a claim. Remove the requirement for an internal review by an insurer for the whole person impairment disputes to allow quick resolution of the dispute. And replace the word minor injury with threshold injury to avoid trivialising the impact of such injuries on victims. And included a trauma support service for families of those who have lost a loved one in a motor crash. Although the reform scheme has now been in operation for several years, it remains in many respects a really immature system. The impacts of COVID-19 and the 2022 legislative amendments that we just referenced have extended the uncertainty of that scheme experience. The environment in which the scheme operates continues to evolve, and the understanding of long-term claim patterns, behavioural responses and market dynamics is still developing. This immaturity introduces uncertainty, both in relation to the scheme performance and in the regulatory setting needed to sustain it. The systems experience upwards pressure on premiums from inflation, the response to the expansion of benefits, increasing average costs and expanding definitions of treatment and care. From a regulatory perspective, we need to balance the stability of the scheme with the flexibility to responding to those emerging risks. And the ongoing monitoring of the scheme performance, insurance behaviours, claimant experiences and premium movements, as well as sustained engagement with stakeholders, is conducted to make sure that the scheme remains fair, efficient and sustainable. In 2026, the scheme will be subject to its second statutory review to determine whether the objectives of the CTP scheme remain valid and whether the terms of the Act remain appropriate for securing those objectives. We welcome the review and the recommendations from this committee in ensuring that the CTP scheme's ongoing sustainability to ensure it continues to support and protect the people of New South Wales. And we thank you again for the opportunity to appear today and look forward to assisting you.
Thank you very much. That's a very good opening statement, which I think sets up things very nicely for the questioning. So thank you for taking the time to put it together. So we'll share our questions around. Would anyone, and with respect to Abigail and Honourable Steve Lawrence, if you want to jump in, feel free to come on the screen and put the thumbs up or the thumbs down, whatever you normally do. Start with Deputy Chair.
Thank you for your time today. It still amazes me that in your submission, I think you said in your opening statement just then as well, that pre-reform premiums were $935 and today they're $536, which seems incredibly significant at a time when cost of living pressures and inflation's driving everything up, and this is what $400 cheaper than it would have been had the reforms not come in place. Would you overall say the scheme's doing what it was supposed to be doing from the 2017 reforms? Like, it's in line with what the objectives were to get premiums down and look after injured motorists?
I would say that it is doing what it's meant to be doing, and we have very close monitoring of the performance to make sure that it continues to do that. I think the TEPL mechanism has really helped us in being able to manage the costs, but I think it's fair to say we continue to face inflation and other things which will impact and an increase in the costs of treatment and care particularly, which are going to continue to impact on premiums moving forward.
And the TEPL, so there's also we heard earlier today and we've known about since this new scheme came in, this innovation bonus as well. Have any insurers been able to access that or some part of that since I call it the new scheme, but it's not that new anymore, it's 7 years old or whatever, but since the 2018 reforms?
Yeah, we've had a number of insurers access, and I'll get Lauren to speak to some of the details of those who have accessed. But most of the insurers have actually accessed the Innovation Fund, and so that's an agreement from us on using particular funds to promote innovation, but also to help the market continue to innovate and improve. So, Lauren, did you want to give some more detail?
Yeah, absolutely. So over the period since innovation was introduced, we've received 35 applications for innovation support under the TEPL guidelines, which sets the structure and the governance in which innovation support is assessed and provided. 19 of those applications have progressed through to preliminary approval. So there was a number of them that didn't progress for a number of different reasons. I think what's important is that CIRA will set conditions in relation to the innovation and how that's accessed under the TEPL guidelines. What is ultimately paid out as in innovation support needs to be assessed on a year-on-year basis in line with the TEPL guidelines and won't be fully determined until an accident period is closed in line with the TEPL guidelines, which for the first accident year, 2018, we need to reach a level of certainty in the ultimate claims costs of 95% to close that accident year. We're still a way off that yet, given the long tail nature of the scheme, so we're still at 85%. So there is some years until the ultimate cost of innovation for the first accident year will be determined.
Right, so you apply or file for a potential innovation fund distribution, and then you might not get it until 4 or 5 years down the track, for instance.
That's right. Okay. That's right. And I think just to give some numbers around that, we've had 35 applications for innovation support, of which 19 are currently active.
Right.
We've had 5 withdrawn or abandoned, and 11 that we haven't progressed. And 18 have received some preliminary approval, out of which 4 have received final approval. So they're all sort of moving through various stages of the accident years.
And it's up to 3%, but it's not. But I assume a lot of sort of somewhat, 1% or.
It's very dependent on the innovation itself and the funding required.
And you've said that an emerging issue is the need to transition from TEPL to a long-term EPL profit control model. What does that look like? How can you explain that a bit more for laymen like us?
So the Motor Injuries Act introduced the excess profit and loss mechanism, and it regulates the profits. So I mean that stuff I think we've worked through. But under the EPL model, we have a function to review the premium income of the insurers and to determine whether their premiums or the authority fund levy should be adjusted to minimise that profit or loss. So several transitional provisions were included under Schedule 4 of the Act to facilitate the transition from the previous motor accident scheme to this one. So that's the transition, and that's why it's been called TEPL at this point to get through those processes. We were required to review the operation of those transitional provisions after 3 years after commencement of the Act, and the decision to make a regulation we have deferred whilst we're reviewing what we should do moving forward and what a future EPL should look like. And part of that has been because we need to understand how the market is operating and making sure that we can keep premiums affordable as they can be. And I think certainly having COVID happen in the middle of that has really interrupted our ability to kind of look at that quickly because those people weren't driving on the roads, so therefore the scheme was interrupted. So we're still working through that, and we're doing some work at the moment to look at what does that look like moving forward. But I'm not sure if Ms. Sayer or Ms. Martin wanted to add anything to that.
Happy to add.
Thank you.
So the EPL model is already provided for in the legislation. Currently, as Mandy's explained, we are operating under the transitional provisions. Because it is a long tail scheme, it would really take approximately 10 years for that experience to really stabilise. So to move from transitional provisions to EPL, we'd want to see a level of stability and predictability in the market before we would make a recommendation to move into the EPL model.
What happens if an insurer reserves too much money? So if there's obviously the short term profit that they make, the to 10%, and then there's the innovation bonus as well. But what if years down the track, 10 years down the track, they sort of realise that the insurers have reserved too much money compared to the claims? Is that released somehow? I mean, if it's a relatively small amount of money, it might be inefficient to distribute it back to policyholders. But if it's a considerable amount, I assume that's probably what would happen.
So every year we look at the outcomes for each accident year, and that's part of what makes up the TEBL assessment for each year. So the previous years will help us to understand. So if, for example, in 2018, an insurer held too much and the outcome was that they had more money, then that would be factored into the current year's TEBL calculations.
All right. And just a final one from me is that you've said there's challenges in claims farming, which I think has largely has been addressed, which is good. Rising fraud complexity and legal disputes affecting scheme costs. Could you go into a bit more detail on the rise you've seen in fraud and legal disputes that affect scheme costs?
So they're probably two different things. So I'll start with fraud. So we have a fraud framework that was developed in response to the 2021 Stat Review of the scheme, and that's on our website. And that really looks at how we deter, detect and respond. So certainly over the last few years we have become much more focused in how we look at fraud. So when we talk about a rise in fraud, it's hard to understand exactly what the extent of fraud is in any scheme, but we're certainly doing more work around that and doing more work with insurers around that. And we have an investigation and enforcement team which continues to work quite closely on that. So given that has been a key objective of the Act, we, since July last year to now, ultimately, we've received 50 CTP fraud referrals for investigations. Primarily they come from insurers, but they can come from anywhere. We've referred 18 cases to our legal team for prosecution. We've successfully prosecuted 4 fraud matters over the last year, and we've currently got 14 matters before the courts. So we are seeing an increase. I think partly that is because we are doing really focused work on looking at that, working with insurers around it, but also building our own internal capability to be able to prosecute and take those matters through the courts.
Thank you.
I've got a couple, shall I, Paul?
Open the batting.
Thank you. The comment made about the one of the statements, and I'm not sure who made it, but just about the matter of clawing back, or the clawback program associated with profits greater than 10%. Could you please elucidate on that whole area, and how's it going? Is there plans to provide more resources to tackle this? Just an open-up question. Feel free to go as far and deep as you like.
Sure. So I'd probably just kick off by saying we've been doing it for a few years now. Mm-hmm. So it's a process that is quite set, and we can take you through that process. Is probably the easiest way.
That'd be helpful.
Way to do that.
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Sure, I can take that one. So just like innovation, the TEPL process is defined under the Transitional Excess Profit and Loss Guidelines. So CIRA has quite a detailed view in relation to the gross written premium that each insurer writes each year, and also the claims costs that are expended each year, as well as any other costs that are borne within the scheme around the fund levy, or the claims handling expenses, or policy and acquisition expenses. Each year we work with our scheme actuary, Ernst & Young, to do an analysis at an industry level to determine whether there is benefit in moving through to, whether there's indicators that the scheme is in an excess loss or profit position. And if that indication comes back positive, then the Chief Executive, Mandy, will make a decision as to whether we move through to a second stage, which is called a reassessed profit stage, where we look at individual insurers and start to look at where each individual insurer is sitting in terms of the excess profit within the scheme. Now, the 10% is at an industry level.
Yes.
Each individual insurer is assessed in relation to its own finances, but CIRA has made decisions for the last 5 years in relation to clawing back. This year, obviously, we made a decision not to, as the transitional provisions are operating as intended, and insurers are writing their premiums closer to risk. But to date, obviously, we've clawed back 540 odd million.
And over what period of time? Is that in total, over the period of clawing back, so to speak?
That's in total, and that relates to the 2018 and 19 periods only. Obviously, there was no experience to commence the scheme.
Yes.
The insurers had the guidance from CIRA and the scheme actuary, so there's been significant excess profits for those 2 accident years, but we haven't looked to claw back for the latter accident years until there's a greater level of certainty in those years.
And what period of time would you reasonably expect you would need to, I guess, build that history so you can be more certain?
So for the first accident year, the TEPL guidelines establishes that CIRA will close an accident year when 95% of the ultimate costs. For the first accident year, we're still only up to 85% of ultimate costs. So there's that 10% gap. That is made up of damages payments, so damages claims still to be settled. We are working with insurers to try and close that gap as soon as possible, but as you might understand, some of those damages claims will be for minors, which won't be settled until they reach an age, or quite complex matters. Once the...
Sorry, just to clarify for Hansard, that's minors OR, not ER, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Just for Hansard, yeah.
Yes. So we're still a couple of years off, I would say, until we're able to close the first accident year.
Okay. Ms Abigail-Boyd, did you have any questions that you'd like to follow up? Serendipitous. Ms Abigail-Boyd.
Yes. Thank you very much, and good afternoon to our witnesses. If I could start with CTP. In your submission, you say that the internal review process is functioning effectively with 98% of insurer internal review determinations made within statutory timelines. Is that timeline the only metric that CIRA is interested in? We heard evidence from the IRO earlier that's quite different to that, saying that the review process is not working effectively at all. So, yeah, just wanted you to talk around why the difference in opinions.
So I would say from an internal review perspective, it's certainly not the only thing that we would be interested in, because we want to understand the outcomes of those reviews. We, through the motor accident guidelines, there is actually very clear guidance on how an internal review is to be conducted and what that looks like. And it also considers the various people who can conduct a review and the skill sets required. So that's all set out in the guidelines, and we regulate to that. And in fact, we do consider how we do that through the process, which is probably best for Ms Sayer to talk to how we actually look at internal reviews and how we regulate through that process.
Yes, thank you. So I suppose the data at a high level that we get is an indicator in terms of the timeliness only, but you're right, there's other obligations that it's appropriate that CIRA regulate against to ensure that customers are receiving a service that aligns to the expectations outlined in the motor accident guidelines. So CIRA's conducted multiple claims audits of the functions of the insurers as it relates to internal review over the last couple of years, and we've published those audits, and we've also taken regulatory action with insurers, including remediation plans and civil penalties that relate to internal review.
But how do you know, I guess, that they're getting it right? So when we look, for instance, in the workers' comp space, we can say, well, there's a certain number of cases that go to the commission and they get overturned, and so we can say, well, you clearly were getting that wrong, insurer. If we've got an internal review, how do you know that the internal review is correct, that the answer that they come up with is the right one?
So we don't go down to an individual level as to whether each internal review that was conducted is correct. We work at a more systemic level. So do they have the systems in place to ensure that they're performing in line with the guideline requirements? We would also, our broader insurer supervision model would take any feedback, whether it was from we meet with the Personal Injury Commission, we meet with the IRO refers significant matters through to us, and we would also be conducting other activities and receive information from stakeholders that would indicate risk, and on that basis we would take further regulatory action if appropriate.
Okay, but the IRO is saying that these reviews are not effective. So you're saying that they are 98% timeliness, and that we've got rules for people to comply with to make sure that they're coming up with the right answers. But what guarantee or assurance do we have that they actually are? If no one's actually checking, then presumably they can just get away with making the wrong decisions and no one's there to tell them otherwise.
So if there were complaints going through to the Independent Review Office or that the Independent Review Office thought it appropriate for CIRA to take regulatory action against because the insurer wasn't meeting its obligations, CIRA would take action in that instance. We have an MOU with the IRO to cover these sorts of circumstances, so we do receive that intelligence. We've received 13 significant matter referrals from the IRO over the last year, and there hasn't been indicators within that cohort that tells that story. But on the evidence given today, that is something that CIRA can go away and have a deeper look into to make sure, to assure ourselves and this committee that insurers are doing the right thing.
Does CIRA publish any of that sort of compliance findings or any kind of insurer-specific compliance failings so that, for example, with CTP, that motorists can compare insurer behaviour beyond just the pricing? Is that available for people?
So that's a really great question. So in terms of our audits, we do publish that detail, but we don't expect that motorists will go and look through an audit report on a CIRA website. What we have been doing over the last year is working on what we're calling a customer service score or a customer service rating. So CIRA conducts lived experience surveys with any person that makes a claim within the scheme, and we ask them a number of questions against the customer service conduct principles, which are expectations on insurers under their licence conditions. We've been through a period of consultation with insurers and working with our team to determine how that customer service score will be derived, and we'll be looking to publish that on the green slip check so that when motorists are making a choice around which insurer they want to be insured with, there is another mechanism or indicator rather than just a price to inform choice.
Okay. Can I ask you, I think in your submission you refer to a 29% increase in health expenditure. I think that was just for CTP. How much of that increase do you attribute to sort of provider over-servicing versus just legitimate sort of treatment cost inflation? Do you have any insights into what that increase is due to?
So to jump onto that one, so one of our 25-26 priorities has been about how we're targeting systemic non-compliance by entities, and that's particularly in relation to healthcare providers and the expenditure. It's been something that we have been very concerned about and continue to be. And we're currently looking at our regulatory practice with the aim to improve that. So we've developed an action plan to really focus on that and looking at the strategy and the operations and enhancing delivery, so really understanding that of how that is happening. We're also doing a strategic review of health provider regulation to help us get a better understanding of what we're regulating, how we're regulating it, and how we can improve that. So that work is is also underway. When we look at the costs, there is some that is to do with an increased number, so the increased number of claims that we have going through, which will ultimately increase the cost. But we also look further into that, into understanding what does that look like, and the increase in the cost of services, to be honest. For example, we have a bulk billing arrangement with New South Wales Health, and that continues to increase year on year quite significantly. So we work very closely with Health and look at that quite carefully to understand that the costs that we are experiencing are attributable to a motor accident, and to making sure that they're all correct. Lauren, did you want to jump into any of the detail on other cost impacts?
No, I think your point on the bulk billing agreement is a good one. So that's set on the basis of the national efficient price, which is set by the federal regulator. Even last year, that had a 12.3% increase increase rate, price inflation. So the scheme is under pressure from healthcare inflation more broadly.
Okay.
So to give you to give you some sense of the numbers, if that's helpful, in 2021 financial year, the total cost was 173.9 million of that agreement, and last financial year it was 210.2 million. So that is very much creeping up over the years.
Thank you. Can I ask what systemic issues you've identified in this handover from CTP insurers into CTP care, and whether there's been, for example, inconsistent injury information, underfunded care plans, disputes about causation, things like that? What sort of systemic issues are you seeing in that handover at 4+ years?
Yeah. So the Lifetime Care and Support Authority administers CTP care, and that provides treatment for the longer term people on STAT benefits for people who were injured in a crash. In cases involving EBA transition, the licensed insurer continues to fund treatment and care costs until 5 years post-crash, and after this period, CTP care assumes that responsibility for ongoing costs. That as it moves forward, we can have oversight of those on the licensed insurers, but we don't actually have oversight of those within CTP care. So as that transitions, we have the ability to regulate in that space. In June 2023, we spoke to iCare about that and thinking about how we could do that. We had some. We don't really have it within our statutory power to undertake that. So we then, in 2024, required licensed insurers to undertake a self-assessment of their performance against some specified criteria. So we actually asked them to look at that specifically. The criteria regarding the transition included providing complete and timely documentation and information before claim transitions, and the scheme score was 52.1%. Sending notification letters to the person and their legal representatives, and with a scheme score of 69%, and providing new data, information and relevant communication as they transitioned, 28.6%, and notifying CTP care of the finalisation of damages, the score was at 14.8%. So insurers that were identified as substantially non-compliant were required to undertake remediation with us, with the main scheme issues being the timely information and communication post-transition. So we undertook that work last year, and I think we are looking to re-look at that in the coming year.
So when you say remediation, so there's this again, and we saw this again in the workers' comp space, this sort of pattern of non-compliance, but without any real consequences for insurers. In this case, when you say remediation, what does that look like?
So we have really clear remediation expectations, which are published on our website and communicated to insurers in relation to what they need to do to remediate, including bearing the cost of their own remediation. The insurers have to provide a remediation plan that meets CIRA's expectation. That's assessed by CIRA, and it's either accepted in terms of what that remediation looks like to ensure it's timely and meets what we believe to be the root cause of the issue, and then the insurer must report to us monthly in relation to how they are implementing that remediation plan and how they're assessing then their performance to sustain substantial compliance. So they'll continue to do that until such time that CIRA is satisfied.
So they have to pay for their own costs of remediation, sure, but in terms of the long-term cost to the scheme, and in particular CTP care, for instance, if they've not done everything they needed to do in those first 5 years or 4 years, if they've handed them over before the 5, then that long-term liability is sitting in CTP care, which is obviously going to have a long-term financial impact. Is there any costs recovered from insurers for that long-term impact on the scheme, or they only pay to remediate in the moment?
So that the cost of their remediation is borne by them. I would say that CIRA is really focused over the last few years since the last Law and Justice inquiry on working upstream with insurers on their claims management. So making sure that we've done multiple audits around treatment and care decisions to make sure that people are getting early and appropriate treatment, that their recovery planning is occurring as per the expectations in the guidelines, which are aligned to evidence, to ensure that the people are being supported in the scheme to recover in such a way that creates the best outcome for the scheme and the individual.
Okay, but you get my point that, there's a long-term impact from non-compliance on a different part of the scheme that gets borne by CTP care. What sort of, how do we cost recover from those insurers that have not been compliant and have caused that long-term cost? Or are we just not?
So there's no legislative mechanism to enable that. I would say that if an insurer is not managing the claim in line with the expectations and there's a cost being borne by CTP care at 5 years, as an insurer, they're also bearing that cost, which would be impacting their profitability as well. So it's in their best interests to perform early on a claim to be able to try and get the best outcome for an individual. But there is no mechanism, I suppose, for CTP care to recover costs from a CTP insurer if they think that the claim wasn't managed appropriately.
No, so it's not really in their long-term financial interests then. I don't really get that point. If there's certain care or treatments that could be given that are going to support in the short term but not the long term, and could even actually increase the cost long term, then it's in the insurer's interest to do those short term fixes and not the long term ones, because they're not bearing that long tail risk. So, but from what I'm hearing from you, there's just not the powers to claw that money back or to create any sort of counter financial incentive for insurers to do the right thing.
Not at present, no.
Okay. Can we talk about these EBA arrangements? We heard earlier that that there's not very many of them, of these arrangements taking place. What are you seeing in terms of the numbers, and how are you, I guess, incentivising a higher take-up of those EBAs?
So in cases involving EBA transition, the current numbers as of October 31, 2025, Lifetime Care and Support were managing 1,943 open claims, which included 43 EBA claims. The current numbers.
Okay, so 43. So how many would that be sort of every year that are coming across then, do you think?
I'm not sure, but we can take that on notice for you.
Obviously, there's a huge interest in reducing the number of handovers that a claimant has to go through, which is why use of the EBAs is seen to be a good thing. Is there any action that CIRA takes to try and incentivise a greater awareness of that process and trying to get insurers to use that process after the 4 years instead of moving them across, particularly from workers' comp to CTP and then on?
So I would say the insurers are very well aware of the fact that they can enter into an EBA with CTP care. CIRA doesn't have a function under the legislation to require that to occur in any shape. It is a matter for CTP care and the insurer to enter into an agreement together. So we have discussions with insurers and CTP care about EBA agreements, but we don't prescribe, or we don't have regulatory powers to prescribe that in certain circumstances that should or must occur. So it's a matter for the insurers to come to an agreement on.
Okay. I might ask some more questions on supplementaries in relation to that, but just one last one, if I could. We're hearing in a lot of the submissions there's a theme that's coming through where people find CTP in particular to be a very complicated scheme, and they're finding navigating it and knowing what their rights are difficult, particularly where there's no sort of access to free or subsidised, I guess, free sort of legal advice like we have with ILARs under the workers' comp scheme. Does CIRA do anything to, I guess, put together some sort of information or try and make sure that that claimants have a better level of information so that they can navigate the scheme easier?
Yeah. So we actually have a service that's called CTP Assist. So where primarily people who work through that service, we have people who call randomly, people who are going through the CTP process to check in on whether they're receiving their entitlements, what does that look like, and are they able to navigate the scheme. So that's an ongoing service that we have through our frontline services. Additionally, people will call CIRA Assist and we will assist them in navigating the process where we can as well. So we have those two functions, as well as all of the information through our website and other channels.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to ask one cheeky last one, if I can. Sorry, I did just say the last one was last one.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. If, a lot of, I say some submissions have commented that CIRA doesn't have sufficient teeth to do everything that people would like it to do. Do you think that there are certain powers that you lack that you would like to have? Please give us your wishes.
My colleagues here have both been in the scheme for much longer than I, so I suspect that they may have some views on this. And I think whenever you ask a regulator, we of course would enjoy some more powers. For example, some that we've probably talked about today in terms of how things transition and what that looks like. But certainly we really want to actually get better at using the powers that we have. And I think that that's something that we're really focused on, and particularly in relation to treatment and care. We're certainly looking at that and thinking more strategically about what are the powers we have in that space and potentially what are the other things that could help us, because we don't necessarily have a lot of teeth, so to speak, in how we can regulate providers in that space. But I would defer to Ms Martin and Ms Sayer, who've been in the scheme for much longer on that. Do they have anything to add?
I would just mention the claim farming legislation which has been introduced, so that would give us powers. So we have current powers to prosecute fraud and investigate and deter fraud, but we don't have the necessary powers in terms of claim farming behaviour, which is something that's been reported particularly by key stakeholders in the scheme that's having impact on vulnerable people. So that would be something that we would have additional powers over.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a big chance. This is the big opportunity. We're going to write these recommendations. But seriously, though, I made the point with previous witnesses. We do welcome in these engagements from bodies like yourself who are quite significant in the whole web of care in New South Wales. Put it that way. To be forthright, back to the committee, because we do need to reflect on all the evidence, and because you're obviously the experts. In the area that you have specific remit for, we really do and would welcome recommendations perhaps in the future that we can. Doesn't mean we'll necessarily accept them or endorse them, but if they're there in black and white. Because in your answer to Ms we just had, you made a statement worse effect, implying that we may know something or would know something. I don't think that's always a fair assumption. I mean, we hope that we do get insights into things and understand things over time. But clearly we're not at the pointy end of the organisation like yourself. So don't be fearful that you shouldn't bowl stuff up. We can sort of digest it as best we can and understand it, and hopefully put together a report with good findings and recommendations back to government. And at the end of the day, the government of the day, doesn't matter what political complexion, the minister will make decisions with cabinet and things obviously move or not move from there as the case may be.
I think, if I might, to that point, we have a great opportunity over the next 12 months with the committee itself running at the moment, and then the statutory review, which is also going to review things to think about what can that do. But I think one of the things that we could provide to you after this is the work that we're doing around health provider regulation and what we're doing, because I think that also provides some great insights to some of the things that we think might be quite helpful for us in regulating as we move forward.
No, that'd be good. Have you finished, Abigail? Do you have any more? I think probably that's
No,
it.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Abigail. Well, I've just got a couple, just noting the time. Could you just go to page 12 of the submission into the CTP scheme, which is Chapter 5, or Section 5, current and future reviews.
Mm-hmm.
Have you got that?
Yep.
I'll take you down to the bottom, we'll take you to the right-hand column, and to the bottom of that, point-to-point industry. Now, I suppose at the end of the day I can say I'll be a bit cheeky. And so if you read that, that is like a beautiful piece of yes, Minister verbiage. It says, with the continued evolution of the point-to-point industry, which is interesting, CIRA is evaluating how CTP premium arrangements may be structured in the future to most appropriately reflect the risk of each of the services provided by the industry. Now, Honourable Rod Roberts has an interest in this particular area going back some time, particularly in the context of the impact of point-to-point with respect to the taxi industry, such as we can continue to describe it in New South Wales, given it's been eviscerated, I have to say, in front of our very eyes over a relatively short period of time. We had the representatives from the taxi organisation today explain to us, Tax Council, that there are effectively, as we speak, 30,000 Uber-type passenger point-to-point services. So Uber is a generic term we use, but as best they can calculate, that total number is 30,000 out on the road at any point in time. And with respect to where we are with taxis, we're down to around 6,000. So that's taxis with Class 7 registration. And that's happened over basically a 10-year period. The gentleman who gave the evidence this morning indicated that in a fortnight's time, the industry will have had its 10th year anniversary, essentially, here in Australia and New South Wales. So to make the statement, and once again, I don't presume for a moment that any of the three of you wrote those words, and I'm being a bit cheeky here, but I mean, it's evolved, and in its evolution has sort of slashed and burnt, so to speak, the taxi industry. And in terms of its evolution, it's still essentially the same work done point to point. The platform, no doubt, whether it's Uber or Didi or whatever, gets refined over time, and that obviously impacts on the persons doing the point-to-point activity. And it's not work because they don't have an employer-employee contract. That's the big argument that sort of has been around and continues to be in this area of engagement. But clearly, it just seems difficult to me to understand that having 10 years sort of rolled down the road, so to speak, no pun intended, we're still talking about evolution, and surely by now there must be some sort of hard-headed thinking done by yourselves in regards to that. And I mean, with respect to iCare as well, I mean, without being overly critical, iCare seemed to be a bit vaguish on this, and I wasn't pointing the finger at the CEO in that regard, but clearly this is a big deal. This is a whole industry which has essentially been restructured. And there's all the sorts of lurks of, for example, parents buying vehicles for their children doing work which is clearly point-to-point, not really for personal use. You've got the issue of people buying new cars, either declaring or not declaring at that point that it's going to be used for this purpose as opposed to personal use. Part way through the life of a car in terms of its history, 2 or 3 years, it might move from personal use to that sort of point-to-point use. There's a lot that has gone on, not in fact that's evolving, has already gone on. So can you take us to the deep bottom room in Sierra and tell us what your thoughts are about point-to-point?
Sure. So it is a very small sentence, I think, in that report, but it does have a lot of work behind that in terms of what we've been doing. So earlier this year, we did a review of the point-to-point guidelines, and we did find that it's not meeting the original policy intent, just as you have described. Taxi premiums remain higher than rideshare due to the higher risk relativity observed in the higher claim frequency. We had our actuaries do some work on that in about October this year, roughly.
Yeah.
And it calculated that rideshare vehicles have a claim frequency of 288% higher than a standard passenger vehicle, while taxis are still 719% higher. So this is still a difference.
Right, that's a differential, yeah.
So what we have done with that being only that we've been working through this over the year, is now with that in mind and noting the ongoing funding and operational complexities, because it's not necessarily like for like given what they do, we're now looking at how do we look at the CTP premium arrangements and structure those into the future. So that small sentence, I think, is describing that there is a lot of work to be done to understand how can we restructure that, because it's not apples and apples.
Yeah.
So how do we do that is the question we're working through at the moment.
I know whether Roger could add anything to
I've
that.
got heaps.
Okay, well, I've opened the door, so watch out. The Honourable Rod Roberts.
Right, thank you. Like, it's been 10 years, right, now, and there's a huge disparity in the CTP premiums that a taxi pays versus a rideshare. What are you doing to fix it? What are you actually doing? Now, the taxi industry has been complaining about this for years. We've received these complaints for years. Sierra's heard these for years. Yet here we are saying, oh, it's complex and we're going to work on it. What are we doing? Queensland's got a model. They've got it sorted already. Why hasn't New South Wales got it sorted? Because we're losing the taxi industry. It's being decimated. And what we've got is we've actually got taxi operators just taking the signs off their vehicles, turning over and becoming a rideshare vehicle to circumvent the CTP costs, let alone the workers' comp. But we're not here to talk about workers' comp. So what's happening?
So as I said, we are working on it, but I don't know, Ms. Martin, if you had any further detail in terms of the work that's being done.
So some of the complexities are broader than just Sierra, what we can do alone. So we are engaging with Transport and Point-to-Point Commission in terms of some of those broader challenges that we need to progress through. In terms of the guidelines that we've done a review of, no, they're not achieving the original policy intent, but they were implemented in 2023 following some additional legislative changes. So we are currently exploring that across government, and we'll be providing advice to government in terms of what an option might be moving forward.
Okay, so what do we have at the moment? If I'm a rideshare operator, I pay Class 1 CTP. Taxis pay their Class 7. What are you doing to recoup from me more in a premium to go into the fund, because I'm actually operating as a professional driver, not really a private driver?
So there's additional, so there is the Class 1 premium that's collected from the vehicle owner, and then there's the additional premium that's collected per kilometre, 10 cents per kilometre.
Let's go directly to that then. That's the engaged kilometres, correct?
Correct.
Right. So we've got the evidence correct. So a lot of the members are starting to come across this now. But let's make sure we got this clear. If I'm sitting in my vehicle and I'm a rideshare driver, and a job pops up on my screen, and it's 10 kilometres down the road, so I take it, right, on the next clearest one, closest one, whatever it happens to be, those 10 kilometres I drive in furtherance of my business are not monitored and not collected and not charged, correct?
Correct.
So in your opening motherhood statement here today, you said we want a fair, efficient and sustainable scheme for all drivers. You tell me how that 10 cents engaged mileage only is a fair, reasonable and sustainable scheme when it comes to the taxi industry. How do you correlate those two?
So I think it's important to understand that each of the two separate cohorts pay their risk. They just pay it in a different methodology.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, we know that rideshare pays significantly less. And I want to take you to page 15 of your submission then, where you have affordability, viability and equity. And again, for a big report like the Chair has said, and such a crucial issue, and one that's been around for 10 years, this is a little bit of a paragraph here. Taxis have received a significant reduction in premium from the average of 11,600 to 4,700. What's that figure based on?
That figure's based on the average premium for taxis pre-reform at today's dollars.
Yeah.
So that's the 11,000. So that's what they would be paying if we were still under the previous scheme.
Yeah.
What they're paying under the current scheme with the expanded benefits and whatnot is 4,500. I think.
How do you get to that 4,700? Is that a New South Wales average?
Yes.
So it's not fair. It's not entirely correct then, is it? Because what's an urban operator paying?
Oh, I could have to take
It's
that on
significantly
notice.
more than that. We've received evidence from the Taxi Council that's up into the 5,000s at least.
So that would be the average premium across all taxis in New South Wales.
This that you put here.
Yes.
But it's not comparing, as we've talked about here today, apples to apples. The urban industry is paying significantly more. So this is not a fair and accurate statement. Your paragraph here should have said urban operators are paying this, regional operators are paying it. What's a wheelchair taxi paying?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Well, can you please do? Because I can guarantee it's going to be a lot more than 4,700.
So I think it's best for us to take on notice the detail of urban versus regional, and then we can also do taxi. But the number that is in here is the statewide average.
Yeah. So there would be some that are paying less than that as well.
Yes, but we've received evidence that that is not correct.
But we'll get on notice for you the difference between regional, metropolitan.
So 288% you said is the higher accident risk for a private operator riding rideshare, during rideshare, than a normal. Am I correct in understanding that?
Yeah.
Okay. So you say then the taxis are having more crashes than rideshare. What data and facts have you got for us on that?
So that's on the basis of the claims costs coming through the scheme.
Righto. Well, how do you know? Do you receive data from every single service provider that operates a rideshare?
Not every single, but up to 97%.
So we're not getting a complete accurate one, though, are we? So we're not getting it.
So
we're getting it from Uber, perhaps?
We're getting it from Uber, from DD, which makes up 97% of the rides across New South Wales. So there is a 3% differential there.
There's a lot in the regional areas, though, that aren't Uber and DD, isn't there?
There potentially is, yes.
So then, how do you monitor rideshare operators to ensure that they're being captured as commercial operators rather than private operators? How do you do that?
So the providers, so the Ubers and DDs have to provide CIRA with data, which goes down to an individual trip level.
Yeah.
And that is how we link that to our claims data to understand the claims costs associated with those trips.
What about the 2,400 other service providers?
So they would fall into the 3% that's not covered by Uber and DD.
So you don't have an accurate reflection on...
We're missing the 3%, yes.
I'll let it go at the moment, Chair. I'm going to put the rest of mine on the...
Oh, yeah, okay. So I'll just
and
conscious of
supplementary, I
time.
think.
The Honourable Anthony Adam had his hand up. A couple of minutes, Anthony. You better bowl over that time, or...?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I want to come back to that line of questioning that the Honourable Rod Roberts was just pursuing. So you made the statement that each is, both rideshare and taxis are paying the appropriate level of risk. And you're saying that the accident data for rideshare is lower than it is for taxis. Is that correct?
Yes.
How do you account for that? What's your explanation for why rideshare drivers are having fewer accidents than taxis when both are engaged in a point-to-point service? What's the explanation for the differential? If you say that the risk is appropriately apportioned and the premiums are collected proportionate to the risk?
So I don't think I have could tell you exactly the reasons why. We know that the taxis are on the road proportionally more than ride shares. Obviously, the data we get through from the ride share goes down to an individual trip level. So every time they are on the road, that data feeds through, and the funding mechanism for the CTP scheme feeds through. We don't have that level of data coming into the scheme from the taxi operators, so we can't do a like-for-like comparison in terms of time on the road, but the assumption is that what we know is that most taxi operators are operating their vehicle 24/7 or close to that, whereas rideshare is not operating in that same way.
Okay, so if that's the case, so are rideshare vehicles more or less likely to have an accident than just a private motor vehicle?
They're more likely. So their relativity is 200.
But they're paying the same premium as a private vehicle that's not operating commercially. How can you say that risk is properly apportioned? It clearly isn't, because if you're operating a private vehicle for private purposes, you have a lower rate of accidents to rideshare, who's operating their vehicle for a proportion of the time on a commercial basis.
Mm-hmm.
How can you say, if they're paying exactly the same premium, that the risk is properly apportioned?
So they're not paying. So the CTP premium that the vehicle holder is paying is the same as a standard Class 1 vehicle, but there's additional funding that's collected for the scheme. So for every kilometre that a rideshare vehicle drives, 10 cents is collected as premium for the scheme.
Right, and that accounts for the differential, does it?
That does.
And so does that, if the data shifts in terms of the number of accidents that are apportioned to rideshare, does the amount collected increase?
Yes, it would need to, yes.
And so your CIRA can just adjust that, can it, unilaterally?
Yes.
Right, okay. Right, that's all my questions.
Thank you, that's very helpful evidence. Well, let's bring us to our conclusion, rather, to the evidence from yourselves this afternoon. So thank you very much. It's very pleasing to have you come along and allow us to gently interrogate a very important body inside the state in terms of the provisions of the services that it does do. So thank you for the great work. There could be questions on notice. If not, some supplementary questions probably will definitely flow, arising from members taking the opportunity when they can to read the Hansard from today's hearings. Thank you very much.
Thank
Good
you.
afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you, gentlemen, for
Good
making
afternoon.
yourselves available relatively late in the day. We do appreciate you making the time to come along this afternoon. It's greatly appreciated. We'll get through the formality first, which is, I'm sure you're used to the process to take an oath or an affirmation, whichever you prefer, the words of which should be before you. And in doing so, when you're doing that, could you, your name please, your organisation, if you're representing an organisation, and the title you hold. If you're here representing yourself, it's just by yourself. So perhaps if we start to my left.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My name is Mark Gibbons. I represent the Medico-Legal Association of Australia. I'm taking the affirmation.
Thank you.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbons. Associate Professor.
Michael Robertson. I'm the Chief Psychiatrist for the MedHealth Group, which operates a number of medico-legal businesses in the space. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. We'll commence by acknowledging and thanking you for the submission that's been provided to the inquiry. It stands as submission number 9. All the committee members, and there's some in the room, and there's some, at least one, if not two, remotely participating this afternoon. All have read it, and no doubt there'll be some questions that flow from your submission. But before we progress to questions, is there an opening statement that you'd either like to make individually or on behalf of the team?
Yes.
So
thank
if you could
Chair.
please proceed, that would be great.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. My name is Mark Gibbons, the President of the Australasian Association of Medico-Legal Providers. The Australasian Association of Medico-Legal Providers is the peak body for medical, health and business professionals who provide expert opinions to the legal industry, government departments and insurer groups. We have 2 recommendations for the committee to consider. Firstly is the consideration of a scheme-funded independent second specialist medical opinion service for claimants. And the second is to revise CIRA's medical opinion, as I refer to them as gazetted rates, to attract medical specialists to support injured road users' recovery and entitlements. Our first proposal is intended to give agency back to injured people who may feel uncertain or unsure about the course of treatment from their initial medical assessment. The second opinion service is offered to participants in private health insurance and life insurance assessments. It's been popular as it empowers claimants. They're able to engage a tangible tool to verify medical evidence or a medical course of treatment. It may also reduce future disputation, preventing costly delays and secondary trauma. Our second proposal is to address the shortage of medical specialists willing to participate in the New South Wales CTP scheme. From our research and previous submissions that we've made to government inquiries, medical specialists, particularly psychiatrists and orthopaedic surgeons, can earn substantially more, on average at least 33% more in private practice than they can earn through the gazetted rates. As actuarial firm Taylor Fry found in the CIRA 2023 report, CTP insurers and plaintiff lawyers are experiencing a shortage of medical specialists, yet we are not aware of a material movement on either remuneration or simplification of the medico-legal process to attract them. We believe that aligning fees with private practice, as Victoria has recently done, will secure specialist supply, reduce wait times and improve outcomes for claimants whilst simultaneously releasing pressure on premiums. We urge the committee to support these changes. Thank you, Chair. That completes my submission.
Thank you very
and
much.
Opening statement.
So what we'll do now, if you're agreeable to it, we'll pass over to committee members. We have members of government Ms Abigail Boyd, independent or member of the crossbench from the Greens, and the Honourable Rod Roberts and the Honourable Chris Rath from the opposition. So I apologise.
And one more opening statement, if you don't mind.
Oh, I do apologise. I'm sorry. Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Chair. Distinguished members, thank you for the opportunity to provide evidence to the inquiry. I've been a consultant psychiatrist for more than 30 years and have worked in civil forensic and occupational mental health for 15 to 20 of those. Over time, I have seen innumerable cases involving CTP claims and have worked as an assessor in the Personal Injury Commission. I'm aware that other parties have provided testimony to this inquiry that identify potential mechanisms to improve the scheme involving the use of independent assessors on a more clinically focused, as opposed to liability assessment basis, as well as more widespread adoption of joint assessments. I'm willing to expand on these separately as I consider them to be highly worthwhile and indeed needed modifications to the CTP scheme. Speaking to colleagues and from my own experience, there is certainly a view that in the medico-legal space there is a squandering of expert opinion in independent medical examinations. That is, these assessments have limited clinical value for the patient and provide no meaningful contribution to their recovery. In many, possibly most circumstances, an IME psychiatrist is the only specialist contact a person passing through the CTP scheme would encounter. If we were to utilise the skills available to the scheme from IME psychiatrists to provide expert opinion on diagnosis and management recommendations, this would be the most consequential and valuable alteration to the scheme possible from a clinical perspective. In my civil forensic practice, I frequently see paediatric cases that by nature are highly changeable and likely to improve with appropriate intervention and naturalistic regression of their conditions. In these assessments, I invariably provide detailed recommendations about treatment, in the hope, rather than the expectation, that this opinion will find its way to the child's GP. When I see these children 12 to 18 months later, as advised, only a small minority have sought appropriate treatment, and more often than not, this is usually a function of the parents intuiting from the assessment that more could be done. The second concern I have evolved over many years of medico-legal practice is the change in the markets and the reach of independent medical assessments. Since COVID, the demand for psychiatric assessment services has ballooned. Psychiatry, supported through telehealth, is now a national as against state-based market. What is not national are standards for psychiatric assessment between jurisdictions and between schemes. This leads to cost, both the opportunity cost from the lack of useful comparative data between jurisdictions, as well as the financial cost to the schemes maintaining multiple and separate assessment frameworks. I'm not an actuary or an insurance policy person, but I think in this day of big data, both those professions and I agree that considering design features and applying a mandate for harmonisation of objective tests, such as medico-legal assessments, can only be a good thing. Causing New South Wales to consider adopting the Victorian TAC joint medical report might be a good step. I support the proposition that there should be more jointly instructed assessments and that the scheme should seek to credential psychiatrists with sufficient experience and most significantly professional and ethical standards in their medico-legal work. Such modification to the scheme is achievable with a minimum of disruption, but would provide the community with enhanced access to necessary specialist opinion and also more procedurally fair experience that aids in recovery rather than re-traumatise or re-stigmatise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Both those opening statements are very helpful to augment what's in the submission, so thank you for those. So we'll pass over to committee members now and share our time that we have. So
I'm happy to ask. Yeah,
Honourable Anthony D'Adam. We'll start with him.
I'm curious, in your assessment, what's the resistance to, this sounds like an eminently sensible proposal, Professor Robertson. What's the resistance? Where does the resistance come to this? Who's disadvantaged if this approach is adopted?
I need to stick to my lane as a shrink on this one, but from the clinical space, my observation is that the scheme has defaulted to a very adversarial system where we have respondent and plaintiff psychiatrists not necessarily trading blows, but certainly trading opinions, and the differences aren't usually that much. But I don't know whether it's just the way in which the system defaults. I don't think when you float this idea it's a bad idea. Most people I speak to think it is a good thing that their skills are used for the benefit of the claimant, or rather the patient. But in terms of resistance. I've not seen it from our perspective, from the profession at all.
Right. So my understanding is this, for the current arrangements, if this ends up in the Personal Injury Commission, then there's effectively, this is a system where both parties have to agree on a third party to make an assessment to provide evidence in a disputed claim.
Usually on the matter
perhaps avert that, getting to that stage, because you'd already have that independent assessment occurring at the earliest stage of disputation. Is that fair to say?
So the two questions put to specialists in the PIC would be whether or not the injury was a threshold or non-threshold injury, and the second is whether or not there is a supra-threshold level of whole person permanent impairment. If one doesn't pass the first test, one doesn't go to the second. So the two questions usually put before the Commission are whether there's a dispute over the diagnosis, and the second is there's no dispute over the diagnosis, it's a question of how much impairment there is. But in the interim, there's a whole group of people who struggle to find appropriate treatment because they're not sufficiently aware of their injuries as actually requiring treatment, or they are aware of the injury but can't get treatment, or they're more focused on the the seeking compensation as against seeking treatment. And so I think there are cultural factors as well as systemic factors that might explain some inertia rather than resistance, I think.
Could I offer an insight without actually being a lawyer, but in terms of a jurisdictional comparison between the Victorian scheme, for example, and the New South Wales scheme, where the JME has been successful in the Victorian scheme, is that it's actually left up to mostly the plaintiff lawyer to select the doctor for the JME, and then it's agreed with the insurer. The insurer, in the underwriter in the Victorian sense, is the state government. And in the private scheme in New South Wales, where we have private insurance, there is it seems to me it's unlikely that people would agree on the selection process. So it's not the what, it's the how. Yes. Most people agree that the use of a JME, whether it be in New South Wales or Victoria or other schemes, is of benefit, but it's how is that JME, who is the person performing that assessment, and how is it selected. Victoria, in my experience, is successful in that. I will leave it up to others to fill you in on why it's possibly more successful there than it's likely to be here. But they are fundamentally different schemes.
Well, don't be shy. We won't wait for others to tell us. You tell us about the Victorian scheme, if you can elucidate in more detail about the vis-a-vis New South Wales.
Well, it's a government underwritten scheme.
That's
so the
key.
TAC is very different from the New South Wales scheme, and I think it's probably less adversarial.
Yeah.
In nature, it's still an adversarial scheme, but it's at the culture and the nature of the scheme is probably less adversarial, and the plaintiff has quite established legal representation in the Victorian scheme. So there's no question of advocacy of the injured person. They have, the TAC provides for agency over their recovery. So there's a different treatment pathway as well as the legal pathway. And the selection of that expert to provide a JME is by the plaintiff's legal representative, whereas in New South Wales, that selection process is a very different process.
Yes.
And access to legal representation in New South Wales is somewhat limited in the scheme compared to the Victorian scheme. So,
okay, so there's some real
6 1 half does the other.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, yeah.
Can I just go to page 2 of your submission? And just and specifically point number 1, which is the proposal. in three parts: Roman 1, Roman 2, Roman 3.
Yeah.
So that essentially this is the second opinion proposition. So really the proposal, 1, 2 and 3 all actually relate to the second opinion proposition, is that?
Yeah.
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 Because in one of your early statements, and I just sort of scribbled down quickly, you spoke about one of the matters you sort of were recommending about is the simplification of the medico-legal process. So it's in the context of, that statement was made in the context of the second opinion proposal, or more broadly?
More broadly.
So in terms of more broadly then, pressing a bit further on that, the simplification, where do you see the most, well, put another way, in terms of identifying and confirming areas that, you know, are worthwhile having effort put in to see how they could be simplified, what would you identify those as in particular? And listen, I'm not meaning to put you on the spot, you're welcome to take that on notice if you wish, but just to go down deeper into the simplification issue.
So, in looking at the New South Wales scheme as a standalone scheme, and to answer your question, I would also look at the other schemes that operate in Australia and how they operate and the agency that they provide to the injured person. The purpose of the second opinion aspect is to give a little bit more agency back to the injured person in the context of the New South Wales scheme, and looking at how other schemes operate. So if you talk about the balance of power in different schemes in adversarial or a cultural nature, it's our view that the New South Wales scheme could benefit from providing more agency to injured persons in their treatment and recovery pathway, utilising expert opinion as opposed to just a treating practitioner who might, I don't mean just, I mean a treating practitioner who may only have 15 minutes consultation time as a GP to provide, to read through all the medical records of that person and to understand their history. It's a difficult job for a non-specialist to do. And we're relying on GPs in the CTP scheme to provide that, or the injured person's relying on the insurer. So we're suggesting that the scheme could benefit from a funded second opinion to give a little bit more agency back to people recovering from what is an injury that they was a pure accident, and they're not there because they want to be there, but most people want to recover. But there's sometimes a trust issue in an adversarial system when you're being told what to do by one side or another. There's not a lot of agency in the scheme provided and supported by expert doctors. So I mean specialist doctors as opposed to GPs. And it's used in life insurance. Second opinions are a regular thing. In our health scheme now, you're entitled to go and get a second opinion before your surgery. And looking at those examples, both national and state, the concept is to provide a funded review of your treatment pathway, separate to your medico-legal assessment. So it's a separate treatment assessment, for want of a better word.
So who carries the freight in terms of the cost of the second opinion?
Well, before I saw some of the evidence today, we were suggesting that it might come out of the super profits that's available, but apparently there aren't any super profits available currently.
I think that's nearly what they said, but I think there is reason to be optimistic. I mean, I think there are. It's getting to the identification, the absolute certainty that the profits are there, and how large those profits are is the challenge. But I do take your point.
And you could look at it from the point of view of an expense or an investment. Now, if you look at it from the point of view of an investment, what's the return on value and financial benefit to the scheme and getting injured people back to their pre-injury capacity. That's an actuarial question, but it's a fairly obvious, answer that if you're getting people, injured people back to their pre-injury capacity quicker, that's a benefit to the scheme.
Point taken.
I've got another question.
Can I just flick, Abigail, did you have any questions that you'd like to bowl up? So please proceed.
Thank you very much, and apologies if my internet is a bit slow at the moment. I just want to ask one question, perhaps it's for Mr. Robertson, just the idea of the adjustment disorder being taken out of the definition of minor injury. Wondering if that's what your opinion is on that.
Just trying to think. It's possibly, there's a cynical view and there's I suppose, a pragmatic view. It's certainly, the adjustment disorder is usually superimposed on a physical injury. And so in a sense, the cynical view is this tries to prevent the double dip claim. I think the more pragmatic view is that the two things that were excluded as threshold were acute stress disorder, which was basically PTSD that didn't progress beyond 30 days, which kind of is a bit odd because most people aren't going to get assessed before the 30 days after the accident, so it seemed almost like a non-necessary thing. The other issue with adjustment disorders is that they are a disproportionate psychological reaction to a stressor. So one could argue that a motor vehicle accident is a stressor, but usually what we see is the adjustment disorder is a psychopathological response to a physical injury. If I'm seeing someone, it's 12 months hence, and they're still symptomatic, I don't think adjustment disorder is the appropriate thing. Something more substantive has taken place. My sense is that the removal of adjustment disorder in the revision of the scheme a few years back was to almost bring it into line with the exclusion of secondary psychological injuries in the work cover scheme. So that's I think that was the view from my profession, is this was a way of trying to bring the schemes into line. But I think the nature of adjustment disorders is they should be self-limited.
Thank you.
I've got one or two.
You want to anything, Adam, and then
I don't know whether you were here for the evidence from the Australian Lawyers Association. They raise a question about the 6 categories for psychological assessment for whole person impairment, and the sort of contention around the getting a class over 3. I'm not sure about the methodology. You're probably more familiar with it, but that you need to get over 3 or over in 3 of the 6 categories, and that the two of the categories, it's highly improbable that anyone would qualify, i.e. the self-care and the travel, which leaves 4 categories where you need to get 3, where potentially you can get a 3, and that there's this methodology has, effectively results in a high level of contestation at the margin over whether you're just over a 3 or under a 3 in one of the last category. Do you have any comment on that issue?
Yes. I'm not sure if I'm having deja vu or flashbacks from the evidence I gave to the review into the workers' compensation on this issue. Psychiatric impairment rating scale, a much unloved and problematic instrument, was introduced in 1999. The then Special Minister of State, I think it was Della Bosca, believed that CTP or green slips were too expensive. The PIRS was brought in to essentially move the goalposts on these because there was it was becoming quite unwieldy as to the number of these common law claims coming through. PIRS was introduced to basically reduce to about 50% of the number of claims that were paid out, and it was successful at doing that. It's an instrument that lacks any empirical validation. It's never been tested against the gold standard. It's just because it does what it was designed to do, it's been adopted in the C2P scheme, the work cover scheme, where it was a subject of quite polemic debate during the recent Upper House inquiry into the workers' compensation laws. It's since been introduced into other jurisdictions because it does what it was designed to do, basically cut off claims at a certain point. The way that what you're referring to is the scheme requires you to be above 10%, or at least 11%, where currently workers' compensation is 15%. So you need to score moderate impairment in 2 or 3 domains to do it. In my experience with these claims, you will see people where, multi-fatality, high-speed accident on the Pacific Highway, nobody's really arguing as to what's going on. It's a question of how much trouble this person is in. Where it becomes a bit more contentious is in the circumstances that Ms. Boyd was asking about, where you've got adjustment disorders which are actually excluded, but minor injuries, ones that may change, ones that may occur in the context of chronic physical injuries or other disturbances related to the accident. And that's where it gets a bit more tricky. So as my only response is that the PERS does what it was designed to do, and has persisted for many decades despite its rough birth, to quote the poet Yeats. It's a problematic instrument, but it's the law of the land.
And thank you for your evidence. The second, the scheme-funded second medical opinion, is it your view that the current approach, I think you've said, relies heavily on insurer-selected experts? Is it your evidence that those experts might be a little bit too overzealous in knocking claims back? Is that one of the concerns that you're seeking to address?
It's not the majority. There are a number of colleagues who are routinely instructed by defendants or respondents who routinely provide reports that tend to favour that. Make of that what you will. I don't think the purpose of my statement was not to basically abuse parliamentary privilege to settle scores with people. It's more a case of saying that the adversarial system tends to favour the unfortunate hired gun problem, and that if we had jointly instructed assessments done by people who have been judged to be, reasonable and professional and ethical and balanced in their reporting, that would go a long way to solving the problem. I remember when seeking credentialing for the PIC, there was a process to go through where you had to demonstrate your experience, you had to provide sample reports, you produced references, there are presumably were mechanisms by which there were objections to your appointment raised. I'm not necessarily saying we have to do that. What I am saying is that an adversarial system where there is unnecessary double handling is for many people a demeaning experience. It tends to delay them recovering because the focus is on litigation rather than recovery. Our concern is that there's a lot of effort on the part of psychiatrists that never turns into clinical assessment, and it's quite frustrating to think there are so many things this person could do to get better, and it's not going to happen because they're on the hamster wheel of the compensation process. My view is that with a few tweaks to how these reports are instructed and how they are prepared, we can actually create a resource that has both legal and clinical instrumental value.
So at the moment, so that you go to one of the insurance-funded experts that determines the, what your WPI is or whatever the metric is, then at some point, if you disagree with that, so if you disagree with the assessment that has been provided, your options after that, is it to go to the PIC, or are there a couple of more steps in between you disagreeing with the assessment and escalating it to the PIC? What's that sort of in between?
What would happen in that circumstance, and Mark can step in as well on this. So if a person submits a claim to the insurer that they have a psychological injury as a result of a motor vehicle accident, and it's adjudicated by the insurer, whether it's through their own instructed solicitor or their own instructed specialist, or a prima facie review of it, that can then be contested in the PIC, where a assessor will make a judgment. If the plaintiff is unhappy with the judgment, they often then instruct a plaintiff lawyer to seek another opinion, to then submit to the PIC, and then it's adjudicated thus. So this often happens at the very early stages of the recovery phase, when really the focus should be on getting better. Instead, the focus is on getting believed.
And then after the PIC, it's Supreme Court, if they...
Oh, it can do. I mean, if you are...
Very rare.
If you are that exercised, you have to do it, then that's the case. My concern is the people that I see who I know aren't going to get treatment, and I know this report's not going to see the GP's office. And as I said in my statement, it's often the kids that I see, where for the sake of some family therapy or just a bit of support in the school or something reasonably sensible, they don't need to be on Prozac, they don't need extensive treatment, they just need a few things done. And the family is often the case. It's often the child is bearing the stigma of the family's dramas. Some interventions in that regard, see them in 12 to 18 months, it's a very different clinical presentation. My concern is when that has happened, it's usually because the parents are reasonably switched on and have intuited from what I'm asking and gone and done that. It's a sad case of rich getting richer, shall we say. Similarly, where there are circumstances where someone has what looks for all intents and purposes to be the kind of adjustment disorder that was asked about earlier, that can also, even though that's not going to qualify the person for a compensation payout, it certainly requires intervention. Depression's depression, whether it's related to your chronic neck pain or whether it's related because your son was killed in a car accident, they are, for all intents and purposes, at times quite a disabling condition. If the focus is on getting better, or not getting better, but at least getting some help with that, that to me is a good outcome. Because, nationwide, people cannot see psychiatrists. I would see that probably the most unwell 2 or 3%. They've been through multiple barriers to get there, by which time it's often 12, 18 months by the time they've sought help. If the scheme is the beneficiary of a process whereby the effort that is expended on declining claims or arguing, seeking the opinion that you want, and that effort is channeled towards what's going on with this person, what do they need, how do we get this situation sorted out, a lot of benefit will be seen, not just to the scheme, but I would also submit to the community. For every person with chronic PTSD that's untreated, there is a spouse, there are kids, there are co-workers, there's lots of people who are involved in this. I think there is a social utility to tweaking the scheme so that my efforts aren't wasted on a legal process that needn't have happened.
Are there any... are there many disputes within the scheme or a sort of cross scheme? So are there disputes at times between whether a claimant falls within the CTP scheme, CTP care, lifetime care, or indeed workers' comp, if it's unclear, potentially if it's a workplace-related injury or a CTP, the old, you're using a vehicle for work, or is it pretty clear and it's where someone would fall into as a claimant, and that's not often part of the dispute, is what part of the scheme or another scheme they fall into?
The circumstances where I've seen that has been first responders, police officers, fire and rescue, where in the 10 or so years of their frontline services, they isolate a fatal truck accident on the Pacific Highway because of certain qualitative aspects as being the most significant contributing factor to their work-related PTSD, and it's litigated through the CTP scheme as against the workers' compensation scheme because the yield is better. Make of that what you will. I just take people as they come. A patient is a patient. So I think that's the only time I've seen that come into play. I don't know if you've got any views on that, Mark, but...
No, look, that's outside of my area of expertise. But I did want to add one point to your question, Deputy Chair, about before we were talking about the different schemes that people might fall into, just supporting what Michael was saying about providing a medical pathway as opposed to a we are in a adversarial system. There's a legal framework. It's very, very legal, but it's about people recovering from to their pre-injury capacity, and the second opinion aspect goes towards the JME, which it's a more conciliatory approach to rehabilitation and rebuilding of capacity. But I just want to feel like I'm going down the right direction, and I'm not going down this way because someone else has told me to, but I have agency over my recovery. So the opinions that we're both talking about are aligned in that respect. We're just trying to shift the needle a little bit away from that adversarial nature to a conciliatory approach to rehabilitation.
It's a tweak to what's already happening. The question is going to be, what is the probative value of those documents if they're clinically focused? For example, the case of someone who arrived in Australia as a refugee from a conflict area, who arrived probably with difficulties relating to their experience in their country of origin, who, after a few years of fairly normal functioning, suffers an injury through a motor vehicle accident and has a disproportionate response to the accident, like a low-speed rear-end collision creates this debilitating PTSD, which seems more about ISIS or the Taliban than is about the accident. How do you untie that Gordian knot? Now, it might be in that assessment, so this person's got chronic, possibly complex post-traumatic stress disorder. They are currently depressed because of the accident and the discomfort they have. This is what I recommend is done about that. However, once that has resolved as far as possible, the question is going to be, what do we do with this person long term? Now, it might be that in that report, the insurer says, all right, well, there's liable for this exacerbation, but it ends at this point. The GP gets the document and says, okay, I need to get this person to see this person here, send them off to Starts at Fairfield for their much more long-term work, which is not under the scheme's jurisdiction. That's how I see, the best example of this thing working for the patient as well for the scheme.
I think it's assessed first and then put into the correct scheme, rather than going down one scheme maybe incorrectly or only partly correctly, and then being told later that, oh no, you actually shouldn't be going down this path. You could waste 6 months of your life, and you have to go down a completely different process.
But ultimately,
you don't want people doing that.
And I agree with that. But ultimately, the value add here is that the document, regardless of where it ends up in the legal process, it ends up in the hands of the GP, who is then empowered to actually make some decisions that will benefit the patient. Whether that's paid for by the scheme or whether it's paid for by others is kind of not really the point. The point is, I've got an hour or so with this person. This is potentially the only time they're going to see a specialist. Why are we just going to spend it all on the lawyer aspect rather than actually getting treatment? Can't we do both? So I think that the trick's going to be how to structure these in a way that they have probative value for the reasons you're talking about, but also are they clinically useful? I think, and I would say the same should apply for the workers' compensation scheme as well. I think there is a missed opportunity that we've got.
And if I could just add to that question, Deputy Chair,
please,
that there are examples in other jurisdictions of reports of this nature being used, and there are examples of these reports being used in life insurance and our health insurance scheme. So it's not something that we've just thought come to us overnight, but it's the ideas and the concepts are aligned.
I'm not sure if it's a Swiss Army knife or WD-40 in terms of how one thing works for everything or one thing has many aspects. I'm not sure what metaphor works better. So.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much. It's been very helpful. I mean, the submission was good in laying it out in its basic form, but you've enriched that with some real important detail which we'll be able to take away and reflect on. Now, there may well be some supplementary questions that arise because members will read Hansard, and that may well prompt some additional thinking and want to bowl back some what I call supplementary questions, and that'll be liaised to yourselves via the committee secretariat. So once again, thank you very much. I know you're both very busy men, but it's late in the day as well, so thank you very much for coming along today.
Can I also just say thank you for the opportunity to present on behalf of the Medico Legal Association We take it seriously, we take the opportunity
Obviously,
seriously, and we're very grateful to present what we would hope to you'd see as a something in the middle of the road, and it's not one side or the other, but it's specifically designed. The thinking is around how do you get better scheme outcomes that involve reducing premiums as well as better return to work outcomes, and they're not diametrically opposed in our opinion. So thank you very much for taking the time to invite us. Appreciate
Our pleasure. So thanks very much, and that, for the purpose of recording, concludes today's hearing. So thank you all very much. And we'll just have a short deliberative meeting for committee members.